Chapter 1 Be My Boyfriend. Su Zhao, I like you. Please be my boyfriend. Su Zhao glanced at the girl standing in front of him, his face full of confusion. The reason why he was confused was because the girl was the campus beauty of Jiangnan University of Science and Technology Songxini. She is also the perfect goddess and the coveted white moonlight in the minds of countless people. It has been in the top 10 of the campus forum popularity list for many years. Not only that, there were no scandals during the entire few years in college. She was wearing a beautiful floral miniskirt, a butterfly-shaped necklace hung on her flawless collarbone, and her fair, slender legs were covered in flesh-colored stockings. Her curvy and plump figure shows a unique temperament, and the whiteness on her chest is eye-catching. A handsome oval face is elegant and refined, and the big watery eyes are lively and expressive. Pure yet seductive. What's going on? Su Zhao's psychological activities at this moment can no longer be described as bewildered. Today is the first day of school for his junior year. Just after finishing his morning class and on his way back to the dormitory, Su Zhao was stopped by the school beauty who confessed her love to him. It happened that he was walking and his student ID card accidentally fell to the ground. It happened to be picked up by Song Sini, who was walking behind. He thought it was just a minor incident without any incident. The other party will probably hand over their student ID out of politeness, and then you will say thank you and walk away. From now on, the two will not have any intersection. However, unexpectedly, Song Sini glanced at his student ID with a smile and confessed directly. Su Zhao's first reaction was, "Hello, classmate Song, although we haven't met before, if you want to play truth or dare, I suggest you find someone else. I don't want to be part of your play." He encountered this kind of thing when he was in junior high school. At that time, Su Zhao almost believed it. Afterwards, he always thought that people who joked about such things were boring. Let us talk about Comrade Su Zhao's personal resume. Male, 21 years old, unemployed. Oh no, he isn't yet. He will be when he graduates. Because you will be unemployed after graduation. I was single all my life for 2 years in college. Oh, that is not right, he has been single for 21 years. I have never been in love since I was a child. Why not talk? Good question. Every time he had this tendency, his parents would cut him off in time. Let's talk about it when we are in college. Well, wait until Su Zhao finally goes to college. He found that he had no idea how to date or communicate with girls. It's like waiting for a love break-in. It is said that when you are in a relationship you need to have high emotional intelligence and be able to coax others. After so many years of observation, Su Zhao discovered that none of these worked. Damn, being handsome is the key. Over time, he no longer had any illusions about so-called love. During the winter and summer vacations, Su Zhao would go out to do part-time work. The express sorting line that lights up even if Ultraman comes. The delivery man who was stopped by the security guards. The death assembly line where the supervisor scolds you at every turn. He has done it all. Why not be a security guard? You can just sit in the lounge and enjoy the air conditioning. Because these easy jobs have already been taken up by others. After being beaten by society, Su Zhao understood a truth: what's the point of flirting with someone? He will behave himself after working for 2 days. What moved Xiaozhu was not the money, but every touching moment required money. If you talk about pure love these days, you will be considered a clown by everyone. But when he turned around, he saw young couples holding hands on the street with happy faces. I still envy you. It's a bit embarrassing that I've never held a girl's hand since I was a child. There is no such thing as sweet love, it's just a fantasy before the A5 phone exploded. Student Su Zhao, please be my boyfriend. Looking at Su Zhao, who looked a little hesitant, Song Sini repeated it again. Su Zhao smiled. Student Song, please stop joking with me. I'm afraid I'll take it seriously. I just pulled an all-nighter yesterday and I have to go back to the dormitory to catch up on some sleep. After saying that, he was about to walk towards his dormitory. Song Sini immediately called out to him, "Stop, Su Zhao, I'm serious." Then, Song Sini walked up to him, stretched out her arms as white as lotus roots, and hugged Su Zhao from behind. After feeling the soft touch on his back, Su Zhao was stunned. His brain had shut down and he couldn't react. Immerse yourself in the dream of infinite Tsukuyami. Song Sini hugged Su Zhao tightly and said softly, "It must be tiring to have come this far by yourself." "It's okay. From now on, I will be with you." For some reason, Su Zhao's eyes became a little moist when he heard this. He doesn't think he is a very fragile person. He worked overtime at the express sorting point until 1 o'clock in the morning without saying a word. When it was windy and rainy outside, he did not lie in the warm bed, but rode his electric scooter to deliver food. He was scolded like a grandson by his supervisor on the assembly line, but he pretended not to hear it and remained calm. Because the family conditions are very ordinary, we can't provide much help. So he had to find ways to supplement the family income. Looking at my parents who are getting older day by day and whose hair is turning white. An indescribable sadness spread. The pace at which he grows up is far behind the speed at which his parents age. When I was a child, I complained that my parents were useless. When I grew up, I felt that I was really useless. No matter how difficult the times were, he could always get through them alone. But if someone says to him, "Thank you for your hard work. You are great," then Su Zhao would find a deserted corner and hide secretly. Because he didn't want anyone to see his miserable side. Afraid of not being able to control my tears. After being immersed in the gentle land for a short moment, Su Zhao immediately came to his senses. "Student Song, I don't know if you are really joking, but I am just an ordinary person and I can't get any gold coins. Let go, I will treat everything today as a fake." Su Zhao suppressed his emotions. "It's okay, I have the patience and I won't abandon you. Maybe I scared you, but I want to tell you that you deserve to be loved." Song Sini gently let go of Su Zhao's body, her tone filled with infinite tenderness. Hearing this, Su Zhao wanted to say something else, but stopped himself. He left without looking back. Looking at Su Zhao's figure walking away, Song Sini sighed helplessly, "Stupid, this time, let me save you." As soon as Su Zhao returned to dormitory 307, he sat on a chair, staring at the second-hand computer he had bought in a daze. "Lao Su, what's wrong with you? You look like you've eaten shit." A boy with a shaved head asked from the bed near the right side of the door. While playing Naruto, he looked at Su Zhao, whose words and actions were a little strange. "Nothing, Lao Wang, just continue playing with your kitten." Su Zhao answered perfunctorily. "Old Su, Wang Yan is right. You look like you just got out of a fight." The bed was near the left side of the toilet, and a boy wearing glasses and with a somewhat frivolous temperament said, "Lu Yang, please read your novel. I might be hallucinating from staying up all night." Su Zhao rubbed his eyebrows. "Lao Su, you are like this, I feel there is only one possibility, unless you have been confessed to by the school beauty." The bed was near the right side of the toilet. The boy with permed blonde hair and facial features like a celebrity said. Su Zhao's heart skipped a beat. "Lao Su, why are you silent?" Su Ziqiao saw the stunned Su Zhao and asked puzzledly. Then, he laughed and said, "I was just kidding. Don't really tell me that a school beauty confessed to you. This kind of thing can't happen to us." However, the next moment, Su Zhao's cell phone vibrated slightly. He woke up the screen and found that it was a verification message popping up on WeChat. "Little star requests to add you as a friend. Additional verification, the remark is Song Sini. As my boyfriend, how come you don't even have my WeChat?" Su Zhao originally wanted to click cancel, but his hand somehow moved to agree. Chapter 2 Baby, are you awake? Little star Song Sini, "Hello, Su Zhao, my boyfriend." When Su Zhao saw this message, he didn't know how to respond. Because no matter how you reply it will seem awkward. Then, the message box popped up again. "Little star Song Sini, I know you may not be able to accept it right away, but it doesn't matter. I am willing to take it slowly. You just said you stayed up all night last night, so you should have a good sleep first." Su Zhao thought about it and decided to type some text and reply to the message. Tomato and salt Su Zhao, when I wake up, all this is just a dream that doesn't exist, haha. After sending it, the other party obviously fell into a period of stagnation in thought. But the message box pops up again. "Little star, when you wake up, you will find that all this is true. Good afternoon." Su Zhao smiled. It is quite rare to be able to get a little happiness from false fantasy. Now is the time to wake up from your dream. He dragged his weak body onto the bed. Soon, Su Zhao fell asleep. He had a long dream. In his dream, Su Zhao saw a girl with a blurred face. Although he couldn't see her face clearly, Su Zhao instinctively felt that she was somewhat familiar. The girl was squatting on the side of the road, as if she couldn't find the way home, and was crying loudly with her hands on her face. According to Su Zhao's habit, he would most likely not care about such matters. In the past, everyone said to just do good things and not worry about the future. Now, if you help an elderly person who falls on the road, he he may turn around and blackmail you. So, sometimes, it's not that there are no kind people in this world, but that kind people are forced to become cold and heartless. When Su Zhao was about to turn around and leave, the girl grabbed his sleeve and said with a sob, "I have no home anymore, no one loves me, I'm so lonely, my life is ruined." Hearing this, Su Zhao sighed helplessly. He couldn't protect himself either, and was powerless in the face of such a situation. However, even if Su Zhao didn't have an umbrella, he would still give his tenderness. "It's okay. Tell me if you have any troubles. I've always been here. I'm lonely too." Su Zhao squatted on the side of the road and looked at the girl seriously. The girl twitched her nose, wiped her tears, and said, "Really, really? Really, if I lie to you, I'm a puppy." Su Zhao's tone was sincere. Although Su Zhao's language is not very humorous. But perhaps someone was willing to talk to her, the girl burst into laughter, which was rare. She wiped her tears and began to tell her story slowly. "I used to be very beautiful, but then an accidental fire disfigured my face. Since then, the trajectory of my life has changed. Everyone looked at me like a monster. I couldn't even meet people anymore. I was despised wherever I went. My parents spent a lot of money to cure my illness. They comforted me that I would be back to my old self one day. But the treatment I need is too expensive. It's like a bottomless pit with no end. My parents watched my condition continue to improve and lost interest in making money. They cried every day. Meanwhile, our family business went from bad to worse. One day, my father told me that we couldn't afford it any longer. We sold our house and car. Under the double blow, my parents became mentally ill. Later, they had a car accident and unfortunately passed away. Standing at the cemetery, I felt really sad. I no longer have a home. All the people who loved me are gone, and I have no one to love me." The girl's tears fell down. Then, she looked at Su Zhao and asked cautiously, "Would you like to hug me? Of course, I know that going through these painful ordeals must be very difficult for you. It's okay, it will be fine." Su Zhao stretched out his arm decisively. He is not very good at comforting people, but since the other party has already asked for a hug, it's enough to show that she really needs a little spiritual encouragement. The next moment, the girl threw herself into his arms and they hugged each other tightly. After feeling the warm embrace, the girl whispered, "Thank you, it's really warm." Su Zhao woke up slowly. He glanced at the time and it was already past 2 in the afternoon. This sleep was a very deep, heavy sleep. Most importantly, he had a very strange dream. He could not quite remember the content of the dream, but it left a deep impression on him. I don't know if you have had this experience. When dreaming, everything feels very real, and you can even recall the relevant details. But when I woke up, I couldn't remember anything. Su Zhao rubbed his swollen eyebrows. Every time he woke up from a nap, he looked confused. I feel like I've been abandoned by the whole world. Who I am? Where am I? Am I still alive? It took Su Zhao half a minute to come back to his senses. Then, he woke up the phone screen intentionally or unintentionally. Open WeChat and find the contact column. When Su Zhao saw the pink cartoon avatar, his heart skipped a beat. Is all this true? Su Zhao blinked. He had always thought that everything he had experienced this morning was just his own fantasy. Don't dream the impossible. The school beauty confessed her love to him? Ha, this kind of thing only happens in cool novels. Su Zhao would rather believe that the first emperor could give him money than believe this. But now, seeing that unmistakable portrait, Su Zhao's heart was shaken. Could it be that someone is deliberately making fun of me, wanting me to become the target of public criticism on the confession wall? Family members, who understands, the shrimp-headed man is so disgusting. However, at this moment, a message box popped up. Little star, baby, are you awake? When Su Zhao saw this message, he got goosebumps all over his body. This was the first time someone called him baby since he was a child. Strictly speaking, it's not the first one. When he was still babbling and learning to walk, his mother often called him baby. Love you, Mom. Su Zhao tried to calm his breathing and typed the message. Tomato and salt, are you really Song Sinny? Are you trying to play a prank on me? I don't have any grudge against you, do I? Little star, I know you still don't believe it, I can prove it to you. The other party sent him a picture. The picture shows the cover page of a student ID card, with a blue photo on a white background. Song Sini's student number and personal information are clearly visible. Su Zhao checked on the school's official website and found that it was indeed true. Tomato and salt, aren't you afraid that I will leak your information? Little star, you 1T, I believe you. Su Zhao was stunned, because he really didn't have that idea. Tomato and salt, well, Mr. Song, you have indeed proved your identity, but it is time to end this boring trick. Su Zhao felt that Song Sini must have some other purpose in doing this. He had hardly any contact with Song Sini before. I've only heard of her name from other people. Who doesn't know about School Bell? It can be said that the two people are strangers who do not know each other. But I went to him this morning to confess my feelings. It's too weird. Little star, baby, have you eaten yet? I haven't eaten yet. Why don't we meet at the Beiyuan canteen? Chapter 3 Because you're worth it. Lao Su, where are you going? Wang Yan asked as he looked at Su Zhao climbing down the ladder. Su Zhao put on his slippers and said, let's go eat. He decided to go over and meet Song Sini. Talk about this matter clearly in person. As a true man of Sigma, he will not fall into the false trap. It will not be taken away as an experience pack. Hearing this, Lu Yang was incredulous. What the hell, Lao Su, I've never seen anything like this before. You finally don't order takeout. Su Ziqiao seemed to have noticed something fishy. Old Su, are you okay? He is the only one in the dormitory who has a girlfriend. I don't know if it's because of the bonus of the yellow hair attribute. Lao Deng, my will-o'-the-wisp has stopped downstairs of your house. You don't want your daughter to be kidnapped by me, do you? However, Su Ziqiao is not the kind of scumbag who falls in love with every girl he meets. He and his girlfriend have been dating since high school, and their relationship has always been stable. According to Su Ziqiao, it is called, hey, I am the most affectionate person in Jiangcheng, I have to take the lead for you. Except for this yellow-haired boy, the remaining three are all cute and handsome boys. Wang Yan wandered around the village all day long. They are almost becoming left-behind children in the village. Kitten, bro, huh? Can you react? No, you can really react. And Lu Yang is a truly introverted man. I spend the whole day reading novels on my phone and having fun, and I come across some interesting plots. He would always applaud and laugh uncontrollably. I am dying of laughter. How can this crappy author write so well? Sometimes, he would be so speechless because of the content of the novel. Dog author, where is your home? I'll send you some local specialties. It hurts so much. Seeing the three people looking at him, Su Zhao shrugged his shoulders and said, I told you, I'm having dinner with the school beauty. Do you believe it? Su Zhao knew that even if he told the truth, they would not believe it. Because it's absolutely impossible. And they will be mercilessly laughed at. Ah, Su Zhao, why didn't you tell me that you opened the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Wang Yan burst into laughter. He realized that he had gone too far and quickly put on his armor. Brother, I don't mean any harm, Lao Su, it's just a joke, don't take it seriously. Lu Yang raised his glasses tactically. Lao Su, what, do you want to dance too? What this means is that you should not indulge in the beautiful fantasies you have created. Having dinner with the school beauty? My God, why don't you go to heaven? Su Ziqiao's reaction was more subtle. This is a good thing, Lao Su. Su Zhao was not surprised at all by the reactions of the three people. Of course, he wouldn't think anything of it. After spending such a long time together, Su Zhao knew that his roommates were just joking and they all knew their limits. Don't say anything excessive. These days, it's great to have a roommate with a normal brain development. Although some people appear to be college students, what they actually do is really beyond the imagination of ordinary people. He stuffed his personal toys into the washing machine, didn't shower for a week, and wouldn't even think of taking out the trash when it piled up in front of him. People with cerebellum problems like this will become obedient when they meet Ma Jiajue. Thanks to my roommate for not killing me. Su Zhao said calmly, if you don't believe me, forget it. I'll go. Wang Yan pretended to be profound and said, Old Su, stop indulging in these fantasies all day long. If you have time, you might as well find a schoolgirl to fall in love with. I remember that you said last year that you wanted to find a schoolgirl to date. But now it's already this year, and besides buying yourself several cups, where is your schoolgirl? Su Zhao asked a soul-searching question. Wang Yan cleared his throat and said, Ahem, Lao Su, it's not that I can't find a schoolgirl, I just don't really want to date her right now. You know, it's not that I don't want to date her, I just don't want to date her. Su Zhao smiled and said, it's not that I don't want to talk about classics, I just don't want to talk about them. Let's go, brothers. After saying that, Su Zhao pushed the door and left. Come to the first floor of Beiyuan Canteen. It is already past lunchtime and the entire cafeteria is deserted, with hardly anyone to be seen. He followed his gaze. Before Su Zhao could catch a glimpse of Song Sini's figure, he heard a sweet voice calling his name. Su Zhao, here. Song Sini, who was sitting on a long iron chair, waved to Su Zhao. When Su Zhao saw Song Sini, he immediately walked over. When he was about to take his seat, he subconsciously sat opposite Song Sini. Song Sini grumbled in dissatisfaction, am I not pretty enough? After sitting down, Su Zhao felt a little uncomfortable and said, no, you are the school beauty. If anyone says that you are not pretty enough, then that person must have a problem with his brain. Don't forget that he has never had close contact with girls since he was a child. It's normal to feel a little shy. But it doesn't degenerate into incoherent speech. Let it be what it is. Besides, Song Sini is the campus beauty of Jiangnan University of Science and Technology. Her beauty is comparable to that of a big star. When most people see her, their heartbeats will involuntarily speed up. Hearing this, Song Sini held her round chin with her hand and said with a smile, since you don't dislike me, why don't you sit next to me? Su Zhao was stunned. He didn't know how to answer. Song Sini's bright eyes were very beautiful, and her gaze was directed straight towards Su Zhao's. The two people's eyes met each other at the same time. Su Zhao forced himself not to dodge. But Song Sini's eyes seemed to have a magical power, as charming as the clouds in the sky, making people unable to extricate themselves. Such beautiful eyes. Su Zhao said secretly in his heart. Seeing Su Zhao unable to speak for a long time, Song Sini said with an undiminished smile, it doesn't matter, there is still so much time, I am willing to accompany you slowly, only you are allowed to sit next to me, as long as you want, anytime and anywhere. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Zhao took a deep breath and said, Student Song, the reason I came here is to make it clear to you. If you just want to have fun, then there is no need to waste your time on me. Because I don't deserve you to do this. I said, I'm just an ordinary person. What do you want from me? Su Zhao acted as if he wanted to get to the bottom of the matter. Song Sini blinked her eyes, it's simple, because you are worth it. Su Zhao was even more confused, can you tell me why? Otherwise I can't understand. Don't worry about why, I just want you to be my boyfriend. Song Sini said with a firm look on her face. Can the Riddler please get out of Blue Planet? Su Zhao's thoughts were a little confused and he didn't know what to say. Well, if you feel pressured, let me be your girlfriend for 3 months first, just as a trial period. If you are not satisfied, I can leave at any time. If you think it's okay, then let's make a deal. Until this moment, Su Zhao suddenly had an extremely unreal feeling. He began to think about what is the meaning of life. If you don't refuse, then I'll take it as your consent. Seeing that Su Zhao had not responded for a long time, Song Sini assumed that he agreed. Then, Song Sini continued, now, since we are now in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, I order you to sit next to me. Chapter 4 Then I took it? Okay, classmate Song, since you want to play, then I will accompany you to the end. I am sure that you will get tired of it in 3 months, and you will definitely dump me by then. However, I have already prepared myself mentally, if for no other reason, just to tell you that I am not stupid. After some thought, Su Zhao decided to accept the bet. He will not take the other party's promise as true. Because maybe it's just a whim, just for fun, and it's not something meaningful. He had long been tired of the fast food style of love that most modern people engage in. At the sweetest moment, we can say such innocent words of love, we will stay together until we grow old. When they get tired of each other, they want to kill each other. What followed was a cliff-like breakup and a seamless transition. Then posted on Moments, adding the following sentence, he doesn't deserve me. I'm so tired. I will never have a relationship again in my life. Okay, wait a few days and post another circle of friends, same reply, we are together. No, who asked you? It's boring, really boring. The so-called love has long been corrupted under the influence of the times. Song Sini didn't care what Su Zhao said at all, she just said with a smile. Su Zhao, let's not talk about this for now. Right now, I just want you to sit next to me. Su Zhao gritted his teeth and said, okay, since you said that I'm your boyfriend, I'll take it as the truth from now on. Of course, you can regret it at any time, and I won't have any objection. Then he stood up and sat down next to Song Sini shyly. At such a close distance. A refreshing and subtle fragrance wafts over to your face, making you intoxicated. He could also see the other person's exquisite and flawless profile, the dignified and delicate nose, the white collarbone and neck, and the snow-white chest. Su Zhao's breathing involuntarily quickened. His face also turned red. It feels like sitting on pins and needles. He hated himself for not having a relationship before. Otherwise, he wouldn't still be like an innocent little boy with no experience in getting along with girls. Seeing Su Zhao's embarrassed look, Song Sini's smile became even brighter. The more Su Zhao acted like this, the closer Song Sini deliberately moved. The two bodies were almost touching. Su Zhao's breathing became more and more rapid, and he shifted his gaze to his surroundings, trying to divert his attention. If you want, you can hold my hand. My hands are very soft. Song Sini obediently stretched out her slender jade fingers. Her little hands are very slender, long and dexterous. So I really held it? Faced with such a request, Su Zhao, who had never held a girl's hand before, trembled slightly all over. In a trance, he felt like he was on a revolving lantern. This must be a dream, and if it is, I don't want to wake up. Please don't laugh at him. This is what boys who have never been in a relationship are like. Seeing Su Zhao hesitating, he was not decisive at all. Song Sini decisively held her small hand together with his big palm. 10 fingers are interlocked, closely connected. No, it's so lively now? At this moment, Su Zhao's mind went blank. My whole body felt like it was electrocuted and my heart was beating fast. Crisp and numb. Girls' hands are so soft. It's not like he hadn't fantasized about this before. But when you actually hold it, you will still feel a light and brisk throbbing. Is this what it feels like to be in love? No wonder there are so many love-brained people and bootlickers. Who wouldn't he be confused? It smells nice and soft, who wouldn't he be addicted to it? He didn't want to let go and wanted to keep holding her like this. Is it soft, Su Zhao? Oh no, my baby. Song Sini asked deliberately. Su Zhao was about to say so soft subconsciously, but he quickly covered his lips. Ahem. Mr. Song, I'll go buy some food. Su Zhao turned his face away. At this moment, his face was flushed. He didn't dare look Song Sini in the eye for fear of being laughed at. Why are you so shy, idiot? Song Sini smiled. Hearing this, Su Zhao was about to let go of Song Sini's hand. If for no other reason than to prove myself. He is not stupid. Okay, baby Su Zhao, I was wrong. Song Sini held Su Zhao's hand tightly, not letting him let go. Seeing this, Su Zhao grunted, I'll just hold your hand for a little while. Song Sini said lightly, you can hold hands with me whenever you want. In this way, the useless Su Zhao held on for about 10 minutes before reluctantly letting go. I have to say, Song Sini's white, smooth little hands are really comfortable to touch. When he came back to his senses, he had forgotten how much time had passed. Looking at Song Sini with an ambiguous expression, Su Zhao scratched his head, I'm going to buy food, what do you want to eat? Song Sini leaned closer and said, I like to eat whatever you like. Okay, I understand, Mr. Song. Su Zhao got up in a hurry, walked to the cafeteria window and bought 2 wooden barrel meals. Since there were few people at this time, he came back without waiting long. Student Song, you don't mind spicy food, right? Su Zhao asked as he brought 2 servings of rice from wooden barrels to the table. Song Sini stuck out her tongue, I'm afraid of spicy food, but you like spicy food, so I like spicy food too. Hearing this, Su Zhao felt like he was floating on the surface. Okay, Su Zhao is indeed an idiot, you can beat him up now. In front of the cold school beauty, Jinxian's warning never gets out of date. At this time, Song Sini licked her moist lips and said, don't call me classmate Song anymore. I'm already your girlfriend, and you're still being so formal. What do you call me then? Just call me Sini. Okay, Xin, Sini? Yes, that's it. On the way to eat. Song Sini put a piece of sweet and sour pork on Su Zhao's plate. Xin, Sini, thank you. Su Zhao was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Song Sini smiled gently, baby, don't be so polite, I'm your girlfriend, this is what I should do. Su Zhao wiped the sweat from his forehead, Sini, just call me by my name. I'm not used to it. Song Sini nodded and agreed with a smile, okay, Su Zhao, I'll listen to you. Su Zhao seemed to have thought of something and picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork for Song Sini. Thank you baby, oh no, Su Zhao. Song Sini smiled. Looking at the beautiful Song Sini, Su Zhao sighed helplessly. Sini, I feel that all this is so unreal, but it just happened to me. Because you're worth it, silly. Song Sini stretched out her little hand and directly held Su Zhao's hand. Feeling the soft touch, Su Zhao said in his heart, after 3 months, everything will definitely return to the starting point. Never mind, just get through these 3 months first. Just think of it as a dream. Chapter 5, Together Every Day. After dinner. After Su Zhao put his and Song Sini's plates in the recycling area, he returned to his seat and wiped his lips with a tissue. At this moment, he suddenly realized something. I remembered that I still have a part-time job. Although he has a lot of classes in his junior year, he still finds time to work part-time outside. Since he was a child, he has tried his best to solve his own problems without asking his parents for money. After all, it's tiring enough for parents to make money. He hopes that he can alleviate the burden on his parents to some extent. At this time, Su Zhao usually goes out to distribute flyers. Yes, it's similar to the sales pitch on the street asking if you want to apply for a membership card. Brother, let me know about the luxury foot bath package. If you ask if it's serious, of course it's serious. Sini, I have to go out to work part-time. I have to go. Having said that, Su Zhao was about to stand up and leave. Song Sini called him in time. Wait a minute, Su Zhao, stretch out your hand. Su Zhao obediently stretched out his hand. Song Sini placed her small hand on top of his palm and said with a smile, do you feel anything? Very warm and very soft. Su Zhao answered honestly. It's really strange. Even though he has held Song Sini's hand once, he still wants to hold it countless times. No matter how much you hold me, it's not enough. Maybe it's Song Sini's breathtaking beauty that makes people addicted. What else? Su Zhao shook his head, I don't know. Song Sini smiled sweetly, I have given you part of my vitality. With my vitality, you will have more energy when you go out, and you won't feel tired and sad. She said in an affirmative tone, working part-time is worthy of encouragement. You are great. Come on, my boyfriend. Hearing this, Su Zhao's eyes became slightly moist again. Damn, he thinks he's a man like an eagle. When he was a child, his parents were about to divorce because of trivial matters, but he didn't feel much. Why was his mood on the verge of getting out of control several times in just one day? He suppressed his emotions and pretended to be calm and said, Thank you, Sini. Song Sini said nonchalantly, What's there to thank me for? Since you are my boyfriend, this is what I should do. Then, she asked curiously, What part-time job do you have? I'll go with you, even if it's just handing out flyers. No, Sini, since you are my girlfriend now, I have the obligation to assume the responsibilities that I should assume. The two should be viewed differently. With your encouragement, I am already very satisfied. Let Song Sini go with him to distribute flyers? Are you crazy? Song Sini pouted her lips and said, Okay, then I'll wait for you to get off work and have dinner together. She understood that Su Zhao was a boy with a strong sense of self-esteem. At least for now, he is not willing to expose his most vulnerable side. But it doesn't matter, Song Sini has the patience. There are still 3 months left. Don't be in a hurry, take your time. Su Zhao was a little confused. No, don't you have classes this afternoon? If you do, you don't have to wait for me. I don't have classes this afternoon. Song Sini deliberately moved closer. The refreshing fragrance came again. I don't know what brand of shampoo and shower gel Song Sini used. It's simply intoxicating and addictive. Su Zhao swallowed and asked, Are you really willing to wait for me? Song Sini smiled sweetly, Isn't it a girlfriend's basic obligation to wait for you? Okay, Sini, I'll send you a message when I'm done. Seeing this, Su Zhao finally agreed. Then he turned and left. Before he was about to leave his seat, Song Sini quickly grabbed his sleeve and said softly, Su Zhao, you will look more handsome if you hold your head high and chest high when you walk. You don't owe anyone money, so you will look more elegant if you walk with a generous attitude. Besides, you are a handsome guy, so you should hold your head high and hold your chest out. Hearing this, Su Zhao was stunned, and then smiled faintly. Okay, I understand, Sini, from now on I will correct this hunchback problem. Since what Song Sini said was right, he had to listen to it. In fact, Su Zhao's facial features are not bad, he just doesn't know how to dress and take care of his skin. In addition, he has the habit of hunching his waist when walking, so no matter how handsome he is, he has no temperament. The most deadly thing was that he walked very fast, as if there was a 5-star killer following him. Others can tell at a glance, they are definitely single, they all walk like this. If he was willing to spend time and energy on this aspect, he wouldn't be single now. Yeah, that's good. Very handsome. Seeing Su Zhao straighten his body, Song Sini praised him generously. This compliment made Su Zhao uncomfortable. He felt that his heart rate had been very high throughout the day. He didn't dare to look back, for fear of being laughed at. Sorry again, idiot. Sini, then I'll leave? Su Zhao said softly. Soon, he got Song Sini's response, well, come on, baby, you are the best. The next moment. Song Sini moved her body closer and pressed tightly against Su Zhao's back. She stretched out her arms, as white as lotus roots, and hugged Su Zhao's chest. I have to say that Song Sini has a really plump figure. The pair of plump and round breasts in front of him made it difficult for Su Zhao to breathe. Feeling the heavy and soft touch, a warm feeling surged into Su Zhao's heart. Is this the benefit of having a girlfriend? Is this what it feels like to be in love? It's really fulfilling to actually feel the other person's encouragement and care. I feel like I'm finally not fighting alone. It turns out that he can also be cared for and concerned about. Su Zhao, we'll be together every day from now on, okay? Song Sini blew gently on Su Zhao's earlobe. Instantly, Su Zhao's earlobes turned red. Ahem, Sini, time is almost up, I have to go over there. I'll come find you when I'm done. After saying this, Su Zhao hurriedly fled the scene. Seeing Su Zhao in such an awkward state, Song Sini smiled triumphantly. Humph, you are indeed an idiot. You can't even resist this. After leaving the cafeteria, Su Zhao came to a commercial area near the school. Usually, this area has a lot of traffic. People come and go in an endless stream. After finding the designated person in charge and completing the contact, he had a large stack of flyers in his hands. After finding a conspicuous corner, Su Zhao began his task. Whenever someone passed by him, Su Zhao would shamelessly shout, "Are you interested, handsome guy or beautiful girl? Come and learn more about it." He is not naturally shameless, he is forced to be so. When you are out of the house, so-called face is worthless. There is nothing chill about making money with face. Half an hour passed and only a few people took the flyers. This is very normal. Most people are unwilling to waste their time to understand. Because they all have their most important things to do. Only a small number of people are willing to stay for a short time. Faced with this situation, Su Zhao was not discouraged. Someone must have asked, why not just find a trash can and throw it all away? No one knows anyway. Su Zhao had indeed done this before, more than several times. However, only once or twice did it go undetected. After all, your boss will definitely not let you get away with it so easily. Just at this moment, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie was passing by Su Zhao. Su Zhao stepped forward and handed over a flyer out of habit. Brother, can you tell me more about it? As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man turned his head and said unhappily, didn't you see I was on the phone? Regarding this situation, Su Zhao pretended not to hear it, and his facial expression did not change much. We are all adults, no one will spoil anyone else, there is no need to waste your energy on this. It's not like he hasn't encountered worse things than this before. Suddenly, a brown teddy bear appeared in Su Zhao's sight. Chapter 6 Don't Despise the Poor Old People. The brown stuffed bear's steps were a little clumsy and stiff. Walking with a limp. I don't know if it's because it's the first time they're wearing doll costumes, but the people inside are obviously not used to it. Originally, Su Zhao didn't notice the teddy bear at first. Until the teddy bear kept waving at him. Su Zhao looked around before he was sure that the teddy bear was pointing at him. He walked to the teddy bear and asked, hello, isn't it hot wearing so many clothes in this weather? The stuffed bear shook his head. Su Zhao then asked, are you also working part-time? The stuffed bear nodded. Come on. Although he couldn't see the other person's true face, Su Zhao still gave warm encouragement. Because they have been caught in the rain, even if there is no umbrella, they will still extend their hands to provide shade for each other. The next moment, the teddy bear pointed at the flyer in Su Zhao's hand. Do you want to exercise too? Su Zhao smiled and said, if you are interested, you can learn about it. The teddy bear shook his hand and took out a stack of flyers directly from Su Zhao's arms. Su Zhao didn't understand what he meant. Do you want to help me post it? The stuffed bear nodded vigorously. No, it's too much trouble for you. This is the first time we meet. You are too enthusiastic. Su Zhao has always been embarrassed to trouble others. However, the teddy bear ignored Su Zhao and stood on the side of the road, handing out flyers to passers-by. Seeing this, Su Zhao couldn't stop him. Thank you so much. I'll treat you to a meal after I get off work. Just order whatever you want. Don't be polite. Of course, Su Zhao would not just take advantage of others for free so unscrupulously. Otherwise, he would feel guilty. The teddy bear did not give any response, but focused on distributing flyers. In the following period of time, a man and a bear accompanied each other in distributing flyers. Maybe it's because the teddy bear's outfit is more eye-catching. Some passing children were attracted. Usually it is a mother-child combination. The mother took the child out for a walk to get some fresh air. Children are naturally fond of things like dolls. So, before long, the teddy bear was surrounded by many children. A child exclaimed, "Wow, Mom, I've seen this bear on TV. Is it the one that stole the robes?" The mother beside her touched the child's head and said, "Baby, you are so smart." The child was very happy to be recognized. He looked at Su Zhao again and confirmed again, "Big brother, am I right?" Su Zhao half knelt down, looked him straight in the eyes, and smiled gently, "Of course." He did not deliberately expose it because there was no need. A child's innocence and purity are the most precious things in this world. The teddy bear who has become the king of children has not yet realized how popular he is. But it did not forget to hand the flyers to the children. The children couldn't understand the content on the flyer. But because of my love for the teddy bear, I was happy to take it. Don't forget, this is an excellent material for folding paper cranes. At the same time, Su Zhao also plays another role: photographer. Some children wanted to take photos with the teddy bear, so he indirectly played such an important role. However, Su Zhao had to seek the opinion of the teddy bear first. "Are you okay with taking pictures with these kids?" The teddy bear nodded and did not refuse. So, Su Zhao distributed flyers while transforming himself into a professional photographer. The stuffed bear is located in the center of the picture. The mother and son stood on either side of the teddy bear. "Auntie, little boy, compare it to an eggplant." "Yeah." The photo is frozen in a moment. The child's pure and cheerful laughter and the mother's gentle eyes. The mother took the photo and couldn't suppress the smile on her face. "Thank you, handsome boy." "You're welcome, Auntie." Su Zhao scratched his hair shyly. This was one of the few times in his life that he was recognized by others. "Little handsome boy, don't call me Auntie, I'm only in my early 30s. The mother covered her lips and chuckled. "Oh. Hello, sister. I saw it wrong just now." "Oh no. Hello, little sister. My aunt remained a girl until her death. Just like a man remains a boy until he dies." At this moment, Su Zhao's desire to survive was full. More and more children gathered around, shouting, "I want to take a picture with Xiong Xiong, too. I want one too." When the whole situation was about to get out of hand, Su Zhao had no choice but to say with a headache, okay, come one by one, kids." In this way, Su Zhao transformed himself into a ruthless photo-taking machine. The teddy bear seems to have become an iconic check-in point. More and more people are joining in. It lasted for quite a while before gradually dying down. As time went by, the surroundings changed from being bustling with people to being deserted. Take advantage of this rare opportunity. Su Zhao was finally able to catch his breath. He squatted on the curb, watching the bustling crowds passing by. At this moment, it is approaching dusk. The gorgeous sunset dyed the entire sky red, which was particularly beautiful. At this time, the teddy bear tugged at Su Zhao's sleeve. Su Zhao didn't understand. The teddy bear took out a cell phone from his pocket and pointed at himself. "You mean we take a photo together?" The stuffed bear stamped his feet. Su Zhao understood immediately. "No problem, you helped me so much, taking a photo is naturally not a problem." He took the phone and directly pressed the photo button. There was only a click sound. The moment between him and the teddy bear was recorded at this moment. Su Zhao frowned and looked at the photo. "I am really old and so haggard." If this photo hadn't been taken, Su Zhao wouldn't have noticed that his spirit was indeed a little declining. He was decadent from the inside out, with an untidy beard and unkempt appearance. Before I met Song Sini, his daily routine is reversed, coupled with overindulgence and lack of moderation. In addition to these factors, he also suffers from severe anxiety. I always like to have wild thoughts and create all kinds of pressure for myself. Su Zhao became even more anxious when he saw those rich second generations who only cared about eating, drinking and having fun without having to worry about anything. It's nice to have money. He always wanted to achieve success overnight, because then all his troubles would be gone. Parents don't have to be so tired anymore. But the reality is cruel, and repeated social beatings have made him realize what the real world is. You are dreaming of making a name for yourself, right? Then you will become an honest person after working as a screwdriver in a factory for a few days. Don't bully the old and poor, the dead are the greatest. Fast forward to God, please let me go. With the addition of the above factors, Su Zhao no longer looks as youthful as before. He was only 21 years old, but he already felt like he was going to be buried. After staring at the photo for a few seconds, Su Zhao suppressed his inner discomfort and handed over the phone. The teddy bear took the phone carefully, as if treating it as some kind of treasure. Su Zhao didn't think too much about it and said, "What kind of water do you drink?" The teddy bear made an okay gesture. "You mean casually?" The teddy bear hummed softly. "It turns out that it can talk. Just stay here and don't move around. I'll be back soon." After saying that, Su Zhao went to the supermarket and bought 2 bottles of drinks. When he came back, he found that the teddy bear was gone. In a corner where Su Zhao couldn't see, the teddy bear was taking off its headgear with great effort. A handsome face appeared. It was Song Sinny. Her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. But she wasn't surprised at all. Instead, she smiled and murmured, "First photo, done." Chapter 7. Don't resist. After carefully looking around and not seeing the teddy bear, Su Zhao had to shift his attention to other things. In his opinion, all good things must come to an end. Every chance meeting is fate. Maybe I can see the teddy bear next time I come here. Thinking back to the whole afternoon, he had been handing out flyers with his teddy bear. A different feeling arose in Su Zhao's heart. "Thank you. It's a pity that you left before I could give you the water," Su Zhao whispered to the empty corner. Then, he couldn't help but smile. "It's a wonderful experience. I've never experienced it before." Most of the time, Su Zhao was basically the only one standing in a corner where no one cared about him. Every minute and every second was counted. It was extremely difficult to endure. He had long been accustomed to being bored and lonely. Then, Su Zhao seemed to remember something. He glanced at the time. "It's almost time to get off work." Before taking out your phone to send a message to the other party, Su Zhao raised his eyes and glanced at the sky. The beautiful sunset makes the entire sky magnificent. Everyone who sees it will be fascinated by it. Therefore, Su Zhao recorded the beauty of this moment. Although what the photos reflect is far less shocking than the reality. But it's enough to make people feel better. This is also Su Zhao's personal habit. I like to record beautiful things. In Su Zhao's photo album, there are many landscape photos that he thinks are healing enough. Life is boring enough. But the faint light of dawn, the vastness of the setting sun, the bright moonlight leaning on the windowsill. These unforgettable memories will convey a kind of power when they are preserved. Even though it's fleeting, it's better than nothing. Afterwards, Su Zhao opened WeChat and found the pink cartoon avatar in the contact column. "Tomato and salt, Sinny, I'm off work now, shall we still meet at school?" The moment I sent the message, the other party did not respond immediately. Su Zhao was not in a hurry, he was very patient. However, 1 minute, 5 minutes, 15 minutes passed. There was no response from the other party. Even though Su Zhao was very patient, he couldn't help feeling a little anxious at this moment. Suddenly, Su Zhao realized something and quickly figured it out. Su Zhao comforted himself. "Sure enough, it's just as I thought. He just wanted to play with me. It didn't even take 3 months. It's not bad that he dumped me on the first day. At least it made me face the reality quickly. Fortunately, I didn't have to wait for 3 months, which can be regarded as saving time cost. Just pretend nothing happened." He didn't feel very sad. "Because I have already prepared myself mentally to be abandoned at any time." He remembered that when he was a child, whenever he wanted something, he would follow his parents and beg them. All I got in return was my parents' indifference without exception. Although you seem to agree to something on the surface, it is actually very difficult to buy yourself what you like. Why do little kids need so many things? It's like when I was a kid, every year during the Chinese New Year, I would unconditionally hand over my New Year's money to my parents. The excuse is, what's the point of a child having so much money? What if you spend it recklessly? In the end, he lost it all at the poker table. From then on, Suzhou understood that he should not have unrealistic expectations of others. Even parents. What is more, they are Xiaogua-style parents. He did not deny that his parents' love for him was selfless. But many times, the warmest encouragement comes from their mouths. The most vicious attacks also come from their mouths. It's quite contradictory. The family atmosphere, which is sometimes good and sometimes bad, is the most difficult to describe. Of course, this does not mean that Suzhou does not love his parents. On the contrary, he really wanted to become strong as soon as possible so that he could protect them from the wind and rain. However, if he could have the next generation, he would most likely not love his children the way a parent does. That would be too tiring and would also be very stressful for the children. Just at this moment, a message box popped up. Little star, I was busy cleaning clothes just now when I saw the news about the baby. I'm so sorry for making you wait for so long. After seeing this message, Suzhou typed slowly. Tomato and salt, it's okay, Cindy, everyone has things to deal with. Little star, baby, if I reply to your message late next time, you will punish me, okay? Suzhou was a little confused. Tomato with salt, why should I punish you? I 1T mind it. Little star, I know you are the best, baby. Tomato and salt, Cindy, just call me by my name. Little star, no way, we are the only ones who can see it, why are you embarrassed, baby? Tomatoes and salt, okay. Song Cindy was indeed right. No one can see him chatting online, so why should he be embarrassed? We are already boyfriend and girlfriend, there is nothing to be ashamed of. Just when Suzhou's thoughts were wandering, the phone vibrated again. Little star, baby, I'm waiting for you in the cafeteria, come quickly. Tomato with salt, okay, I'll be right there. Not long after, Suzhou returned to school. He came to the cafeteria door with ease. Although it is September, the weather in Jiangchang is still very hot and humid. After rushing all the way here, Suzhou's back was already soaked. Pushing open the rubber door curtain, Suzhou walked in. At this moment, the cafeteria was packed with people and it was very lively. Not as quiet as at noon. Suzhou looked around carefully. Just then, a small hand tugged at Suzhou's sleeve. Suzhou looked back and found it was Song Cindy. Song Cindy blinked her beautiful eyes. Suzhou, I'm here. Suzhou smiled and said, you must have been waiting for me for a long time, Cindy. No. Song Cindy stuck out her tongue. Compared to that, you've worked hard on your part-time job today, so I should wait for you. Come sit down and cool down. You are sweating. Suzhou sat down. The next moment, Song Cindy took out a few tissues and was about to wipe the sweat off Suzhou's face. I'll wipe it myself, Cindy. Suzhou subconsciously didn't want to trouble others. Don't move, I'm your girlfriend, so don't resist, okay? Song Cindy put her hands on her slender waist, pouted her lips and said unhappily. All right. Seeing that he couldn't win over Song Cindy, Suzhou had no choice but to stop refusing. Song Cindy's entire wiping motion was very gentle and soft. She raised her index finger with a very focused and meticulous look. Suzhou closed his eyes and immersed himself in the process. The cool and soft touch made Suzhou relax all of a sudden, and all the fatigue and awkwardness in his body seemed to be swept away. Okay, now you shouldn't feel so bad. Open your eyes. Song Cindy said softly. Hearing this, Suzhou slowly opened his eyes. He really didn't seem to be that hot anymore, but he felt a little uncomfortable all over. Maybe it's because it's the first time someone of the opposite sex took the initiative to wipe my sweat, and I'm not used to it. In order to avoid an awkward atmosphere, Suzhou scratched his head and stood up. I'll go buy food, Cindy. Okay. Song Cindy nodded, her beautiful eyes were as charming as the stars in the sky. Chapter 8. The password is your birthday. After buying his meal at the cafeteria window, Suzhou returned to his seat carrying the plate full of food. Cindy, here, chopsticks. When Suzhou handed the plate to Song Cindy, he also handed over the chopsticks. Thank you, baby. You are so thoughtful. Song Cindy took it with a smile on her face, unable to suppress the sweet smile on her face. Hearing this, Suzhou scratched his head out of habit, coughed a few times, and said, It's okay, I just don't know if it suits your taste. All day today, I bought according to my usual preferences. Of course it suits my taste. I told you, whatever you like to eat is what I like to eat. As she spoke, Song Cindy picked up her chopsticks and took a bite of the food, muttering softly, It's delicious. Su Zhao smiled awkwardly. It's fine as long as it tastes good. I have to say, he felt quite happy when his favorite food was recognized by others. It shows that my vision is not too bad. Of course, the premise is that what others say is true. At this time, Song Sini swallowed her food in small bites while handing her phone to Su Zhao. She said, "The lock screen password is your birthday, and the payment password is also your birthday. How much is the meal money today? Please transfer it to me." "Sini, no need, it's not much money." When Su Zhao heard that Song Sini's phone lock screen password was his birthday, he was so shocked that his jaw dropped. The reason for being surprised was that few people around Su Zhao knew his birthday. In other words, even if people knew, no one would care or pay attention to it unless Su Zhao said it himself. What's more, he rarely celebrated his birthday since he was a child. Sometimes, on his birthday, Su Zhao himself might even forget that it was his birthday. Therefore, if Su Zhao was not surprised that Song Sini knew his birthday, it would be absolutely abnormal. "No, from now on, since I'm your girlfriend, I can't take advantage of you. Your money didn't come from the wind, not to mention that it's such a hard part-time job. Whatever you give me, I will give you whatever you give me. I won't give you a penny less." Song Sini's attitude was very firm. Seeing this, Su Zhao came up with a compromise. "Sini, why don't you transfer next time? There's no need to rush now." He thought that maybe the other party would forget about it next time. In fact, it wasn't that Su Zhao was pretending to be generous. Instead, he was taught from a young age that boys should not be stingy or mean outside. Otherwise, it is easy to be looked down upon and alienated. Over time, when dealing with these problems, Su Zhao would subconsciously want to take responsibility for them himself. But what Su Zhao didn't expect was that Song Sini always insisted that both parties were equal and that there was no one party that wanted to take everything. To be honest, at this moment, Su Zhao's heart was slightly touched. However, Song Sini seemed to know what he was thinking, and her pretty eyebrows slightly frowned. "No, what if I forget it next time?" Just when Su Zhao was thinking about how to get away with it, Song Sini directly woke up her phone screen, quickly unlocked it, opened WeChat, and found the contacts column. The target audience is Tomato with Salt Baby. Then, she swiped out the transfer interface, turned her eyes to Su Zhao, and smiled sweetly. "How much is it?" Let me think about it. I can't remember it right now." Su Zhao paused deliberately. He was thinking about how to make it sound as if nothing had happened. However, the next moment, Song Sini entered a string of numbers without any hesitation. Seeing Su Zhao's hesitant look, she said to herself, "Fool, you are so polite to me, you are really stupid." At the same time, Song Sini was also very fortunate. "Such a good boy, why didn't I notice him before? What was I busy doing at that time?" Human beings are truly amazing creatures. Sometimes when they get so cruel, even they themselves cannot empathize with them. Soon, Su Zhao's cell phone vibrated slightly. A transfer message popped up on WeChat. Su Zhao did not check the specific content immediately, but asked Song Sini first. "Sini, I haven't told you how much it is, aren't you afraid of losing out?" Song Yusin urged. "What's wrong with being at a disadvantage? Just accept it quickly, or I won't be able to sleep tonight." "Okay, I'll take it when I get back." "There's no rush." Su Zhao continued to speak incoherently. But how could Song Sini let him get away with it like that? She just took Su Zhao's phone and woke up the screen. "Tell me, what is the password?" I don't think most people would use their birthday as their password because it can be easily discovered. Song Sini blinked her beautiful eyes and asked relentlessly. Su Zhao laughed. "The password is 0106. Song Sini entered the string of numbers without thinking. However, what she saw was, "Wrong password." Song Yusin said fiercely, "Well, what's going on?" She was really angry that she was deceived by Su Zhao. "I've misjudged this guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Ahem, Sini, I said no, and I really don't want to pay. Let's go Dutch next time." In the end, Su Zhao still expressed his true feelings truthfully. Song Sini puffed up her pink lips and said angrily, "No, if you don't tell me, I'll be angry." Su Zhao was a little amused. He didn't expect that Song Sini would be so serious about this. "By the way, what month is your birthday?" "I suddenly can't remember." Song Yusin suddenly asked. Su Zhao answered without thinking, "My birthday is easy to remember, it's Children's Day." His brain didn't even work, he just said it naturally. As soon as she finished saying this, Song Sini quickly and successfully unlocked Su Zhao's phone. Coincidentally, the password is Su Zhao's birthday. I figured it out. Song Sini knew that the most unlikely thing was actually the most likely thing. She should have thought of it at the beginning. Then, Song Sini smiled and said, "You don't mind me looking at your phone, right?" "Of course, it's up to you. There's nothing shameful in my phone." When he said the last sentence, Su Zhao obviously felt guilty. Now that things have come to this, he can only let Song Sini do as she pleases. He couldn't possibly snatch the phone back in front of Song Sini. Therefore, Song Sini directly received the transfer on behalf of Su Zhao. She crossed her arms and said in an unquestionable tone, "If you accept it, don't turn it back, otherwise I won't go out to eat with you in the future, okay?" Although it seems like a threat on the surface, it is actually a tactful way of making a request. Su Zhao nodded. "Okay, Sini, since you said so, it would seem petty if I refuse again." After getting his phone back, Su Zhao did not immediately check the transfer amount. He planned to wait and see after he returned. Suddenly, Su Zhao thought of a crucial question. "Sini, how did you know my birthday?" Chapter 9. This thing is for you. Facing Su Zhao's soul-searching question, Song Sini smiled calmly and said, "As your girlfriend, it would be too embarrassing if I didn't even know your birthday." Su Zhao could not accept this explanation. Why did he feel like Song Sini had the ability to see through things? It seemed that every move of mine could be captured by her. Unless there is one possibility. Could it be? Seeing Su Zhao's expression as if he had seen a ghost, Song Sini's rosy and attractive lips curled up slightly, and the smile on her face became brighter. "Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I don't even know your birthday. I was just trying to trick you. Otherwise, how would I know when your birthday is? It would be too boring to ask you directly. It's more fun this way." Hearing this, Su Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. "I mean, how could you possibly know my birthday? We haven't even met before." Song Sini smiled playfully. "Now that I know your birthday, I can legitimately change my password to 0601. Children's Day is easy to remember." Hearing this, Su Zhao exclaimed, "Wow. It turns out that this was a trap from the very beginning." Song Sini already knew that Su Zhao was too embarrassed to unlock his phone. Just take advantage of his psychology and cheat him. This level, this pulling technique. I have to admire it. Thinking about it, Su Zhao asked curiously, "By the way, Sini, when is your birthday?" "I won't tell you yet. Keep it a secret." Song Sini pursed her moist lips. "Well, since you don't want to say it, I won't force you." Su Zhao nodded. But in fact, after he returns, he will definitely try his best to find out when Song Sini's birthday is. I'll see if I can find any clues on the forum. You know, Song Sini is a prominent figure in Jiangnan University of Science and Technology. She is one of the most discussed beautiful girls on campus network. Some fanatical followers will use some special means to obtain the personal information of girls who are very popular on the forum. In professional terms, it seems to be called opening the box. From a moral point of view, this kind of thing is definitely not acceptable. But Song Sini's name is too famous. There are countless people who want to get information about her. But for some unknown reason, after so many years, it seems that at most only Song Sini's date of birth and place of origin have been dug out. As for more private personal information such as address, basically no one can dig it out. But what if it was exposed? Therefore, Su Zhao thought that it would be better if he could find out her date of birth, but if not, that would be another matter. Of course, for now, he just wanted to know Song Sini's birthday. When Su Zhao collected his messy thoughts, he found that Song Sini's beautiful eyes were staring at him intently. Su Zhao asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Sini?" Song Sini stroked her round chin and said with a smile, "Su Zhao, speaking of which, did you encounter anything interesting in your part-time job today?" When it comes to this, Su Zhao becomes excited. Song Sini's behavior undoubtedly gave Su Zhao an opportunity to fully express himself. To put it more bluntly, it is to satisfy Su Zhao's desire to share. Su Zhao's chatterbox was immediately opened, and he said with great interest, "Sini, you know what, I did encounter something incredible while working part-time today." "Oh, tell me about it." Song Sini looked very interested. Su Zhao didn't keep the secret any longer and said, "When I was handing out flyers in the afternoon, I met a brown stuffed bear. It was very friendly and even helped me hand out flyers. In short, it made me feel very warm. Looking back, it was a wonderful experience. I have never encountered such a thing before. It's just a pity that when I got off work and wanted to give it some water, it suddenly disappeared." There was a small episode in the middle. The stuffed bear was particularly popular with the children. I was also acting as a photographer nearby. It was quite fun. Su Zhao sighed. I don't know if I can see it next time I go there. Song Sinny listened patiently and finally expressed her hope. It doesn't matter. Maybe I can see it again next time I go there. Su Zhao nodded. I hope so, but it's unlikely. What he didn't notice was that Song Sinny's slender white fingers had been placed on her lips intentionally or unintentionally, as if she was trying to hold back a laugh. Of course, Su Zhao would never have thought that the teddy bear would be Song Sinny. Before I knew it, I was surrounded by their idle chats and jokes. The dinner is finally over. Su Zhao still habitually put the empty plates after the two of them finished eating into the food waste recycling area. This is a habit he has developed since he entered college. Good personal qualities start with him. After Su Zhao returned to his seat, he looked at Song Sinny wiping her rosy pink lips with a tissue, and couldn't help but be dazed. With the addition of oily gloss, Song Sinny's lips looked like they were painted with a layer of extremely bright color, which was very beautiful. With bright eyes and white teeth, she is particularly pitiful, charming, and dazzling. Following my gaze downwards, I saw a pair of slender, white hands that were well maintained, with distinct knuckles, as delicate and smooth as jade. Seeing Su Zhao's expression was a little dull, Song Sinny smiled and said, "What are you daydreaming about?" "Nothing, nothing." Su Zhao swallowed. Then, he cursed himself in his heart. Damn it, I still can't adapt to it. Why am I always so nervous? I promised to be a real Sigma man. Why am I softening so quickly now? Su Zhao, you are a cheapskate, you are not a human. For a moment, the atmosphere became a little awkward. Because Su Zhao didn't know what to say next. Should we say goodbye here or? Song Sinny didn't say anything either, but just stared at Su Zhao, with her two little hands folded together and resting on her handsome chin. She seemed to enjoy it as well, if for no other reason than to see Su Zhao's embarrassed look. Gradually, Su Zhao felt uncomfortable being watched. In order to prevent himself from getting more confused, he deliberately glanced into the distance. One more look and it will explode. He placed his fingers stiffly on his knees and sat upright like a robot. With that determined look, you can definitely join the party. The two men just stood there facing each other for several minutes, and neither of them took the initiative to mention the next step. Finally, Su Zhao couldn't stand it anymore. He coughed and grunted, "Sinny." As soon as Su Zhao opened his mouth, Song Sinny followed closely, looking directly at him with her big watery eyes, and said, "Su Zhao, let's stop here today. I think you should take some time to digest it. See you tomorrow." "Okay, Sinny, see you tomorrow." Hearing this, Su Zhao breathed a sigh of relief, a rare relief. Song Sinny was right. He really needed some time to sort out his thoughts. Everything that happened today was too dreamy for Su Zhao, and he really needed to slow down. Otherwise, the heart wouldn't be able to bear it. He stood up and took a few heavy steps. Maybe it was because he had been sitting for too long, but Su Zhao felt dizzy and even a little unsteady on his feet. Just at this moment, Song Sinny stopped him and said, "Su Zhao, I almost forgot that I have something to give you." Su Zhao turned around with great effort and suddenly saw that Song Sinny had a bottle of facial cleanser in her hand. Song Sinny handed it to him gently. "This is for you. When you go back, remember to use it every day. It is good for your skin." Su Zhao took it carefully, his breathing inevitably becoming a little rapid. "This is the first time a girl has given me something. It would be a lie to say I wasn't surprised." "Thanks." Before he finished speaking, Song Sinny interrupted him. "What is there to thank you for? Don't feel embarrassed. Go to bed early and get enough rest when you go back." "Good." Su Zhao turned around in embarrassment, tightly holding the facial cleanser in his hand as if it were a treasure. After walking a few steps, Song Sinny's sweet voice like a clear spring came from behind him again. "Remember to straighten your back when you walk. I will urge you every day." "Good." Su Zhao's voice was a little hoarse. Chapter 10. Are you testing me with this? Lao Su, you're back? Wang Nian poked his head out. He was shirtless and looked at Su Zhao, who was standing outside the door with suspicion. "Well, your father is back." Su Zhao stared at Wang Nian with burning eyes. In front of his good brother, he finally didn't have to restrain himself so hard. "We are all brothers, why be polite?" The relationship between a conjugated father and son is a bond beyond that of ordinary people. Wang Nian snorted, "You are really weird today, and you look different from before." Su Zhao pushed the door open, walked into the dormitory, and said with a cold smile, "If you have time to pay attention to me, you might as well go and be a villager in your village." Hearing this, Wang Yan suddenly thought of something and said, "Damn, Lao Su, judging from your tone, are you hiding someone from us?" "Yeah," Su Zhao did not deny. "I said, the school beauty is my girlfriend, do you believe it?" Su Zhao knew that Wang Yan must have thought he was joking again and would not take it seriously. After all, most people's thinking process is, "Hey, that's the school beauty, how could she be seduced by you, you are a yellow pea kid, right?" As expected, Wang Yan couldn't help but say after hearing this, "Old Su, don't dream of things that can't be realized. It's understandable that you can talk about this with your buddies, but we have to return to reality after all. Sigh, life." As he was talking, Wang Yan suddenly became sentimental. "Time flies, and I'm already a junior. Looking back on these past few years, I can say that they have been wasted years. Time is unforgiving, and I'm almost 30 years old. Sigh, where has the time gone? I haven't even had time to appreciate it, and my eyes are blurry. If I could, I really want to go back to my freshman year," Wang Yan said with deep sorrow. "I must study hard, strive to get into graduate school, and then happily find a sister with a lovely personality, and then I'll have everything I need in my life." Su Zhao sneered and said, "Okay, Lao Wang, at this time of night, your great philosopher personality is online. If, as you said, my urine is yellow, then it's time for me to wake you up." After Su Zhao mercilessly exposed his reality, Wang Yan was defeated. "Please, stop talking, this little boy of mine is about to break into pieces." Don't worry, Lao Wang," Su Zhao continued with a smile, "we have reached the bottom, no matter how we go, we are going upwards." Wang Yan suddenly understood and shook his head. "Forget it, let's talk about the future tomorrow. There are still 2 years before graduation. There is no need to rush. There is no point in rushing." Then, he took out his cell phone, transformed himself into a villager, and shouted, "It feels like a suffocating snake, Coke, take me away, hee hee." Su Zhao was not surprised at all, as Wang Yan was just like that. At the same time, he glanced around. Except for Su Ziqiu, who was busy with love affairs outside and didn't come back, the introverted boy Lu Yang was also there. I saw him holding a mobile phone, constantly clicking the volume button to flip through the novel interface. From time to time, he would lift his heavy glasses frame to make a tactical adjustment. To be honest, with Lu Yang's hand speed after being single for more than 20 years, he is definitely a professional at dunking Dowdu. It's almost leaving an afterimage, it's so terrifying. As Lu Yang watched, he cursed loudly, "You damn bastard, you got stuck at the most exciting part again. I hope you get hemorrhoids like me and can only poop halfway." That's right, due to long-term sitting and irregular diet, Lu Yang had hemorrhoids at a young age. At present, it is not yet time for surgery. Lu Yang himself explained, "I am afraid of pain. I would rather pull it halfway than endure the pain. But pulling it halfway is also painful." In order to relieve the symptoms, Lu Yang is a loyal user of enema. You are truly a young person with hemorrhoids in the new era. Su Zhao withdrew his gaze, changed into slippers, and went to the bathroom to take a hot shower. After taking a shower, he started his painting time. I forgot to mention that in addition to being a college student, Su Zhao is also a part-time comic writer. Su Zhao has been creating comics tirelessly since elementary school. No matter how the outside world changes, Su Zhao's enthusiasm has never been extinguished. His favorite comic is Dragon Ball, no doubt about it. Speedy Scion. Because it is pure love, I will never get bored. It is not only his hobby, but also his life dream. It is actually a very lucky thing to have something worth working for and that you love sincerely. Many people don't even know what they really like, and spend most of their time drifting with the crowd, confused and anxious. Su Zhao's wish is to achieve financial freedom by drawing comics one day. However, it seems a bit difficult now. To put it more bluntly, Su Zhao felt like he was dreaming. From his freshman year to now, he has been barely lingering on the subsistence line, and it is not a big problem for him to receive the minimum living allowance. However, he was already very satisfied, and it was good enough to earn a living. Moreover, the comics industry is inherently very competitive. Not only is it curly, it's also very spicy. Fortunately, Su Zhao has good genes, his hair is very thick, and he shows no signs of baldness. For ordinary people, unless they are blessed with good fortune, wanting to stand out is basically no different from wishful thinking. Although Su Zhao's achievements were not very good, he still gained dozens of true fans. Since I don't have a studio, I have to do all the work, big and small, by myself, so updates are very slow, which often makes some people dissatisfied. For this purpose, in order to keep in touch with Su Zhao, someone even set up a group and invited him to be the group leader. Su Zhao thought that the comics he drew were just a bunch of crap, but he never expected that someone would actually like to read them. According to these true fans, dear teacher, I want to spend money to buy something good. I really like your style of painting. At first, Su Zhao thought his painting skills were recognized. Later, the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Something is wrong. Absolutely wrong. When Su Zhao came to his senses, he found that his group had been blocked. The reason is that someone posted some extremely pornographic pictures. The kind that doesn't stop. Are you using this as a test for auditing? Which audit can withstand such a test? Until then, Su Zhao finally understood. Damn, these bastards want to put me straight in jail. Fortunately, the group was closed, otherwise, he might really be on a path of no return. Unfortunately, these true fans seemed to be lingering around and quickly set up a new group, still making him the group leader. Su Zhao wanted to give in. God, please let me go. But the true fans can't resist the fanatical advocacy. Teacher Data, we can't live without you, just like the West can't live without Jerusalem. After a long time, Su Zhao found that the group members were quite interesting and the emotional value alone was full. It's not that he hasn't thought about drawing that kind of thing. Regardless of whether it is illegal or not, he simply feels that his body can't handle it. Just when Su Zhao was concentrating and immersed in his creation, suddenly, a WeChat message box popped up on the phone. Su Zhao looked up subconsciously. I found out it was sent by Song Sini. Little star, good night, go to bed early. Hug JPG. Chapter 11. Do you need sleep assistance? When Su Zhao saw the message, he was stunned at first, and then he felt as if a warm current flowed through his heart. In his more than 20 years of life, this was the first time someone of the opposite sex took the initiative to send him a good night message. Moreover, it was the school beauty who personally edited this micro message for him. Speaking of which, Su Zhao has a good friend who he has played with since childhood. It's really Su Zhao's friend, not him. No jokes. This friend of his worked as a bootlicker for a while when he first entered college. During that time, I would send messages to my goddess every day. Usually they say, "Are you there? Have you eaten? Good morning, good night. The weather is cold, please keep warm. It's raining, I have an umbrella." I persisted like this for a long time, but what I got in return was the goddess's disdain and neglect. But Su Zhao's friends did not give up, and have been guarding the goddess silently. Sometimes, when the goddess is in a better mood, she will take the initiative to chat. In this way, Su Zhao's friends stayed with him through thick and thin, all for the purpose of one day holding the goddess' hand, strolling on the tree-lined path, and talking about life together. It would be best if we could have an in-depth exchange and go to Wushan together, then there would be no regrets in this life. That scene, that atmosphere, is so romantic. At that time, after Su Zhao knew about this, he did not laugh at her. Instead, he gave her earnest advice. There is nothing wrong with pursuing love, but I suggest you not to be too involved. Otherwise, you will be easily hurt. I am afraid that they are deliberately keeping you hanging. But his friend was so overwhelmed by hormones that he said naively, I think she is testing me. I can't just give up like this. In front of the person you like, it is easy to pour all your passion into them and not be able to tell whether it is self-touched or it is supposed to be this way. However, one day, the goddess came to him with a 3-month-old belly and cried, the child can't be without a father. You know, I have always paid attention to you. I am willing. The child will have your last name. As soon as the voice fell, Su Zhao's friend looked ashen, unable to utter a word for a long time, finally realizing that it was all in vain, and only said, get out. It's bad enough to be a bootlicker, but you also have to be a scapegoat. There is no such good thing in this world. Since then, Su Zhao's friends have transformed into iron-blooded warwolves and will not allow any bootlickers to exist around them. If there is one, just hit it. He also specifically told Su Zhao, men must never be lickers. Sending goodnight messages to women is clownish behavior. This is a bloody and painful lesson I learned. I don't want it to happen to you in the future. If you dare to be a licker, I will kill you alone. In fact, Su Zhao did listen to it. If there is any glorious deed in Su Zhao's life that is worth recording, then it should be considered as not being a bootlicker, right? Of course, helping an old man who had fainted stand up on his first day of registration as a freshman definitely counts as such. Therefore, there were many factors that influenced his being single before. Su Zhao collected his wandering thoughts, pondered for a moment, and immediately typed the text. Tomato with salt, Sini, good night, I wish you a good dream. Smile, smile. Since Song Sini took the initiative to send him a good night message, he should also reciprocate with courtesy. After sending this message, he quickly received a response. Little star, if you can't fall asleep, do you need a sleep coaxing service? Shy JPG. Su Zhao's expression suddenly changed, and his breathing suddenly became heavy. Is this sleep-to-sleep service serious? Telling a story or? He often sees various sleep aid hosts on Douyin. There are many different ways to help you sleep. With Song Sini's charming and sweet voice, Su Zhao didn't even know how soundly he would sleep. For a moment, Su Zhao didn't know how to respond. Just as he was about to reply, Song Sini seemed to have noticed something and sent another message. Little star, judging from your appearance just now, you must be a little tired. How about next time? Su Zhao hated himself for not being more decisive just now. As expected, hesitation leads to defeat. Now, he can't force Song Sini to coax him to sleep, right? Damn him for not seizing such a good opportunity. There was no choice, Su Zhao had to pretend that he didn't care and walked down the stairs. Tomato and salt, it's okay, Sini, I'm a little tired. Xiao Xingxing, then take a good rest and stop thinking about random things. Now, let's start our first date tomorrow. As my boyfriend, a date is a must. Su Zhao was excited. Dating was a new thing for him. Before this, he had thought about what it would be like to go out on a date with a girl. Go to the movies together, eat together, travel together, cook together, have children together. Just thinking about it is enough to make people have a strong hope for life. Tomatoes with salt, Sini, do I need to make any preparations? Little star, just clean yourself up. As for what we are going to do on the date, keep it a secret for now. It's a secret again, Su Zhao said with a helpless smile. You have to keep it a secret even if you're my girlfriend. Am I some kind of enemy spy? Then he sighed, but I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep tonight. This is just like the night before a spring outing when we were kids, which was the most anticipated and exciting time. At this moment, Su Zhao's mental state cannot be said to be similar, it can be said to be exactly the same. He typed the words tremblingly. Tomato and salt, okay, I will take care of myself. Little star, yes, I will dress up well too. Although there was a screen between them, Su Zhao could imagine Song Sini's playful expression. Suddenly, Su Zhao remembered something. That is, he forgot to check the specific amount that Song Sini transferred to him. When he opened it, he was really shocked by the transfer amount. Song Sini directly transferred him a red envelope of 100 yuan. In the eyes of ordinary people, it's just 100 yuan, not 1,000 yuan. What's so surprising? But Su Zhao's first reaction was that he had taken advantage of Song Sini. Tomato and salt, Sini, I just took a look at the red envelope you transferred. I don't need that much money for today's meal. I'd better return part of it, otherwise I will feel a little guilty. Little star, why do you feel bad about this? You are the one that I want to favor. If I want you to accept it, then accept it obediently. If you dare to disobey, I will kill you without mercy. Song Sini's domineering remarks stunned Su Zhao. What kept echoing in my mind was Song Sini's beautiful face, saying in a cold and indifferent tone, if you dare to disobey, you will be killed without mercy. Su Zhao quickly shook his head. Concubine Xin has spoken, and if he continues to go against her, he will really end up being beheaded. Tomato with salt, okay, I understand, Sini. Little star, that's more like it. Remember, if you serve me well, I will reward you handsomely. I'm a little tired now, I'll deal with you tomorrow. Su Zhao suddenly felt the blood and energy surging throughout his body. Fuck, why is my nose bleeding? He frantically pulled out a tissue. Chapter 12. Do you like it? After Su Zhao reluctantly exited the chat interface with Song Sini, he suddenly felt a sense of loss and melancholy lingering in his heart. It's only the first day and I've already caught a black carp. What's going to happen in the future? There are still 3 months left. Sigh. Su Zhao sighed. Thinking about it, he took out his mobile phone, opened the Zhihu app on a whim, and posted an anonymous question on it. Excuse me, on the first day of my junior year, the campus beauty confessed her love to me. How should I respond? Waiting online, urgent. Once the post was published, it received a response quickly. Perhaps the title was too exciting, so it attracted a lot of answerers. Thanks for the invitation. I'm in the United States. I just got off the plane. I can tell it's fake at a glance. OP, I have a good project that can earn tens of millions a year. PM me and I'll help you take off. By then, any school beauty will be easy to get. Su Zhao glanced at it and automatically ignored the answer. What Jihu platform lacks the least is people who like to show off. There are definitely some strong and capable bosses, but there are very few with real talent. Just pretend you didn't see it. He then swiped the screen of his phone and saw another newly added answer. I know this, OP. I had the same experience as you. When I first entered college, I lived with the most beautiful girl in school. My virginity ended that night. I had to go back to the first day of my freshman year. Su Zhao could tell at a glance that it was made up. Just as he continued to read, a message caught his eye. Please become a Jihu member to continue reading the full text. Good fellow, you come here to write a novel. Su Zhao smiled. In just a few minutes, the number of answers to the post quickly increased from a few to more than 10. The vast majority of them are selling courses and advertising, and some are trying to make money by claiming to be business elites. What's worse, you can even see movie brothers and sisters. There are rarely any genuine responses. Su Zhao shook his head. It's boring. I guess most people think this kind of thing is impossible, right? Indeed, from the perspective of ordinary people. The school beauty confessed her love to him. What a joke. However, a latest comment caught Su Zhao's attention. Hello, OP. If this is true, although it is unlikely, then you should seize the opportunity to be happy. Putting aside other factors, it takes a lot of courage for a girl to confess her love to you, not to mention a school beauty. Assuming this is fake, it's also possible that the other person is just teasing you out of boredom. In short, you should be mentally prepared for both situations. In this era, there are many fast food romances that are just for the sake of novelty. You can't tell a person's heart from his or her face. Even if you have had it for a short time, it's not a loss. Just don't get carried away and do what you should do. You know, there are many people who don't even have the chance to go on stage. They are in their 20s and have never even held a girl's hand. You at least have the qualifications to go on stage. In the end, it's up to you to decide what to do. But I really envy you. You haven't graduated yet, so you can experience the last part of your youth. As a hard-working office worker, I'm afraid I don't have the chance anymore. My only hope every day is to wait for death. If you want to have any practical development in the future, can you redact your marriage certificate and post it here? I'm just kidding. If you are really happy, it will be more painful than killing me. Su Zhao was touched when he saw this extremely sincere answer. Sincerity is the secret weapon. He immediately responded to this answer. Thank you, brother, that's very pertinent. I will work hard, and you will get better slowly. Don't give up on yourself. Not long after, the other party also responded quickly. Well, thank you, keep going, I will save this post, and if it is updated one day, I will click in to see it. In the following period of time, Su Zhao no longer paid attention to this post and let it ferment. He hasn't finished his painting task for today yet, so he needs to speed up the pace to catch up. For some reason, he felt a little irritated. I don't know if it's because I have no inspiration or what. Just at this time, Su Zhao's fan group began to become active. He immediately opened the group chat and began to receive the emotional values of his group members. All the group members are talented, speak nicely, have no conflicts of interest, and are born with the ability to love. Even if there are only a few dozen people, it won't be a dull occasion. After all, everyone has the common goal of killing time and having fun. This time in the evening is the busiest time in the group. Whether you are a student or a worker, you will have spare time in the evening to hang out in the group. Of course, those chosen ones who work overtime every day need to be excluded. Group chat name, the gathering place of the world's richest people. My son Wang Tong, you bastard, what are you busy doing every day? You don't update on time. Are you busy saving the world or working like a beast of burden? I think you need me to whip you hard. I just like wearing black stockings. Do you like the black stockings I wear? My feet are white, tender, fragrant, soft, smooth and long. Send me your address and I can mail a box to you. My son Wang Tang and I just like to wear black silk. Napa, let us get a V, hee I like black silk, and everything. I like it the most. It's okay if you don't wear it, I like it, I want to dislike it. I just like to wear black stockings, shrimp head smelly man, so disgusting, I am a pure girl, I usually go out without any underwear. My son Wang Tang, Napa, you smell so good. Is the avatar really you? If it is, I want to marry you. Of course, it's definitely not for licking your feet. I just like wearing black stockings. Okay, that's not impossible, just call me sister and I'll lick you. My son Wang Tang, sister, please give me one chance, just one time, please, I am willing to do anything. Master Ma Bagwei, you are depressed again, brother. I suggest you go wash your feet a few times, or come to me and I will give you a set of 5 lightning whips to see if you can still go crazy. I just like wearing black silket, what a shady rat in a stinky sewer. I'm just teasing you, sister, even if you give me gold coins, I don't want it. My son Wang Tang, please stop talking, I'm broken, I'm a rat in the sewer, I really deserve to die. Looking at the chat dynamics in the group, Su Zhao's expression was a little uneasy. It's still as abstract as ever, Su Zhao said with a smile, but this is in line with the mental state of the group members. Then, he popped up in the group. Tomato and salt, don't push me, my family, I'm working hard to update, and it's no use pushing me. As soon as this message was sent, the group suddenly became as lively as if a boiling pot had exploded. My son Wang Tang, old thief, are you faking your death? Master Ma Bagwei, it seems that the intensity is still not enough. I actually have time to read group messages. I just like wearing black stockings, husband, please update quickly, I like the muscular men you draw the most. Su Zhao's face was full of question marks. Chapter 13, Life Does Not Need Advice. Brother, stop pretending to be a woman. You have made our great emperor so obsessed that he has become mentally retarded. Great emperor, you are really hungry too. Su Zhao knew that the friends in the group gave themselves their own online identities. You can say any dirty words, including gender, and the language logic of speaking can be perfectly disguised. He believed that the members in the group were basically all men. There is no chance of girls at all. After all, few girls would like the type of comics created by Su Zhao. So, just have fun and don't take it too seriously. It's just that the lovely group members are trying to liven up the atmosphere and create some show effects. I just like wearing black stockings, how annoying, husband, I am not your good brother, I am telling you the truth, I will not pretend anymore, I am a little girl, the avatar is me in women's clothing. My son Wang Tang, what, a manly woman, I like it even more, good brother, please meet me as soon as possible, mine is very big, it is better to go through the back door, you have to go a lot. My father Ma Bagwei, pass it down, the emperor is very big. Eat or not eat oil cake, pass it on, the emperor brother is going to have a real person 1v1 PK offline. Beautiful girl Sailor Moon, spread the word, the emperor will be arrested. Su Zhao felt that the atmosphere in the group chat was beginning to become a little strange. Minors are prohibited from driving. So he forced himself to change the subject. Otherwise, you might be having a good chat, but end up being arrested for legal reasons. Tomato and salt, ahem, my friends, let me ask you quietly, have you ever been in love? As soon as these words were spoken, the enthusiasm of the entire group was immediately brought to a climax. The invisible people who usually dive also come out for a stroll. My father Ma Bagwei, you old thief, you don't want to tell us that you are no longer single, do you? My son Wang Tang, you bastard, you are hallucinating because of drawing comics, right? Your most important task now is to update, hurry up and update, so what kind of bullshit love is something you should consider? You don't even talk about love. I just like wearing black stockings, whoa, no, husband, you belong to someone else, I won't allow anyone to take you away, you stinky rat upstairs, you just begged me for it, now you say you don't even want a date, you're making fun of me, brother. Eat or not eat oil cake, what kind of Yandere literature is this? Beautiful girl Sailor Moon, what's the point of talking about love? If there is no woman in my heart, I will be a god if I draw my sword. Seeing that all the group members looked unconvinced, Su Zhao decided to reveal some shocking information. Tomato and salt, I think I'm no longer single. Friends, no jokes, I'm really asking for your advice. As soon as this message was sent out, the entire group exploded. My father Ma Bagwei, if it is true, I hope it is false. If it is false, then it is fine. Nothing will happen. I just like wearing black stockings, husband, are you a little horny? Send me your address privately and let me suck on you to calm you down. When Su Zhao saw this message, he felt an inexplicable chill on his back. Why does it feel like someone always wants to open his box? Oh shit, box. Tomato and salt, brother Black Silk, you are not going to kill me online, are you? Why do you always like to ask for my address? My son Wang Tang just likes to wear black silk stockings, please, I beg you, I am willing to pinch the little boy girl too. I just like wearing black stockings, get out of here as far as you can, you are a sewer rat, you only deserve to hide in dark corners. My son Wang Tang, I am happy to scold you. I am a stinky rat and I love to hear you. Please step on me hard with your feet and don't show any mercy. I just like wearing black stockings. Husband, quickly get this stinky rat out of here, I can't stand it. Sure boo sure you bing, regardless of whether you are single or not, please update for me as soon as possible. I only need to consider reading your comics, and you don't need to consider these things. Beautiful girl Sailor Moon, do you have any photos of your sister-in-law? Let me, an experienced driver, help you decide whether it is a sports car, a business car, or a hybrid car. Different models have different driving feelings and maintenance costs. Of course, I personally recommend a sports car. You can feel so good when you step on the accelerator. It must be brand new. Second-hand ones do not retain their value and waste fuel. Looking at the group members who were more frivolous than the other, Su Zhao knew that it was unlikely that he would get any advice worth referring to. After all, when this kind of thing is made public, the group members just watch it for fun. Tomatoes with salt, ahem, just pretend I didn't say anything, I'm just asking. Su Zhao selectively withdrew the message he had just sent. However, this time it was the group members' turn to be unhappy. Their favorite thing to do is to eat melons and listen to gossip. Master Ma Baogui, judging from the tone of the dog thief, it is probably close. Let's talk about it in detail. We are all brothers. What is there to be embarrassed about? There are only so many people in the group. Are you still worried that someone will expose your affairs? You are not famous, so what are you afraid of? I just like wearing black stockings, +1. My son Wang Tong, add 1. Whether to eat oil cakes or not, add 1. Beautiful girl Sailor Moon, add 1. +1. Originally, Su Zhao didn't intend to talk about this topic. But since the group members are so impatient, he will just regard it as giving everyone emotional value back. Because he understood that even if he told it to others, few people would believe it. In fact, whether on Jihu or in group chat, what Su Zhao wants is a channel for communication. Otherwise, if he relies on himself to digest the data, it will easily burn out the CPU. Tomato and salt, okay, family, whether you believe it or not, you can treat it as a story, it's fine, but I know you will definitely laugh at me, but it doesn't matter, just treat it as entertainment for everyone. Tomato and salt, speaking of which, I still feel like I'm dreaming. Today, the school beauty suddenly confessed to me and asked me to be her boyfriend. I still haven't recovered from it and don't know how to deal with it. This is the first time I've encountered such a thing and I don't have any experience. As soon as he sent this message, his group members became excited. My father Ma Baogui, good fellow, you bastard, isn't this a plot that only appears in cool novels? You have encountered it. Things in novels are fine, how could it happen in real life? My son Wang Tang, you bastard, there is no such thing as a school beauty confessing her love. It is just a fantasy of a failed fantasist. If such a thing really happened, it would only be reasonable if it happened to a stinky rat in the sewer like me. I just like wearing black stockings, my husband has been under too much pressure recently, and he is a little mentally unstable. The person above, please quit the group yourself. It is unreasonable for such a thing to happen to you. Glancing at the comments of the group members, Su Zhao stroked his chin and thought, it seems that everyone's ideas are similar to mine. Just then, a message from a netizen made his eyes widen. Please call me the god of pure love, actually, you don't need too much advice in life. The fact that you can post it shows that you actually have the answer in your heart. It's just that you feel incredible, so you subconsciously want to escape and seek help from the outside world. But in fact, if you want us to give you any useful advice, it's impossible, because no one can solve the problem for you. Su Zhao felt that his mental state had been completely exposed. He laughed at himself and said, yeah, I should have thought of this a long time ago. Let's take it one step at a time. It's just unnecessary to worry about it now. So he replied to the message with gratitude. Tomato with salt, thank you, God of War, I understand what you mean. Please call me the pure love God of War, please update it for me quickly, I am waiting for this. Su Zhao. Chapter 14 Who Writes a Diary? Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. This is true for Su Zhao and Song Sini as well. 403, Female Dormitory. The clock is almost turning off, but the lights in the dormitory have not been turned off yet. Song Sini, wearing a silk nightgown, sat on a chair, her big watery eyes staring at the diary on the table. Who would write a diary if they were serious? Putting aside other things, under the soft light of the table lamp, Song Sini's beautiful and pretty face is so tender that you can pinch water out of it, and her fair skin is as delicate and smooth as mutton fat jade. The hem of the nightgown reached her curvy thighs, revealing a pair of long, beautiful legs. The white area on her chest was swaying all the time, looking very fleshy. Her other 3 roommates were busy doing their own things, some watching TV series and some reading novels. The next moment, Song Sini stretched lazily and yawned. The first page of the diary reads: On the first day of my junior year, I met him and bravely told him I liked him. He seemed very shy, ha ha ha. It's just that he seems to think that he is not worthy of me. How can he think like that? He is such an idiot. Why is such a good person so unconfident? He has to be so cautious even when holding hands. Fortunately, there are still 3 months left. It doesn't matter. I'm willing to take my time. There's no rush. Come on, Song Xiaoyi, you can do it. Gradually, Song Sini's eyes began to become empty, as if she was immersed in some memories. Yes, she was indeed reborn. Although the plot is indeed rather cliché, Song Sini feels that she is very lucky. Before the rebirth, the timeline was 5 years from now. In an accident, she was unfortunately disfigured and subsequently suffered a series of tragic blows and misfortunes. Beloved relatives have passed away one after another, old friends are no longer around, and all the beautiful things that once existed have turned to ashes. It can be said that she was not only homeless, but also had nothing. The haze of despair and loneliness shrouded her heart, and she felt helpless, and pitiful. When she needed warmth and help the most, she met a man on the street. The man looked haggard, confused, unkempt, and dressed like a homeless person. The whole person's mental state is very depressed and low. Anyone who sees it will subconsciously take a detour. But the only thing worth paying attention to is that pair of clear and burning eyes, which make people unable to help but palpitate. To some extent, the two of them can be said to be in the same boat. Song Sini remembered it very clearly. The day they met happened to be a bleak autumn and it was raining heavily. The crackling raindrops fell on the ground, splashing water. Song Sini had no umbrella and no safe place to go, so she was forced to hide under a roof. She was soaked all over and shivered from the cold. She could only curl up into a ball, trying to get a little warmth. But it didn't help at all. The cold wind was like a knife, cutting into her face, causing her great pain. She thought of the good old days, and then thought of the present miserable situation. That huge sense of gap is enough to shatter a person's spiritual will. 2 lines of tears suddenly flowed down, and his spirit collapsed all of a sudden. She bit her lips tightly, trying her best not to make any sound. Tears are worthless and no one cares. What's wrong with you? In a trance, she heard a call. Song Sini turned her head and saw a strange face. Before she could come back to her senses, she heard the man say, "Are you okay?" As he spoke, the man handed her an umbrella and offered to shield her from the wind and rain. Although the umbrella was rather worn out, it brought enough warmth to Song Sini. "Please stop crying. Your face won't look good if you cry." Hearing this, Song Sini cried even louder and said aggrievedly, "I'm not good looking to begin with, woo-woo." The silent tears before were replaced by loud sobbing. Perhaps it was because someone finally noticed her that she lost control of her emotions. The man immediately scratched his head in bewilderment. "Sorry. I'm a little bit clumsy with my words, but you have beautiful eyes." Song Sini was stunned. "Why do you want to say sorry?" "I said something wrong, so of course I have to say sorry," the man said honestly. "Are you stupid?" Song Sini burst into laughter and sniffed. "Ah." The man was stunned for a moment and was a bit slow to react. Seeing the man's reaction, Song Sini deliberately said angrily, "Go away." She didn't want to allow herself to develop any temporary attachment to that person, fearing that it would be fleeting. The man was confused. "Why? I see you look very cold. It's raining so hard, you will catch a cold." As soon as she finished speaking, Song Sini's eyes were wet with tears again, and she cried bitterly, Why did you help me?" The man just said, "Because you need help." Song Sini's tears poured out like a dam bursting. Then, she began to slowly tell her story and past. The young man in front of him listened very seriously and attentively. After she finished speaking and venting her sadness, Song Sini asked tentatively, "Can you hug me?" "Of course." The boy stretched out his arm without hesitation. Since then, the two frustrated people have been holding each other for warmth and have never been separated again. Over time, Song Sini learned the boy's name, Su Zhao. I also know that Su Zhao and she graduated from the same university and were in the same class. Over the years, the affection between them became extraordinary, but they never took that step. In addition, Song Sinny felt that she, with her disfigured face, was not worthy of that pure boy. Although the boy never disliked her, he always felt a little inferior in his heart. Later, on a sunny morning. No car accident, no cancer, just a simple sleep. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in the mirror looking so stunning and young. When she saw the calendar on the wall, Song Sinny finally realized that she had returned to 5 years ago, which was now. She was undoubtedly feeling a mixture of surprise and joy. My parents are still alive and the family is not broken up. More importantly, Su Zhao was also there at this time. That's why Song Sinny couldn't wait to confess her love to Su Zhao on the first day of school. Everything was planned long ago. She could finally express her feelings without restraint. She knew that this was difficult for Su Zhao to accept and understand at that moment. But Song Sinny wanted to be willful for once. The reason why she didn't confess the truth to Su Zhao was because she wanted Su Zhao to experience the feeling of being boldly favored. She wants to return the love she has received to Su Zhao double. This time, let her redeem Su Zhao. She will make Su Zhao fall in love with her openly. Chapter 15. You've made me wait. The next day, morning. With a somersault, Su Zhao sat up from the bed with difficulty. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and stared at the ceiling in a daze. The first thing I do when I wake up is to check my phone. The waking habits of college students are ingrained in their bones. If it were based on the past, he would become dazed after looking at his phone. I don't know why I was stunned. Maybe while looking at the time, you are also thinking about whether anyone has sent you a private message. Basically, there is no news because no one cares and no one cares about your daily life. Who are you? Are you Daniel Wu or Eddie Peng? Why should I send you a message? Just an NPC. This should be a true portrayal of many ordinary boys. At the end of the day, only WeChat Payment Assistant and WeChat Sports actively send me messages. It can be said that he is unshakable and has never slacked off. By the way, there are also memberships that need to be renewed and various recharge services. Of course, the most important one has to be Ruweixing League 1. At a fixed time, the message pops up faster than a high-speed train. But Su Zhao is different now. After he met Song Sinny, the days when no one cared about him in the past are probably gone forever. Thinking about this, he opened WeChat and clicked on a contact. When he saw the familiar pink avatar, even though no message popped up, Su Zhao felt inexplicably at ease. Fortunately, it's still there. I'm glad it didn't disappear. He just wanted to make sure that all this was real and not an illusion. After communicating with his group friends last night, he continued to complete his update tasks. This struggle continued until late at night. On the way, he opened the door for Su Zicha, who came back from climbing over the wall in the middle of the night. Apart from this, every minute and every second of the rest of the time is spent immersed in the state of creation. There is no way, every night, inspiration comes like a tide. So, he stayed up all night last night. However, who among the young people today doesn't stay up late? College life would definitely be incomplete without staying up late. I go to bed at 3 and get up at 5. The king of hell praises me for my good health. Call. Su Zhao stretched and glanced at the time. It was already past 9 in the morning, approaching 10 o'clock. I'm lucky today because there's number 8 in class on my schedule. A day without waking up early is a blessing for college students. Death is 8 years old, only those who die will know. Then, Su Zhao looked around again and found that the other 3 roommates had not woken up yet. Wang Nian and Lu Yan also slept very late yesterday. One is busy going to Super Shadow, while the other is immersed in the illusory world of cultivating immortals. As for Su Ziqiao, he came back stealthily in the middle of the night. It can be said that they are all veterans of staying up late. Therefore, it is normal for them to have not woken up yet. The next moment, Su Zhao jumped off the bed swiftly and climbed down the ladder. He simply washed himself and used an electric shaver to tidy up his unshaven face. After shaving, he remembered the bottle of facial cleanser that Song Sinny gave him. In fact, after shaving, Su Zhao felt that his face looked much cleaner than before. At least on the surface, he wasn't so sloppy and offensive anymore, and he became much more approachable. After Su Zhao pondered for a moment, he said, I'd better just keep washing it, otherwise it would be a waste of other people's kindness. No matter if it's real or not, I have to use it. So, Su Zhao put the facial cleanser on the palm of his hand, squeezed out a small dollop, applied it on his face, and rubbed it evenly. Gently pat your face with lukewarm water and rinse, then wipe it with a towel. Su Zhao suddenly felt his face was much refreshed, not as greasy and rough as before. Looking at himself in the mirror, Su Zhao couldn't help but laugh. I used to think facial cleansers were something for delicate pig boys, but now after using it, well, I am also a pig boy. As if he felt that he was different today, Su Zhao even fiddled with his hairstyle. However, his spirit has not yet recovered to its best state, and bloodshot is clearly visible in his swollen eyes. As he was doing this, Su Zhao laughed again. I am so stupid. Why would I do such a stupid thing now? When did I care so much about my image? After finally fixing his hairstyle, he started thinking about how to match his outfit. Normally, he would go out wearing slippers and a messy hairstyle. But not today. I have a date outside today. The date was the famous school beauty Song Sinny. How can I just go out like that? How about a classic all-black outfit? The so-called all-black outfit means that the whole body is completely black. The ultimate legendary skin of the pure boy. Any other color would be disrespectful to the outfit. Or, why not look up some dressing tips online? Su Zhao thought so. However, after much hesitation, he finally chose the original outfit. Well, this skin is still more comfortable to wear. Su Zhao nodded with satisfaction at the mirror. Just at this moment, a message popped up on his phone. Su Zhao opened it and took a closer look. Little star, are you up yet? Xiao Zhaozi, hurry down to me. I'm waiting for you downstairs. Su Zhao swallowed when he saw the message. Wow, Song Sinny went straight to the bottom of his dormitory building. Just as he was about to reply, the message box popped up again. Little star, why don't you reply to the message? Is it because my tone was too harsh? I'm sorry, I was wrong. Baby, come down quickly. I'll be waiting for you. Although it was a string of cold words, it was enough to melt Su Zhao's heart. Ahem, calm down, don't get too carried away. Su Zhao quickly adjusted his breathing. Then he entered the text. Tomato and salt, Sinny, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I'll be right down. Little star, it's okay, I'm willing to wait for you. Su Zhao's heartbeat was getting faster and faster. It's so early in the morning, I can't even breathe normally. Before going out, he checked his clothes in the mirror again and again, fearing that there was anything inappropriate. Then, he took a deep breath, turned the handle with a serious expression, pushed the door open and left, arriving at the door of the dormitory building. At this moment, at the door, a beautiful figure has been waiting for a long time. She was standing under the shade of a lush tree, with warm golden light sprinkled on her pretty face, adding a touch of lively color to it. Of course it's Song Sinny. She changed into a new outfit today, which was a preppy JK style. The upper body is a slim-fitting white short-sleeved shirt with a red tie tied at the collar, which outlines her proud and plump perfect figure. Her jet-black hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and a warmth and tranquility of a peaceful life seemed to be engraved on her back. She wore a light gray pleated skirt on her lower body and thin over-the-knee socks with red edges on her fair and slender legs. She was extremely sexy and very attractive. On his feet were a pair of thin-soled loafers. Xin, Sinny? Looking at Song Sinny with her back to him, Su Zhao shouted nervously. Hearing the shout, Song Sinny turned around without hesitation and said rudely, You've made me wait so long. Chapter 16 How dare you steal my horse? Xiao Zhaozi, what are you daydreaming about? Looking at Su Zhao, who was in a trance, Song Sinny blinked her beautiful eyes, put her hands on her slender waist, and smiled sweetly. Why, are you still angry with me? The reason why Su Zhao was stunned was that Song Sinny's every frown and smile was too eye-catching, and he couldn't help but fall into it. At that moment, Song Sinny's smile seemed to be able to eliminate all the troubles in the world. Not to mention the smooth and delicate whiteness between the voluptuous thighs and the red-edged over-the-knee socks. It is also called the absolute realm. As a result, Su Zhao even forgot to turn off the switch of the automatic aiming machine. Presumably, this pair of legs used to pedal a bicycle must be a very beautiful sight. Su Zhao swallowed and forced a smile. How could I be angry with you, Sinny? Su Zhao's tone was sincere. Apart from anything else, Su Zhao is indeed on point in terms of attitude. Don't be fooled by his reserved nature, he has a unique charm when he is flirting. People who usually look honest and decent are actually not honest at all. What a reserved man requires is contrast. I'm glad you're not angry. By the way, you didn't keep me waiting too long, which is commendable. Song Sinny smiled sweetly. Seeing this, Su Zhao straightened up cooperatively, with a restrained smile on his face. I'm just afraid of keeping you waiting for too long. Then, Song Sini turned her head and smiled back. Don't be so nervous, relax, just treat me as an ordinary girl. Then, she took out a cup of steaming soy milk and 2 buns from her arms and handed them to Su Zhao. Here, take it. This is a reward from me. I don't know whether you like sweet or salty. I bought it casually. I hope you won't dislike it, Xiao Zhaozi. Su Zhao took the soy milk and buns with a confused look on his face. Sini, what is this? Perhaps because it was too unbelievable, his brain froze for a moment and he was unable to react. Song Sini couldn't help laughing and said, Are you stupid? Did you get up early? I just got up. It's not too early. Su Zhao shook his head. Song Sini frowned and said in a very natural tone, Hey, this is the breakfast I brought you. Why are you looking at me with such strange eyes? At that moment, Su Zhao seemed to be choked and didn't know what to say. Let me ask you, how many girls can take the initiative to bring breakfast to boys? And he even came to the door of the dormitory building in person. Looking at the steaming soy milk and fragrant buns, it is enough to show that the girl has been waiting downstairs for quite some time. Let me ask again, how many boys can be given breakfast by girls? Thanks. As soon as Su Zhao said this, Song Sini interrupted him with pretended anger. No need to say thank you, this is my basic obligation as a girlfriend. If you dare to say thank you again, I will cancel today's date. All right. Su Zhao scratched his head embarrassedly and smiled awkwardly. Suddenly, he remembered something and said, Don't you want to eat, Sini? I've already eaten. Song Sini smiled with her lips pursed, and the tone of her voice gradually became higher. Staring at Song Sini with a sweet smile, Su Zhao said to himself, Next time, let me bring her breakfast. I can't owe her a favor. And I can't just take the bottle of facial cleanser. I can't just let her pay. It's in line with my principles to have a give and take. When the 3 months are over, I'll feel more at ease. Eat quickly, why are you always distracted? Song Sini urged. Oh, okay. Su Zhao looked around and found that there was no place to sit. So, he suggested, Sini, how about I eat while walking? Song Sini did not object, it's up to you. Try the soy milk first to see if it tastes good. If Su Zhao looked carefully, he would find that there were stars in Song Sini's eyes, shining and bright. Okay, I'm not picky about taste. Any flavor is fine. Su Zhao took a sip and praised it endlessly. It tastes good, very sweet. Song Sini asked in disbelief, Really? Don't lie just because you care about me. How could I tell a lie, Sini, it's really sweet. Su Zhao smiled, his expression very serious. After hearing the satisfactory answer, Song Sini nodded, That's good. After taking a bite of the bun, Su Zhao said, Then Sini, let's go. Well, come on, follow me. Song Sini waved mysteriously at Su Zhao. She acted like a big sister, taking small steps and walking forward, right in front of Su Zhao. Su Zhao followed closely behind, with a bun stuffed in his mouth, and walked clumsily behind Song Sini. He was like a little follower, being led by Song Sini. The shadows of the two people are getting closer and closer. However, what the two did not know was that their interaction was witnessed by several passers-by. That pretty lady in JK looks so familiar. If nothing else, she has nice legs. Why does she look more and more like the school beauty song? Damn, could she really be the school beauty song who has dominated the campus charts for several years in a row? Don't talk nonsense. We both know that school beauty song has been single all this time and has never had any scandals. How could it be her? If it's true, I really want to ask, who is the boy next to her? How dare he steal my horse? It's funny, brother. You don't even have an identity, and you're jealous. I'm also upset. Brother, you must have seen it wrong. According to the professional analysis of the Forum Intelligence team, Miss Song is very cold and aloof. It is absolutely impossible for her to have a partner at the moment. That's good. If it's really school beauty song, then my Tao heart will be shattered. That's impossible. If that day ever comes, the entire forum might be paralyzed. I hope so. School beauty song is mine. Don't compete with me for it. How many dishes are there? If you drink like this, school beauty song is mine. Mine. How childish. It seems like it's time to reveal our childhood sweetheart identities. Did little chef, in order to reward himself, he has a very rich imagination. Chapter 17 I forgot to adjust the sensitivity. Sini, where are we going? Su Zhao, who was following behind Song Sini, asked. He hurried and finally finished the buns and soy milk. Eating breakfast while walking is a necessary skill for every person in northern Jing. Suddenly, Song Sini turned around and asked with a smile, "Do you have a driver's license?" Su Zhao said without thinking, "Yes, but I have rarely been on the road." But Song Sini said nonchalantly, "It's okay, can you ride a motorcycle?" As for motorcycles, Su Zhao stroked his chin and pondered, "I think I can ride one, right? Well, follow me. Don't get lost. If someone kidnaps you, I won't be responsible." After Song Sini said this, she walked forward without looking back. Hearing this, Su Zhao, who was standing still, couldn't help but muttered quietly, "Kidnapped? That shouldn't be the case. Why do I feel like I'm being treated like a child?" However, the more I hear this, the more excited I get. Then, Su Zhao quickly shook his head, "Don't think too much." Under the guidance of Song Sini, the two came to a place specially for parking motorcycles. "Well, this is it. Go up and try it out first." Song Sini pointed Su Zhao in the direction. Looking in the direction Song Sini indicated, what caught Su Zhao's eye was a completely white racing motorcycle Kawasaki NLJA 400. The official price is close to 50,000 yuan. Of course, Su Zhao knew nothing about the information and price of this motorcycle, he only knew that it was very cool. He didn't expect that the motorcycle Song Sini was talking about would be of this style. He thought it would be a scooter. When I went back to my hometown as a child, I often saw people in the village riding scooters around. His grandfather had his own exclusive scooter, the 125 Magic Car. During the winter and summer vacations in high school, his grandfather would confidently hand over the scooter to Su Zhao, saying, "Be careful when you're riding on the road. Riding slowly is the most important thing. Don't learn from those who like to commit suicide. Not only do they hurt others, but they also get themselves into trouble." The control over motorcycles in rural areas is not as strict as in big cities, which may be one of the reasons why there are so many ghostfire teenagers. Su Zhao really listened to his grandfather's good advice and was very cautious and careful when riding the motorcycle. "I never do extreme cornering or wild nose lifting, not for any other reason but just because I want to live a few more decades." He saw many fearless will-o'-the-wisp young men on the internet who blindly pursued handsome poses and sent themselves to report to the king of hell. You may think this looks cool and handsome, but in fact it is due to incomplete development of the cerebellum. The result is death when trying. Therefore, before this, Su Zhao had rarely seen racing motorcycles. This was his first time to have such close contact. After Su Zhao's eyes swept around, he smiled bitterly and shook his head, "Sini, I don't know how to ride this kind of motorcycle. I thought you were talking about a scooter." He thought about what a wonderful experience it would be if he sat on it and took Song Sini for a ride. Besides, it must be very cool to ride such a cool car. But out of consideration for his own safety and the safety of other lives, Su Zhao decided to take a step back. The operation of a racing bike is a little different from that of a pedal bike. He has never ridden one, which means he does not have much experience in handling it. In addition, Su Zhao did not have the corresponding motorcycle driver's license. So, he thought about it and decided to give up. If something serious really happened, it would be a mistake for the rest of his life. There is nothing wrong in pursuing handsomeness, but it must be within the range that you can control. Speaking of which, Su Zhao was a little surprised that Song Sini had a motorcycle. However, he also felt that it was nothing. What they like to do is other people's business. As long as it does not affect others and does not break the law, there is no need to interfere. Just when Su Zhao thought Song Sini would have a disappointed expression, Song Sini just smiled disapprovingly and said, "It's okay, I can ride. Don't worry, I'll lead you. I ride very steadily and won't ride recklessly." Hearing this, Su Zhao's eyes widened slightly. This means he has to sit behind Song Sini. To be honest, it's a really novel experience for him to have a girl take the initiative to take him for a bike ride after growing up. Generally speaking, the general perception is that boys carry girls. Unexpectedly, when it was Su Zhao's turn, the situation turned out to be the opposite. Seeing Su Zhao's disbelief, Song Sini said coquettishly, "Why, are you questioning my driving skills?" "No." Su Zhao shook his head decisively. "Then hurry up and come up." After pushing the motorcycle out, Song Sini sat directly on the front seat. Then, he took out a pink helmet from somewhere and handed it to Su Zhao. Just as Su Zhao was about to ask why his helmet was pink, Song Sini immediately put a white helmet on herself. The moment he puts on the helmet, his whole temperament suddenly becomes extremely dashing, heroic, clean and neat. Her curvy, graceful and charming perfect figure becomes more and more obvious, and coupled with a pair of slender legs wrapped in over the knee socks, it is simply amazing. At this moment, she was like a cold, taciturn, and fickle older sister. And Su Zhao is the little brother who was taken care of. What is younger literature? Su Zhao was about to sit down. He scanned the car and asked tentatively, "Cinny, this car shouldn't be cheap, right?" To be honest, he didn't have a very thorough understanding of the relevant models and various price parameters of racing motorcycles. Because I don't have the chance to interact with it normally, I feel a little uneasy. Maybe it's a fear of the mysterious unknown. Song Cinny waved to Su Zhao and patted the car body gently. "Don't worry about this, get in quickly, sister will take you flying." Seeing this, Su Zhao had to adjust his breathing and tiptoed into the car with his heart beating wildly. Being so close, Su Zhao's body was just about to touch Song Cinny's soft and round body. He could even smell the faint fragrance coming from Song Cinny. The fragrance is very pleasant, with the fresh scent of gardenia, which is intoxicating, refreshing, and fragrant. For a moment, he didn't know where to put his hands, it felt very awkward and stiff. I feel like it's not very polite to just put it there without permission. That's right, Su Zhao could take advantage of the other party unscrupulously because she promised to be his girlfriend. But he wanted to get definite positive feedback while respecting Song Cinny. That is the purest way, instead of taking advantage of the opportunity and playing all kinds of inexplicable tricks. Besides, didn't Song Cinny also say that they were both still in the probation period? Not yet regularized. Can the treatment during the probation period and the regularization period be the same? Hold on tight. Before he could sit down, Song Cinny started the car without hesitation and turned the handle. The whole riding posture and gear shifting operation are very skillful and steady, without any panic. The next moment. Boom! The fansai under his feet flew out suddenly, as fast as an arrow. Song Cinny stepped on the accelerator and the motorcycle speed increased. Soon, they successfully passed through the school gate, came outside, and merged into the motor vehicle lane. Su Zhao's heartbeat became faster and faster. He felt as if he was standing among the towering cloud peaks. He felt excited, thrilled, nervous and fearful. In his field of vision, the tall buildings and complexes on both sides were constantly and rapidly receding. A gentle breeze blew past his face, bringing a refreshing coolness, and blew a few strands of Song Cinny's smooth black hair onto Su Zhao's helmet. At the same time, he could smell a light fragrance at the tip of his nose. Gradually, Su Zhao became immersed in it and couldn't extricate himself for a long time. Unconsciously, Su Zhao's expression suddenly changed drastically. He felt something was wrong. "Oh no, I forgot to adjust the sensitivity." Chapter 18, Warm Me Up. "Little brother, please don't mess with me at this time, calm down." Su Zhao kept shouting loudly in his heart. He tried to calm his most primitive impulse as quickly as possible. But for some reason, the more Su Zhao tried to suppress it, the more difficult it was for him to return to a normal state. Boys should all know this. In the unconscious state, people are not controlled by the rationality of human subjective will. Ah, me he. He clenched his palms tightly, his face became redder and redder, and his heart seemed like it was about to jump out. You can't embarrass yourself at this time. If he really couldn't help it, he would despise himself. When walking normally and encountering this situation, you can adjust the trajectory by grabbing your crotch. It is also difficult for ordinary people to pay close attention. But he is sitting on a motorcycle now, and the length of a racing motorcycle is limited. There is simply no extra room for adjustment. Therefore, Su Zhao was in a dilemma at this time, unable to advance or retreat. Calm down, second brother, oh no. Second brother, from now on, you are my big brother, please. In order to prevent the small head from controlling the big head, he forcibly diverted his attention. However, even when looking at the flowers and plants planted on one side of the road, Su Zhao found it difficult to calm his mind. It's over. Is this going to mean I'm going to die today? Thinking about this, Su Zhao had already prepared himself mentally for the worst. He closed his eyes and prepared to face death. From the beginning, Song Cinny, who was sitting in the front, kept her mind focused on the operation of the motorcycle, with her beautiful eyes fixed on the asphalt road ahead. I have to say, her riding skills are really good. To describe it as silky and smooth is not an exaggeration. There is no hesitation when it is time to accelerate, and it is just right when it is time to brake, and there is no obvious jerk when shifting gears. The angle of the turn is not very large, and basically stability and safety are the top priorities. She would not take her own life and Su Zhao's life lightly just for the sake of so-called excitement and showing off. Along the way, we traveled at full speed, as fast as lightning. When they were driving side by side with other vehicles, people sitting in their cars would occasionally cast curious glances at them. Among them, there is a Range Rover. The middle-aged driver sitting in the driver's seat and wearing gold-rimmed glasses put one hand on the windowsill, lit a cigarette casually, and slowly exhaled a smoke ring the moment he saw them. Then he glanced at the empty passenger seat. That melancholy look is enough to explain everything. More of it is a kind of envy. It's great to be young, but it's a pity that I'm old. Once upon a time, when he was young, he might have wanted to be like Su Zhao now, hoping to meet a red-haired girl who was willing to take him for a ride. Lao Deng, you drive a Range Rover now, is there someone you can't forget? The driver reluctantly looked away, then stepped hard on the accelerator, changed lane, and drove away. The driver was happy, but Su Zhao and Song Sini were uncomfortable. Because they followed behind and inhaled a lot of exhaust gas. Even though I was wearing a tightly protected helmet, I still felt it slightly. Su Zhao, you are amazing, you are so noble. Little did he know that it was the driver's action that saved Su Zhao, who was on the verge of social death. His emotions were immediately drawn to other things. His attention was not focused on his own body, but on the Range Rover he had just seen. Gradually, he finally regained his calm state. It only took a split second, but it helped Su Zhao out of the predicament. Su Zhao's smile was very bitter, so I should thank you. At the same time, he was also glad that it was a close call, otherwise he would have been really finished. Song Sini was completely unaware of the noise and signs that Su Zhao was about to explode. Not long after, she stopped at an intersection for a traffic light and took off her helmet to breathe in some fresh air. Her seaweed-like hair was casually draped over her shoulders, making her look majestic, radiant, and energetic. When she stopped to wait, she always felt that something was missing. That's not right. Why do I feel like something is missing? From the development of the car to now, it seems that something crucial has been overlooked. I always feel cold all over and not warm enough. Song Sini thought about it for a long time and finally figured it out. She glanced at her slender waist and immediately discovered the blind man's bright spot. This guy is really stupid. Then, Song Sini turned her head, looked behind her, and gently tapped Su Zhao's helmet. Su Zhao took off his helmet with a confused look on his face. What's wrong, Sini? He thought he was exposed and made Song Sini unhappy. Su Zhao guessed that Song Sini might want to leave him here. If that's the case, then Su Zhao is ready. When he came, he had already gone over the route in his mind. Don't ask, the answer is that practice makes perfect. From then on, his mother no longer had to worry about him getting lost. Song Sini first asked indirectly, don't you feel that your hands are uncomfortable? Su Zhao did not immediately understand the deeper meaning and said naively, I'm fine. I was a little uncomfortable at first, but I'll get used to it slowly. He felt that he was really okay. Faint. After hearing this, Song Sini wanted to faint in the toilet. You don't even understand such a direct hint. There's nothing I can do about it, that's just Su Zhao's personality. Song Sini was of course very clear about this. In that case, she should hint more obviously. Song Sini said eagerly, my stomach is a little cold. How about you warm it up for me? Don't you feel a little cold from the wind? Hearing this, Su Zhao's eyes widened slightly. He originally didn't expect to be able to hug Song Sini's waist. Because Song Sini had never said that before. But now, Su Zhao's heartbeat involuntarily quickened after receiving exact instructions. To be honest, it was his first time hugging a girl's waist, so he was a little nervous. Then I hugged you? Su Zhao confirmed once again. Song Sini said openly, you can hold me, I'm not forbidding you to hold me. The next moment, Su Zhao cautiously stretched out his hand and moved closer to Song Sini's willow slender waist. The whole action was very slow, just like the first time he held Song Sini's hand, full of uncertainty, temptation, and groping. Looking at Su Zhao, who was struggling to make ends meet, Song Sini couldn't help feeling a little anxious. She acted decisively again, snatched Su Zhao's hand directly, put it around her waist neatly, tied it tightly there, and tied a knot. Just at this moment, the green light came on. Song Sini put on her helmet again, started the engine and started all in one go. She didn't notice that Su Zhao, who was sitting in the back seat, had a face as stubby as a monkey's butt. Chapter 19 Why are you so shy? The soft and elastic touch immediately enveloped Su Zhao's entire body. my whole body felt like I had been electrocuted. It was tingling and my mind went blank. Hot air kept coming out of his mouth and his heart was beating back and forth. His hands were not very strong, they just rested lightly on Song Sini's slender and plump waist. The sense of proportion is pretty good and it's not too excessive. Even so, he could still feel that Song Sini's flat belly had no excess fat, and was not only soft but also warm enough. At this moment, my heart seemed to calm down, as if I had found a safe enough home. His hands finally didn't have to grasp the air so hard. There was a whistling roar in his ears, and fragrant hair hit Su Zhao's helmet. The girl sitting in the driver's seat had her sleeves rustling in the strong wind, but the smile on her face was so bright and brilliant. Calm and confident, generous and unpretentious. The boy sitting in the back seat awkwardly hugged the girl's waist. If he had a mirror, he could see his face getting hotter and redder. This moment seemed to constitute eternity. After nearly half an hour's journey, they had crossed almost half of Jiangchang. Passing through layers of tall buildings, passing through bumpy streets and alleys, flying over the traffic light at the intersection that was about to turn red, we finally arrived at our destination. Song Sini slowly stopped her motorcycle on the side of the street and handsomely took off her white helmet, revealing her beautiful and delicate face. At this moment, what comes into their view is a street full of changes of the times and with a strong sense of age. Although it is not yet the busiest evening time, people are still flowing around. A strong urban atmosphere is involuntarily revealed. You can see old men sitting under the shade of trees, shouting and playing chess, cats lying in front of convenience stores, scratching their claws lazily, children chasing each other and playing, and young couples dressed in simple clothes, shyly holding hands and strolling on this street. The most eye-catching thing on the street is the old sycamore tree that still stands tall. Its thick trunk and lush branches and leaves are enough to show its age and longevity. The warm and gentle sunlight shines through the gaps between the leaves, falls on the ground, and gives it a layer of brilliant gold. It's like a picture of peaceful times. We're here, little brother. Song Sini looked back and smiled, jokingly. Su Zhao still had his helmet on and nodded stiffly. Song Sini was a little puzzled. Take off your helmet, aren't you hot wearing it like this? Su Zhao just waved his hand, stood up from the motorcycle, let go of Song Sini's body, walked to the side and half squatted down. What's wrong with you, Su Zhao? Are you carsick? Seeing this, Song Sini immediately put on a serious expression, with a hint of worry on her face. If he really was carsick, then that wouldn't mean Su Zhao's health was not good. Su Zhao shook his hand again. Through the helmet, his voice was a little dull. No. It's okay, Sini, it's not motion sickness, I just need to slow down. He said it was okay, but in fact, he was afraid that Song Sini would see his face. Well, okay, I'll wait for you to recover. Song Sini didn't think much about it and just let Su Zhao do as he pleased. However, after taking about 5 minutes to relax, Su Zhao seemed to have merged with the pink helmet and still refused to take it off. At this time, it should be said, Emperor Armor, combine. Then, Song Sini finally realized something was wrong. Without Su Zhao's consent, she took off his helmet. The moment the helmet was taken off, Su Zhao subconsciously covered his face. Seeing him like this, Song Sini thought something had happened. She leaned closer, her eyes dim. Su Zhao, what's wrong with you? Su Zhao grabbed his face and cleared his throat. It's nothing, I just feel a little stuffy. Your lies are yours. Yeah? Song Sini was a little unconvinced, and her eyes began to become suspicious. Really, I just need to take it easy. Give me some more time. At the same time, Su Zhao was also blaming himself in his heart. Hurry up and get back to normal. If I go out like this, people will think I am a red man. He hated himself for being so easily deceived. However, in the next moment, Song Sini rudely pulled Su Zhao's hand away. Su Zhao didn't expect Song Sini to be so direct and didn't react. After seeing that Su Zhao's face was the same color as pig liver, she burst out laughing and laughed very loudly. Why are you so shy? Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. As she laughed, Song Sini squatted down unconsciously, holding her stomach and laughing. It's just a matter of pounding the ground. Witnessing this, Su Zhao looked helpless. What can he do? There is no way to control this kind of thing. In the past, Su Zhao might have thought that being laughed at by others was a shameful thing. But now, instead of feeling sad, he felt less lonely. In the past, he was only accompanied by my silence, but now there is a cheerful smile beside him, which makes him a little uncomfortable. Just like that, Song Sini laughed for several minutes before she calmed down. In the middle of it, the white area on her chest kept rising and falling violently, shaking back and forth. I have to say, this is really nutritious. Su Zhao was so overwhelmed by the sight that his Adam's apple rolled up and down. He wanted to divert his gaze. But can you just turn off the great automatic aiming if you want to? It was not until Song Sini calmed down that he finally withdrew his gaze. Su Zhao, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have laughed at you like that. Song Sini pursed her moist lips and took the initiative to admit her mistake. Su Zhao shook his head and said disapprovingly, It's okay, Sini, this is my own problem. How can this be your problem, baby? It's my problem. Song Sini curled her lips and said in a delicate voice. When Su Zhao heard the word baby, he couldn't control his emotions anymore. He quickly turned his head away. Song Sini deliberately lowered her sweet voice, Are you shy again? Baby, oops, I forgot, I shouldn't say these two words in front of you. Okay, Auntie, please stop talking. Su Zhao begged for mercy in his heart. Chapter 20. See who dares to laugh at you. Okay, Su Zhao, I won't laugh at you anymore. Now, let's start our date today. After saying that, Song Sini walked to Su Zhao's side and took the initiative to stretch out her fair and tender little hand. For a moment, Su Zhao didn't react. At this moment, his attention was all on the children not far away who were busy playing with Ultraman cards on the ground. From time to time there were loud shouting and yelling. This one doesn't count. The wind just blew over here. Don't be such a scoundrel. It's no fun playing like this. Witnessing this situation, Su Zhao suddenly remembered that he seemed to be like this when he was a child. Holding a large stack of small cards in my hand, I didn't go home immediately after school. Instead, I made an appointment with a few good friends to play cards on the floor together. Immersed in it, having a lot of fun, it was dark while I was playing. When you win someone else's cards, you will feel a strong sense of satisfaction and fulfillment. Especially when I look at the drawer full of cards, I can't tell you how proud and honored I feel. But later, I won more and more cards, so many that the drawer couldn't hold them all, but after school, there were fewer and fewer people who wanted to play together. Now looking at those familiar techniques, Su Zhao felt a little dazed and confused. Maybe the cards have been updated for who knows how many generations, but the inheritance of light will continue. Seeing Su Zhao's dull eyes, Song Sini said angrily, What are you doing standing there? What? Su Zhao scratched his head. He was really distracted just now. What were you looking at? Song Sini crossed her arms and stared at Su Zhao with her bright eyes. She didn't understand what was so beautiful. No matter how good looking you are, can your face be as beautiful as mine? Can you be as sexy as your own legs and stockings? To have my own grandma. Ahem, I can't say any more. Su Zhao said with a guilty conscience, I didn't see anything, Sini, let's go. He couldn't say that he was watching a group of kids taking pictures and was inspired by it. Most people who hear this will definitely be criticized, You are so old, brother, you are so childish. It is too pretentious for a grown man like you. Seeing this, Song Sini could only rely on herself to find the truth. She tried hard to recall the angle from which Su Zhao had glanced just now. So, under the uncertain ambiguity, Song Sini finally found the culprit. When she saw that the culprits were those kids, Song Sini asked tentatively, Were you looking at them just now? No, I really didn't see them. Su Zhao pursed his lips and refused to admit it in person. Really? Song Sini narrowed her beautiful eyes, as if she had already seen through all of Su Zhao's disguises. The next moment, Song Sini walked straight to the group of children, bent down slightly, elegantly lifted a strand of her black hair, and said, Hello, children. The kids who were arguing about who was the laziest suddenly became quiet. As if their spell was interrupted, all eyes turned towards Song Sini. All of them stared intently at the beautiful, fairy-like big sister in front of them. That stunning appearance and temperament stunned them all. It doesn't matter who committed the crime, who hid, and who took the blame. The important thing is to leave a deep impression on this big sister. When you are young, if you meet an older sister who is beautiful, lively and intellectual, that is the true white moonlight. No matter who comes, it will be of no use, Jesus said. Someone who was a little braver broke the ice directly, Wow. Sister, you are so beautiful. With a shout, all the other children were inspired and gathered in front of Song Sini, shouting in unison, Wow, what a beautiful sister, so beautiful. What's more, some have begun to compete to show off their talents. Some of them even did a few somersaults on the ground. After that, they rubbed their noses at Song Sini, thinking they were very handsome. Zizi, look at me. Some sang with their tenderest voices, Go, fight, and used the humblest dreams to the sobs and roars in the dark night. Who says only those who stand in the light are heroes? Seeing that other children have talents, some children are a little unconvinced. Nowadays, it's impossible to conquer a beautiful woman's heart without some talent. Just let's see who can make the bigger show. Gaia! A child screamed heartbreakingly. Good, very energetic. A guru! The other child yelled even louder. Dinah! It has begun to evolve into whoever has the loudest voice is the winner. Zero! Some children started taking out Zero's transformation device. Mebius! Everyone was unwilling to be outdone and showed off their favorite Ultraman and transformation devices. Nexus! Unexpectedly, there was a niche guy in the crowd. He really has good taste. Tiga! The only true god came out, holding a spark prism in his hand, and transformed himself in public facing the sky. You know what, he really learned the postures so well, as if he was possessed by Daegu. That determined look, those clean and neat movements, that selfless and courageous spirit. At that moment, it no longer mattered whether Ultraman existed in the world or not. As long as there is light in your heart, everyone can be Ultraman. This world, let me protect it. In short, the whole scene was in chaos and noisy, like a mess. They are at the age when they are most innocent and their only purpose is to gain Song Sinny's attention and recognition. Who doesn't want to be looked at more by a sexy big sister? Who doesn't want to be touched on the face by a cheerful and smiling big sister? However, the solution to this problem is very simple. A head teacher came over and said, "Let me see which kid is sitting the straightest." 3, 2, 1. Everything that just happened in the blink of an eye. Su Zhao did not expect Song Sinny to go there, and he did not understand why Song Sinny did this. He quickly came to Song Sinny's side and whispered, "Sinny, let's go." Song Sinny, who was amused by the kid, was a little confused. "Why do you want to leave? Don't you want to play with them? I see you seem to want to join in." "No, I'm already this old, it would be inappropriate for me to join in." Hearing this, Su Zhao was stunned when his true thoughts were revealed. Song Sinny blinked her eyes and said nonchalantly, "Why is it inappropriate? I'm standing here, let's see who dares to laugh at you." Chapter 21, A Warm Invitation to My Childhood Self. Okay, kids, be quiet for a moment. Song Sinny made a gesture to keep quiet, staring at the children in front of her with her watery eyes and a serious expression. The children didn't know what was going on, but some of them were obedient and followed their big sister's instructions. However, there were still a few children who were chattering, not taking it seriously, and talking and laughing. Perhaps Song Sinny's aura was not strong enough to suppress these naughty kids. Seeing this, Song Sinny had no choice but to use her trump card. She cleared her throat, pretended to be calm, put her hands on her waist, and said word by word, "Let me see which child is sitting the most upright." The sweet smile on her face bloomed again, as gorgeous as a bright flower about to bloom. This time, Song Sinny acted like the big sister next door. Her voice and unique temperament were all lifelike. This action really stunned the group of children. After seeing the big sister's charming and energetic smile, I couldn't help but fall for her. ZTSK, look at me, I like you so much." The little boy who had just done a somersault in front of everyone shook his bangs under his forehead and made a passionate confession to her. As if that wasn't enough, he somersaulted several times in a row until he felt dizzy. The other children were no exception and all swarmed around Song Sinny. I squeezed forward desperately just to get a pat on the head by the big sister. This is true for both boys and girls. It can be said that Song Sinny is now a well-deserved heartthrob. Su Zhao, who was standing next to him, was already starting to feel embarrassed for others. But he felt that he had no right to be embarrassed. When I thought about how Song Sinny stood up for me, I felt even more touched. Especially when I heard Song Sinny say, "I'm standing here, let's see who dares to laugh at you." It's so nice to be surrounded by unbridled favoritism, so warm. Looking at the noisy children, Song Sinny stamped her feet, crossed her arms, and angrily scolded, "Sister doesn't like disobedient children." So, the children who were eager for quick results became Song Sinny's toys invisibly. It's just the art of training. Soon, the smarter ones quietly retreated behind, shut their mouths, endured it and waited for their chance to act. At this time, Song Sinny also saw the little thoughts of these children. She placed her slender jade fingers on her moist lips, paused deliberately, and said with a smile, "As long as you are obedient and agree to one of my requests, I will give each of you a small gift, okay?" Hearing this, there was a commotion and the children became restless and ready to make something. "Sister, I want a present." "Sister, I want a present too." "I want one too." on how to hook others into a croaker with just one sentence. Song Sini was not surprised at the children's reactions. Then, Song Sini pulled Su Zhao over and showed him off in front of all the children. Song Sini blinked her beautiful eyes and chuckled. The request is very simple, that is, let this big brother play a few games with you. If any of you beat him, I will give you a reward. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately aroused the children's high morale. There are other rewards, right? Thinking of this, the children became excited. Then, their eyes all turned to Su Zhao at the same time. With curiosity, confusion, and puzzlement. It was the first time they noticed this ordinary big brother. He. It was you who stole the big sister away, right? There is a way to die. I will protect the big sister's smile. The next moment, a tall girl volunteered to stand up and said, I'll go first. Her eyes were filled with passion and anticipation, as well as a maturity and steadiness that was inconsistent with her age. At the same time, the children around her were frightened when they saw her speak, and automatically made way for them. The 3-year period has arrived. Welcome the Dragon King back to his throne. Look, it's Sister Zishan coming out. She's really good at taking photos. Who claims to be invincible? Who dares to claim to be undefeated? Come on, Sister Zishan. The little girl called Sister Zishan seemed to be very popular and was greeted with applause whenever she appeared on stage. Su Zhao, whose sleeve was pulled by Song Sini, had no choice but to bite the bullet and walk up to the child. At this moment, Su Zhao seemed to be back in elementary school when someone grabbed his sleeve and said, Don't leave after school. I must win all your cards back today. No problem, it's still unclear who will win. Half of the cards in my drawer were won from you. Don't leave after school, why don't you take me with you? Oh, I can't come today. My mom asked me to go to cram school. It's so annoying. Maybe next time. Oh, okay, let's do it next time. Looking at the tall little girl in front of him, he couldn't help but stare blankly, his thoughts drifting. Although he was surprised that the other person was a girl, Su Zhao did not look down on her. It is no exaggeration to say that Song Sini was helping him to cordially invite his childhood self. Invite that part of yourself who can't find anyone to hang out with after school. Invite the self who sold a drawer of cards and ended up feeling very upset. At this moment, Su Zhao no longer had any sense of shame. Instead, enjoy this extremely rare opportunity. He half squatted down and smiled gently. Hello, little sister, how are you going to play? The girl said confidently and calmly, best of 5, how about that, big brother? Su Zhao nodded, okay, no problem, please tell me the rules first, I haven't played for a long time. Okay. Su Zhao listened patiently. After listening to the rules, Su Zhao understood them clearly and said, okay, I understand. We can start now. As soon as she finished speaking, the girl noticed that Su Zhao didn't have any cards, so she generously took out a stack of cards from her own pile and handed it to Su Zhao. The girl's smile was pure, big brother, take it, I will win it back. Su Zhao refused to give in and said with a smile, it's still uncertain who will win. You'd better be careful with all your belongings, otherwise it's easy for me to take them all away. To be honest, Su Zhao didn't have much confidence. After all, he hadn't played for at least more than 10 years. In terms of proficiency, it is definitely hard to compare with girls. But deep down I don't want to give in easily. Humph, I will definitely not lose. The girl straightened her chest and said with confidence. This battle will determine the winner, as well as life and death. Song Sini, who was watching from the side, had curved eyebrows and eyes as beautiful as a crescent moon. Seeing Su Zhao showing his childish side, she felt happy from the bottom of her heart. This guy is, after all, a kid who hasn't grown up. Chapter 22 More stressful than the college entrance examination English. A fierce competition is about to begin. Accompanied by the children's enthusiastic shouts, this passionate battle has begun. Sister Zishan, come on. Come on, I really want to see what Big Sister's extra reward is. It's up to you, Sister Zishan. The girl's family and friends behind her were very supportive, and each of them shouted as loudly as they could. And Su Zhao was not willing to be outdone. Behind him is Song Sini. Song Sini patted his shoulder gently and said with a smile, come on, if you win, I will also give you an extra reward. Su Zhao remained calm on the surface, but he was secretly feeling happy in his heart. Let us put aside any so-called extra rewards. No matter what, he has his reasons for not losing. Okay, I will win, Sini. Su Zhao nodded and answered firmly. Well, I believe you. Song Sini's sweet smile became brighter. Her every smile and frown can bring people infinite strength and tenderness. At this moment, passers-by gradually stopped to watch. Because Su Zhao's age is obviously not the same as the other children, I can't help but feel a little curious. After all, this scenario is really uncommon. There is a strong sense of disobedience. Then, under the gazes of those people, Su Zhao and the girl started the formal competition. In the first game, Su Zhao was completely suppressed by the girl. From the beginning to the end, the initiative was basically in the hands of the girl. The girl's techniques and skills are very sophisticated, and her PowerPoints are also unique. She can always knock over the cards in unexpected situations. Perhaps Su Zhao hadn't played for too long, so his hands were not hot enough and felt stiff. In addition, cards are no longer the long square shapes we used to have when we were children, but round cards. Times have changed, and the ships of the old era have long left him behind. His methods and techniques are still based on his childhood memories. However, it is obvious that this method is no longer applicable now. Even if he slapped the card as hard as he could, it would be of no use. So, in the first game, Su Zhao lost miserably. The girl who won the game could hardly suppress the joy on her face. She didn't expect that the older brother in front of her would be so easy to win. It seemed that victory in this battle would eventually belong to her. Thinking of this, the girl couldn't help but shrugged her shoulders, twisted her mouth, and said she didn't love anyone. The children surrounding her also expressed their admiration and recognition, Sister Zishan. The main reason why the girl stood up was not to get Song Sini's so-called extra reward. I just want to be noticed by everyone. Being noticed by everyone can satisfy her vanity to some extent. It is understandable that children at this age have such thoughts. Of course, she was still quite interested in Song Sini's extra reward. It would be nice if I could be patted on the head by that beautiful big sister. That way, you will feel much better. Because she hasn't been touched on the head by her mother for a long time. All I know is that my father said that my mother went to a very far place and it would be difficult for her to come back in a short time. She really wanted to know how long it would take for her mother to come back. But my father's answer every time was always, it'll be a while before I can see my mother. She asked, how long will it take? Dad said, you'll see it when you grow up. The girl nodded in confusion. She had doubted whether what her father said was false. But even if it was fake, she wanted to wait until she grew up before doubting it. At least it's a hope. But there is no doubt that she really misses her mother. Su Zhao looked at the girl in front of him with a complicated expression. What a complete failure. He thought he would lose a game, but he didn't think it would happen so soon. It was so fast that he didn't even realize he had lost. Sweating, bro. My hands were swollen from clapping, and I couldn't turn over the card. It seems that I am really old and no longer have the charm I used to have. Su Zhao whispered to himself, it's okay, it's okay. There are still 4 games to go. Take your time. At this time, Song Sini, who was standing behind him, comforted him softly, it's okay, it's not over yet. Hearing this, the voice as sweet as spring water made Su Zhao calm down. There is still a chance, don't panic, it's not a big problem. So, in the second game, Su Zhao successfully won back a game. Fortunately, his muscle memory was still there, and he managed to save the losing situation. Moreover, he had carefully observed the girl's methods and techniques. Through simple imitation, it can still achieve quite good results. It takes great effort to make miracles happen. If you use the right method, you can cure all diseases. Su Zhao let out a long breath. No, this feels even more stressful than the English listening comprehension in the college entrance examination. However, it still feels pretty good to win. After winning this round, Song Sini seemed more excited than Su Zhao himself. I knew you could do it. Su Zhao said, this is just the beginning. The girl who lost the second game was a little surprised, as if she had not expected this to happen. But she did not get discouraged. Instead, she adjusted her breathing and rubbed her hands. She was about to get serious. She was a little careless just now and didn't dodge. I almost underestimated this ordinary big brother. A lean camel is still bigger than a horse. The girl won the third game easily. Su Zhao managed to save the fourth game with great difficulty, but was almost won by the girl who was in an unstoppable momentum. Now there is only one final round left to decide the winner. It is still unknown who will win. Su Zhao wiped the sweat from his forehead nervously. He laughed at himself in his heart, I was forced to this point by the little kid sister. As if she noticed that Su Zhao was a little embarrassed, the thoughtful Song Sini was about to take out a tissue to wipe him. But Su Zhao was seen staring at the ground intently, as if he was trapped in it, scratching his ears and cheeks from time to time. Song Sini touched her chin and fell into deep thought. Will it disturb him at this time? Let's talk about it after it's over. At this time, Su Zhao really cannot be disturbed by anyone. He was always trying to figure out how to deal with girls. That's why he is in such a nervous state. The fifth game begins. The attacks from both sides were fierce, and they confronted each other, with neither side willing to back down. Su Zhao's hair was almost wet with sweat. The girl's blinking frequency gradually increased. As time went by, the balance of victory seemed to slowly shift towards the girl. Su Zhao's defense lines were broken one by one, leaving only bare positions. There is no way to retreat, and the only thing left is a cliff. The girl, feeling that she was about to win, could no longer hold her composure, her eyes filled with secret joy. Su Zhao smiled bitterly. He also felt that this victory belonged to the girl. Just when the outcome was about to be decided, he heard a familiar voice in a trance. Hey, why are you giving up? Su Zhao thought it was Song Sini, but soon realized that it was not her voice. Su Zhao turned his head and saw a primary school student with a red scarf and a blurry face. The elementary school student laughed disdainfully and said, "Don't leave after school. I'm waiting for you to win my card. Don't sneak back home." "Okay, I won't." Su Zhao smiled and turned his attention back to reality. Chapter 23. I want to soak. Sister Zishan, don't. How could it be? Damn it, still not working? A wailing sound came from the crowd, and the children's expressions froze at that moment. The girl who was looking at Su Zhao from a distance also had an incredible look on her face. I lost? The girl seemed a little distraught. It is not difficult to understand if you think about it. When she thought she had won, she never thought that Su Zhao could turn the tide at the last moment. However, Su Zhao endured the unprecedented pressure and used his ultimate move that he knew by heart. Maybe it was good luck, or maybe it was God's blessing. A miracle happened. In just a flash, Su Zhao went straight to the enemy's lair and took the leader from thousands of miles away. The opponent's defense collapsed at the first touch. However, because of this, he almost broke his hand. The entire palm was covered in dust and swelling, with a faint tendency to bleed. Little sister, you are very capable, at least much better than I was back then. This is something I must admit. I hope you can be happy every day in the future. Thank you very much for giving me such an opportunity. Do you want to drink anything? I'll treat you. Su Zhao endured the pain in his hand, pretended to be calm, and said to the girl with a smile. If it wasn't for the sake of face, he would definitely grimace. No matter what, as an adult, he still has to save face in front of the child. To some extent, the girl made up for a regret in his childhood. But the girl seemed not to hear anything. She bit her lips tightly and said nothing. Seeing this, Su Zhao didn't think about it too much. He thought the child might just be a little sad because he lost. Su Zhao could fully understand this. After all, he felt very uncomfortable when he lost at that time. At the same time, after seeing Su Zhao win, Song Sini on the side was very happy and excited. She patted Su Zhao's shoulder vigorously and said with a smile, "Su Zhao, I knew you would win." Hiss. Su Zhao took a deep breath, then said calmly, "Maybe it's because of your encouragement, Sini, that I got a little bit of luck. In terms of hard power, Zioxiaji is still better." Hearing this, Song Sini punched Su Zhao again in anger and said coquettishly, "What good luck? You are clearly speaking based on your own strength. I have to say, the slap Song Sini just gave was really powerful." This undoubtedly made the situation worse for Su Zhao, who was already injured. But Su Zhao was also very patient and just kept silent. "What's wrong with you, Su Zhao?" Song Sini suddenly felt something was wrong. She didn't understand why Su Zhao looked so unhappy even though he had won. It was the first time that she realized strongly why Su Zhao rarely smiled. Or, even if I smile, it feels like I'm just forcing myself to smile. Thinking of this, she made up her mind. One day, I must make my boy laugh from the bottom of his heart. At this time, Su Zhao might not know that his unintentional action would bring about an invisible butterfly effect. He said nonchalantly, "It's okay, Sini. I might have been too absorbed in the game. I need some time to slow down." "Okay, if you feel uncomfortable, you must tell me, okay?" Song Sini looked at Su Zhao affectionately. Ahem, Sini. Su Zhao scratched his head tactically and glanced away intentionally or unintentionally. Song Sini also temporarily put Su Zhao aside and began to fulfill her promise. She blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at the children who were howling and wailing in grief. The reason they were sad was because their sister Zishan lost. Wow, woo, sister Zishan. This feeling of sadness is no less than that of the righteous Ultraman being defeated by the evil monster. Su Zhao, my goodness, now that I'm a monster, can't I be the righteous Ultraman? The next moment. But Song Sini took out a big bag of candy from her messenger bag without anyone noticing. It's obvious that he had been prepared. I just happened to take this opportunity to bring it out. Don't cry, kids. You are very obedient and I am very satisfied. Since you keep your word, I cannot break it. Then she reached out and handed a candy to one of the children. This move successfully diverted the children's attention. There was no time to feel sad about Sister Zishuan's defeat. What is more important now is to take the candy from the beautiful sister. The candy handed over by the beautiful sister must be very sweet. Z2A, I want it. I want one too. It's time to soak. I want oh bubble. Give me oh bubbles, give me oh bubbles. The children started humming, mixing a few words. The one leading the singing was the kid who sang The Lone Brave Man and liked to sing high notes. Then, the scene of fighting each other started again. Come one by one, don't push or shove. If anyone doesn't listen to me, I won't give you any candy. Song Sini crossed her arms, raised her eyebrows slightly, and said coldly. She found that this method was really effective in dealing with children. The image of a gentle and soft-spoken person can easily be taken advantage of by naughty kids. Song Sini's main strategy is to first give out a sweet date, then give a hard slap and a kick on the butt. The purpose is to make it unexpected and unpredictable for them. Seeing this, under the pressure of the powerful aura, the children had no choice but to cooperate obediently. They lined up in a long queue in an orderly manner without fighting or competing for the things. Song Sini, who was busy handing out candies, didn't notice that Su Zhao suddenly disappeared. She came back to consciousness only after Song Sini had distributed the candies. Where did you go? Song Sini looked around, trying to catch a glimpse of Su Zhao's shadow. But after looking around, I didn't see him. At this moment, it is almost time for lunch. Most of the children were clamoring to go home for lunch. The noisy atmosphere was fleeting. Before leaving, some children did not forget to say hello to Song Sini. Goodbye Ziddy, will we meet again? Goodbye, see you again, little friend. Song Sini said with a smile as beautiful as a flower. Although she didn't know if she could see him again. But even if I can't see it, it's nice to leave a thought behind. Many years later, when they grow up, they will probably never forget that there was a beautiful sister with long legs who handed them sweet candy. Soon, the surroundings became deserted and sparsely populated. Afterwards, Song Sini waited boredly for Su Zhao's return. What on earth did this bastard do behind my back? Song Sini said angrily when she couldn't see Su Zhao. At this time, Song Sini suddenly noticed that not far away, a thin figure with his face covered by a hat was drawing circles on the ground with a branch. She walked forward curiously, only to hear a faint crying sound next to her ear. What's the matter with you, little sister? Song Sini half squatted down, lifted a strand of hair, and spoke in a gentle tone. No response. Song Sini seemed to remember something and handed over a candy. Little sister, I'm sorry, I didn't see you coming just now and forgot to give you candy. Take it. The girl raised her head stiffly, her eyes filled with tears. The moment she saw the girl's face, Song Sini was stunned. Because she is Sister Zishuan who was defeated by Su Zhao. Chapter 24, Being Caught Again. Oh, little sister, why are you crying? Seeing the little girl in tears, Song Sini quickly squatted down and stared at her face tenderly. Seeing Song Sini showing such a gentle side, the girl cried even louder, her snot bubbles were squeezed out and her nose twitched. Song Sini hates crying the most, especially seeing others cry. Although I don't know why the girl was crying. She intuitively guessed that it was not because of losing the competition. It is very likely that he has other concerns. Even so, Song Sini still took out a few tissues from her arms and wiped the girl's tearful face. However, the girl with a strong sense of self-esteem did not want others to see her weakest side, so she turned her head away stubbornly. Song Sini was not angry, but said patiently, Little sister, did that brother bully you just now? Tell me, it's okay, I will help you teach him a lesson. No, it's not because of Big Brother. The girl shook her head, still crying loudly. It seems that he wants to vent all the frustration and sadness at once. Song Sinny blinked her beautiful eyes and said softly, "It doesn't matter. If you have anything that makes you unhappy, you can tell me." Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted, "No, who did I bully?" Song Sinny looked in the direction of the voice and turned her head to see Su Zhao standing beside her with a few bottles of drinks in his hands. At this moment, Su Zhao was undoubtedly confused. He had just bought some water from the supermarket and washed his hands at the same time. When he came back, he heard Song Sinny muttering to herself, "What is this?" When people are in the supermarket, a pot falls from the sky. The moment she saw Su Zhao, Song Sinny immediately stood up, her delicate and dignified face supported by shallow dimples, and she said excitedly, "Su Zhao, where have you been? I was so worried." Su Zhao said apologetically, "Sinny, I'm sorry. I didn't have time to tell you just now. I went to buy some water." After saying that, he pulled out a bottle of room temperature drink from his arms and handed it to Song Sinny. "Sinny, I don't know what you like to drink, I just bought it casually." "It's okay. I don't mind. As long as you come back safely, I'm fine. I was overly worried." Song Sinny took the drink with a smile on her face and continued, "But it would be better if you change it to ice next time." "Okay, Sinny, I'll remember it next time." Su Zhao scratched his head. In his previous understanding, wasn't it said that girls generally don't like to drink cold drinks? Did I remember it wrong? The next moment, Su Zhao then noticed the crying girl and asked, "Why is this little girl crying so hard? Wasn't she fine before?" Song Sinny was also a little confused. "I don't know why, I thought you bullied her just now." Su Zhao smiled and said, "No way, there's no need for me to bully such a young child, but I do feel that this child is hiding something. I also think this child is different from other children of the same age." Song Sinny agreed with Su Zhao's point of view. Then, Su Zhao tentatively squatted down, staring at the girl, and said in the most gentle tone possible, "Little sister, what's wrong with you? Are you unhappy because I won just now? In fact, in my heart, you have already won. Maybe I am just lucky. So, if you are not convinced, wait for me to come over one day and you can try again. I will accompany you to the end." Su Zhao said seriously. He handed over another bottle of drink in his arms. But the girl didn't answer, nor did she take the drink. She just choked and remained silent. Her mood gradually calmed down, but she looked depressed. Seeing this, Su Zhao understood that communication cannot be forced in this situation, and the more he tried to communicate, the more counterproductive it would be. I can only wait for her to calm down slowly. Don't ask why Su Zhao knew this, it's because he was the stubborn person when he was a child. When you have a breakdown, no one can help you. Maybe it would be better for me to be alone for a while. At this time, Song Sinny seemed to remember something and said suddenly, "Oh, I know why this little sister is so unhappy." "Well, why?" Su Zhao cooperated very well and acted as a supporting actor. "I forgot to give her an extra reward." Song Sinny smiled sweetly, and her warm voice seemed to be able to soothe all the fatigue and unbearableness in the world. Su Zhao quickly reacted and said with a smile, "Yes, Sinny, you said before that you would give some extra rewards to the children who are brave enough to go on stage." Then he deliberately turned his gaze towards the girl. See how the girl reacts. But the girl now seemed to be possessed by a cold goddess. She had a cold expression and didn't like anyone, and she just refused to talk to anyone. "Little sister, what extra reward do you want?" Song Sinny leaned closer, her tone filled with infinite tenderness. Hearing this, the girl finally raised her head, but seemed to be hesitant to speak, perhaps because she was shy or something else. In the girl's memory, Song Sinny clearly said that whoever wins will get extra rewards. At this time, Song Sinny licked her moist pink lips, with a playful smile on her face, and deliberately leaned close to Su Zhao's ear and exhaled. Her breath smelled like orchid, and a faint fragrance immediately lingered in Su Zhao's heart. It feels numb, sour and itchy, and you can't help but feel the tingling sensation, which is very exciting. Just with this short action, Su Zhao's CPU was burned out. A second ago, he was still doubting his life. The next second, he felt that he had been bewitched into becoming mentally retarded. In an instant, Su Zhao felt his heartbeat getting faster and faster uncontrollably. Damn it, I've been caught again. Seeing Su Zhao's embarrassed look, Song Sinny felt even more proud. She just liked to see Su Zhao being teased by her but unable to do anything about it. Just then, a gurgling sound was heard. Both of them looked at each other at the same time. Su Zhao first clarified his doubts and shook his hand. "It's not me, Sinny." "So you mean me?" Song Sinny pouted her lips and said unhappily. No. No, that's not what I meant. Su Zhao quickly denied it. The next moment, a childish voice rang in their ears. Big brother, big sister, I'm sorry, it's me, I'm hungry. The two men turned their heads and found that the girl was staring at them with an embarrassed look on her face. Chapter 25, The Wedding Just Ended. I'm hungry, little sister. Why don't you come and eat with us? Song Sinny looked at the girl with a smile and said gently. Then, she glanced at Su Zhao and asked, You won't object, will you, Su Zhao? Su Zhao shook his head. Sinny, why do you object? I have no objection. Little sister, are you willing to go with us? How could he possibly object? Su Zhao was eager to give full support to such a well-intentioned gesture. Even if Song Sinny didn't say it, he would have come up with this idea. At the same time, the girl who heard this was stunned for a moment. The girl didn't expect that her older sister and brother would take her out to dinner. Can I? The girl asked cautiously. Song Sinny blinked her beautiful eyes. Why not? This is an extra reward from your sister. After saying that, she took the initiative to hold the girl's hand. Not only did Song Sinny not show any disgust, she also gently wiped the girl's dirty hands and face with a tissue. The girl had a dazed look on her face and didn't seem to react. The girl just felt like she was dreaming today. I vaguely remember that my mother used to hold her hand and go shopping together. Very warm, very comfortable, and very safe. For a moment, the sadness and frustration accumulated in her heart seemed to be dissipated a little. Seeing the girl who didn't resist, Song Sinny turned her gaze to Su Zhao, her pretty eyebrows slightly raised. I told you, you also have an extra reward. What reward? Su Zhao just remembered this so-called extra reward. If Song Sinny hadn't reminded him, he might have forgotten about this long ago. Song Sinny immediately stretched out her fair and tender hand and said with a big smile, Silly boy, hold my hand, are you stupid? What's wrong with you? Aren't you happy to let me hold your hand? Oh, okay. Su Zhao hesitated for a moment, then stretched out his hand stiffly. At this stage, it is still difficult for him to hold hands as smoothly as flowing water. After all, the process was too fast. In just 2 days, it has developed to this extent. Su Zhao was still a little uncomfortable. Seeing Su Zhao like this, Song Sinny placed her hand on Su Zhao's large palm as if she had already gotten used to it. 10 fingers are interlocked, closely connected. The soft and delicate touch struck Su Zhao's heart. Song Sinny's slender little hands were like soft cotton, very dense and moist. His heart was beating fast and his breathing rate was gradually increasing. Even though this is not the first time I've held hands with him, I still don't feel bored or tired of it. Even at such a close distance, the rich fragrance filled Su Zhao's nose, refreshing his eyes and ears. After seeing this scene, the girl standing next to Song Sinny couldn't help but ask, Big brother, big sister, are you married adults? In her opinion, only married people can hold hands. What a cute and ignorant age. Puff. Su Zhao was a little nervous for a moment. This kid is quite interesting when she talks a lot. She either remains aloof and silent, or she says something shocking and won't stop. He had never thought about it in this regard, but this little sister had already paved the way for him. Unexpectedly, Song Sinny smiled and said, Well, little sister, this big brother and I are already husband and wife, and we just had our wedding. As soon as these words came out, Su Zhao's expression suddenly became strange. He didn't know whether Song Sinny was deliberately teasing the little sister or was trying to tease him. If it was said sincerely, it would be too sci-fi. When he thought about how Song Sinny could really become his wife, he would be willing to do so even if it meant driving a luxury car and living in a villa. But after thinking about it carefully, forget it. Before the 3 months are up, he should just treat it as fake. This is just unrealistic thinking. It would not be fun if you took it seriously. Because he must always remind himself not to get carried away. Ahem, this. As soon as Su Zhao opened his mouth, Song Sinny interrupted him with a smile. Baby, you are still young, don't ask about adults' affairs, okay? After saying that, she gently touched the girl's head. It happened so quickly, in the blink of an eye. The girl blinked frantically. She tried desperately to hold back her tears, but she couldn't control her emotions and let the tears of longing fall. Woo woo woo. The girl burst into tears again. This time, she cried even more heartbreakingly, and her face, which had been wiped dry with great difficulty, was wet with tears again. Faced with this situation, Su Zhao and Song Sinny were at a loss and didn't know how to deal with it. However, the two did not become impatient because the girl cried twice in a row. On the contrary, they show their care with gentle gestures. Suzhou squatted down first and said softly, "It's my fault that I beat you." But this did not arouse the girl's interest, but became more and more intense. Song Sini didn't understand why the girl was crying again. She began to wonder if she had done something wrong that caused her child's dissatisfaction. However, it was beyond their expectations. This time, the girl's tears came quickly and went away even faster. She managed to calm herself down without the intervention of Suzhou and Song Sini. "Big brother and big sister, I'm so sorry. I'm crying again." The girl blushed and seemed very embarrassed. "Don't say sorry, sister. If you feel uncomfortable, tell your brother or sister. It's okay." Song Sini patted the girl on the shoulder. "Yes, that's what my sister said. Look, it's fate that we met here. You don't have to be afraid of anything." Suzhou followed behind and echoed. But the girl still seems unwilling to reveal the most vulnerable part of her heart. This made the two of them sigh that they had never seen such a mature little sister. It is also clear that now is not the most appropriate time. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore, let's go eat." Suzhou changed the subject. Song Sini also followed behind and said with a smile, "Yes, sister, let's go eat." The shadows of the three people overlapped with each other, constantly getting closer and farther away. If ordinary people saw it, they might really misunderstand it as a family of three. Chapter 26. Ask my boyfriend what to eat. Led by Song Sini, they came to a restaurant on this street that had been open for many years. The overall decoration of the restaurant looks very old, and there is a strong sense of age. But it does not affect its popular customer flow at all. Although it was noon, the place was still crowded with people and the atmosphere was full of fireworks. Suzhou took the lead in pushing open the glass door and let Song Sini and the girl walk in. He followed closely behind and went in as well. As soon as I entered, I saw a middle-aged aunt who still had charm, coming towards me with a gentle breeze. There was a friendly and natural smile on his face. The aunt came up and held Song Sini's hand, calling out affectionately, "Hey, my little darling, why did you come here? You didn't even say hello to me." Then, the middle-aged aunt looked back and forth between Suzhou and the boy with a subtle gaze. It can be seen that she looked slightly shocked, but it was perfectly hidden. Song Sini seemed to know her and smiled politely, "Aunt Wang, of course I came here to support you." "What do you mean by support or not? I'm very happy that you can come here. Let me take a good look at you, little girl." Aunt Wang pretended to be surprised and said, "Oh my, it's incredible. You are getting more and more beautiful. Which boy will be so lucky in the future to marry a pretty girl like you?" "No way, Aunt Wang, I'm embarrassed." After being praised like this, Song Sini responded politely out of habit. Suddenly, Aunt Wang looked at Suzhou and asked, "Who is this young man?" "Him," Song Sini said as she led Suzhou to her side. "He is my boyfriend. You can call him Xiao Su." "What, boyfriend?" Now it was Aunt Wang's turn to be completely dumbfounded. From the first moment she saw Suzhou, she guessed that Suzhou's identity should not be that simple. She had watched Song Sini grow up since she was a child. It is no exaggeration to say that he is better than half a relative. She knew very well that Song Sini was not only arrogant, but also had an unpredictable temper. But there is no doubt that her stunning appearance is indeed outstanding and dazzling. Even Aunt Wang, an older generation person who was very picky about appearance, couldn't help but marvel at it. Plus her extraordinary family background. Not to say that he is as rich as a country, but he is rich enough for many people to look up to him. It can be said that the man who can subdue Song Sini has not been born yet. Because no matter whether it is family background or appearance, it is difficult to show off in front of Song Sini. Even if both of them meet very high standards, they are still difficult to catch Song Sini's eye. In short, becoming her boyfriend is as difficult as climbing to the sky. That's why Aunt Wang was so surprised when she heard Song Sini's words. Not only was Aunt Wang shocked, even Suzhou himself was a little unexpected. He didn't expect that Song Sini would introduce her identity to others so straightforwardly. Of course, Suzhou himself had no objection, but he felt an uncontrollable sense of joy in his heart. There's no way around it, this is the most primitive instinct of boys. Even if Suzhou wanted to restrain himself, it was difficult to do so. At the same time, he angrily scolded himself in his heart, "Don't take advantage of the situation, stay sober at all times, remember your mission, and don't forget your original intention." In order to stay calm, Suzhou deliberately squeezed his hands. At this time, Aunt Wang's attitude towards Su Zhao changed suddenly. From the initial confusion to the current joy. All that's missing is a big red envelope to express joy. As soon as he raised his hand, his expression changed, even faster than when a girl is angry. She walked to Su Zhao's side, took his hand with a smile on her face, and said, "Hey, young man, since you are Cindy's boyfriend, we are a family from now on." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Zhao felt a little uncomfortable. I feel like Aunt Wang is a bit too enthusiastic. However, putting everything else aside, Aunt Wang's auspicious words were quite pleasant to hear. Su Zhao shook his hand and said politely, "Auntie Wang, thank you so much. I'm just an ordinary person. You don't have to praise me so highly." Unexpectedly, the wrinkles on Aunt Wang's face became more obvious as she smiled, and she stared closely at the girl holding Song Sinny's hand. Being stared at like that, the girl subconsciously shrank into Song Sinny's arms, not daring to look her in the eye. TSK, Sinny, Xiaosu, your child has grown so big already, not bad, not bad. When are you going to have a second one? As she spoke, Aunt Wang touched the girl's forehead with her hand and said with a smile, "I don't know who this child takes after, but she's quite pretty. She must have inherited the good genes from both of you." As soon as these words came out, Su Zhao immediately wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into, and his face turned visibly red. "Aunt Wang, you are really good at talking. I give you a thumbs up. Thank you, I just turned 21 and I am a mature father now." He never thought that he and Song Sinny would have children in the future. Even if there is, she has to be a well-behaved and cute girl. Let us be frank, he is a complete daughter slave. If it's a boy, forget it. Su Zhao himself is a boy, and no one understands boys better than him. No, brother, you are still fantasizing, right? Whether it's a girl or a boy, they're already talking nonsense before they even get to that stage. Even Song Sinny, who is usually carefree, couldn't help feeling a little shy at this moment. She also didn't expect Aunt Wang to think in this direction. That's not all. Aunt Wang's next words were even more bombastic. But she took out a heavy red envelope from her bosom and said, "Sinny, Xiaoshu, here, take it. This is a gift from my aunt. The money is not much, I hope you don't mind it, just think of it as buying some delicious food for the children." Song Sinny didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Auntie Wang, we haven't reached that stage yet. Where did this child come from?" "This is a child we met on the road. We just met him today." After that, Song Sinny patted the girl's shoulder gently and said softly, "Say hello to your aunt." Hello, Auntie." The girl waved timidly to Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang was confused again. But how could the old artist's cultivation be destroyed just because of this? Aunt Wang cleared her throat and smiled as if nothing had happened. "It's my fault for being short-sighted." "Don't be offended, Sinny." Song Sinny smiled nonchalantly and said, "It's okay, Aunt Wang. You watched me grow up, how could I be angry with you because of this?" The next moment, Aunt Wang patted her head and said, "I almost forgot something. Sinny, tell me what you want to order." Song Sinny did not answer, but looked at Su Zhao. "Then you have to ask my boyfriend what he likes to eat." Chapter 27 Big Brother, pick me some food. "Then you have to ask my boyfriend what he eats." The lazy tone has a long tail, which is gentle and sweet. Hearing this, Su Zhao scratched his head tactically, and suddenly glanced at the girl in Song Sinny's arms and asked, "Little sister, what do you like to eat?" He thought about taking the needs of his children into consideration first. It just so happens that this child is not the type who is particularly naughty and is quite likable. If she is the kind of kid who likes to act unreasonably and bully the weak, don't even think about bringing her here to eat. Su Zhao went up and gave a righteous ultra kick. See if he still gets crazy. Of course, Su Zhao must have secretly taken advantage of the situation and given him a satisfying kick. Otherwise, it will trigger the passive attitude of the naughty child's parents. "My child is still young, how could you do this?" The girl opened her big round eyes and said uncertainly, "Big brother, maybe because I was embarrassed, I couldn't utter a complete sentence." At this time, the considerate Song Sinny spoke. She gently held the girl's hand and said softly, "Brother said, just tell me what you want to eat. It's okay. Don't be embarrassed. Don't refuse the extra reward that sister gives you." Immediately following, the three of them took their seats at the same time. Because of the presence of the girl, Su Zhao and Song Sinny sat face to face. The girl seemed to like sticking to Song Sinny and sat right next to her. Su Zhao put the menu in front of the girl. "Order whatever you think is delicious, don't be polite with me." The girl hesitated for a moment, but finally gritted her teeth and poked at the menu with a shameful look on her face. I want to eat this and that. Suzhou nodded patiently. Okay, no problem, not bad. The girl who was recognized felt even more embarrassed and lowered her head and fiddled with her fingers. Then, he handed the menu to Song Sinny and said, Sinny, do you need anything else? No need to add it. Didn't I tell you before that what you like to eat is what I like to eat? Song Sinny blinked her big watery eyes and stared at Suzhou intently. Suzhou felt a little nervous when being looked at like this. For him, being stared at by such a beautiful woman was undoubtedly a crime. But he pretended to be calm and returned the menu to Aunt Wang. Thank you for your hard work, Aunt Wang. Why are you being so polite to your aunt? Aunt Wang took the menu happily and looked at Suzhou with some admiration in her eyes. After spending less than a short time with Suzhou, she found that the child's every move was very polite. Whether he was treating Sinny or the children, he was always kind and there was no sign of impatience at all. Maybe Sinny is a really good kid. I hope she can really find a good family. After collecting her wandering thoughts, Aunt Wang immediately got busy dealing with other matters. Before long, the steaming, fragrant dishes were served on the table. They are all authentic local dishes from Jingbei. Pork ribs and lotus root soup, stir-fried bacon with red cabbage, pearl meatballs, braised crushing carp, nian 3 steamed dishes. The color is rich and it makes you hungry just by looking at it. Sinny, little sister, eat quickly. Suzhou couldn't wait to pick up his chopsticks. I have to say that this kid is quite good at ordering food. However, Song Sinny interrupted and said, wait a moment, it will be ready soon. She took out her cell phone from her bosom and started taking pictures, not knowing whether she was taking pictures of the table or someone else. Suzhou subconsciously shrank his neck back. This is top-notch anti-gank awareness. Seeing Suzhou like this, Song Sinny frowned. Don't worry, I'm not shooting at you, no need to hide. Hearing this, Suzhou finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just don't shoot at me. He is the one who is most afraid of being on camera. Every time I see the photos of myself, I feel disgusted. Swollen eyes, puffy face, and a big face that looks no different from that of a pufferfish. And those very noticeable dark circles. Of course, this is just his opinion. After all, no one is satisfied with their appearance. Habitually magnifying the flaws of facial features. However, what was shown in Song Sinny's mobile phone camera was not the dishes on the table. Rather, it was a moment in which Suzhou was frozen. Looking at the dull and lifeless Suzhou in the photo, Song Sinny couldn't help but smile. Poochie. If nothing unexpected happens, she plans to take it back and make it into an emoticon package. It will come in handy when I chat with Suzhou. Suzhou immediately noticed something was wrong. Sinny, you didn't take a picture of me, did you? Song Sinny quickly denied, no way. I really didn't take a picture of you. Suzhou looked suspicious. Why don't I believe it? Brother, I really didn't take pictures of you. I can prove it. The girl stood firmly on Song Sinny's side and played a perfect match. Song Sinny's eyebrows lit up with joy, and she gently touched the girl's head. Yeah, you see, brother just doesn't believe us. Originally Suzhou felt that he had been fooled, but when he saw the girl's innocent eyes, his heart was shaken. The little sister shouldn't lie to people, right? Anyone who tells lies will have to swallow 1,000 silver needles. Okay, let's eat. Suzhou pretended nothing had happened and picked up his chopsticks to pick up some food. Eat, eat. Song Sinny and the girl also picked up chopsticks. On the way to eat, Suzhou observed that the girl's hands could not reach the food on the edge of the table. So he took decisive action and picked up some food for the girl. Thank you, big brother. The girl thanked him with a sweet look on her face. Suzhou said meaningfully, eat more, little sister. For some reason, he could always see a little bit of himself in this little sister. Especially that timid expression. They may be able to get along well with children in front of them, but they may easily become scared in front of adults. This reminded him of his childhood when he had no computer at home and could only go to his classmates' homes to play on the computer. Every time when I had a great time, I couldn't help but feel nervous when I saw my classmates' parents coming back. My classmates' parents didn't say anything on the surface, but I just felt uncomfortable and had palpitations all over my body. It would have been fine if his classmates' parents didn't ask, but if they did, Suzhou would be embarrassed and speechless, not knowing what to do. I forgot to ask, little sister, what's your name? Suzhou looked at the girl and asked curiously. The girl replied with a grunt, big brother, my name is Yang Zishan. Su Zhao continued, Yang Zishuan, is your home nearby? Just at this moment. Su Zhao suddenly snorted, ah. Just now, his foot was suddenly stepped on lightly. Su Zhao looked under the table and saw a pair of beautiful feet wrapped in red-edged stockings, crystal clear and white. The cute and small jade toes painted with pink nail polish curled back and forth, extremely seductive and captivating. Next to it were the thin-soled loafers that had just been taken off. He looked up again and found Song Sinny looking at him innocently. Big brother, why don't you pick some food for me? Song Sinny pouted her moist lips, and her charming eyes were enough to be drawn. Chapter 28. You don't want your sister to be bullied, do you? Being teased by Song Sinny, Su Zhao's face felt like it was on fire, and the blood in his body seemed like it would burst out at any time. Song Sinny's sweet voice is enough to melt everything. Not to mention the extremely subtle movement just now. He didn't expect that Song Sinny would be so unscrupulous in front of the children. Aren't you afraid of corrupting the child? Seeing that Su Zhao didn't respond for a long time, Song Sinny held up her round chin and said with a smile, Big brother, why are you ignoring me? Su Zhao's foot was stepped on lightly again. Under the table, a pair of snow-white, tender feet were swinging playfully in the air. Ahem. Su Zhao had no choice but to follow Song Sinny's temper. He picked up the chopsticks and put a few bites of food into Song Sinny's bowl. Thank you, big brother. Song Sinny then smiled with satisfaction and licked her pink lips. Su Zhao's expression was a little unsettled. Song Sinny is really good at playing with romance. He felt like he couldn't bear it any longer. What is the difference between this and a charming female fairy? However, I really like this exciting feeling. Having a girlfriend who loves to play with herself so much. Isn't this what he has been looking forward to for a long time? She can be domineering and sweet, which is two words that can be described as invincible. Please don't pity him. He will cooperate well. Ahem, Zishuan, Su Zhao said, eat, eat. If he didn't change the subject, he might really die here. The opponent's lethality is too strong. Without magic resistance, there is no point in playing and you will be killed instantly. At this time, Song Sinny stopped teasing Su Zhao and said, Zishuan, did your brother ask you if your home is nearby? Yes, sister. Yang Zishuan nodded, my home is on this street, not far away. Song Sinny asked, I saw that other children went home just now, why didn't you go home? After hearing this, Yang Zishuan fell silent. Ah, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked. Song Sinny immediately realized that she shouldn't ask this. Zishuan, is there anywhere you'd like to play after dinner? Su Zhao asked. Hearing this, Yang Zishuan raised her head again, and there seemed to be some expectation in her eyes. But it quickly passed. Big brother, big sister, thank you, I am very satisfied that you are willing to take me to dinner. Yang Zishuan's meaning was very clear. What he meant was that I wouldn't have to worry about her after dinner. She felt that it was very rude of her to follow along. If you push further, you'll become annoying. Su Zhao smiled and said, what kind of words are you talking about, Zishuan? Who do you think your brother and sister are? He won't be able to leave this child alone until his knot is untied. That's right, Zishuan, brother has already said so. If you continue to be polite to us, brother will be angry with you. You don't want your sister to be scolded, do you? Song Sinny quietly put the blame on Su Zhao. Su Zhao, I am blessed to have you. How could I bear to be mean to you? After hearing the two people's earnest persuasion, Yang Zishuan was conflicted for a while. She didn't know how to choose. A sensible child will feel that he does not deserve even the slightest advantage. And usually it is the crying children who get the candy. And the children who don't like to cry are blessed, they just need to be given a big slap in the face. The same applies to young Zishuan. Well, Zishuan, let's eat first, and don't rush to make a decision, okay? Su Zhao was not in a hurry for Yang Zishuan to make a decision. Keep her calm first. This child is too sensitive and takes too many things into consideration. Yang Zishuan neither nodded nor shook her head. Su Zhao knew that there was a high probability that something would work. The reason why he takes care of Yang Zishuan so much. Because his instinct told him that the child needed a little help. After an unknown amount of time, the meal was finally over. When Su Zhao went to Aunt Wang to pay the bill, he was told, no need to pay, Xiao Su. Su Zhao was very surprised. He thought of Song Sinny and asked, Sinny, did you pay this bill? Well, what's wrong? Song Sinny did not deny it. Su Zhao said, how much is it? I'll transfer it to you. It's my treat. But Song Sini smiled sweetly. Let me ask you, do you think you are a rich second generation? No. Su Zhao responded honestly. Song Sini said disdainfully, since you are not a rich second generation, why do you have to come to treat me? Since you are my person, if you come to treat me, then you are underestimating my means, right? Seni, me. When Su Zhao wanted to continue speaking, Song Sini shook her hand impatiently. Don't disobey me, or our trial period will end here. This was the first time Song Sini used the probation period to threaten Su Zhao. The end of the probation period, doesn't it mean that the relationship between the two is over? Of course Song Sini also knew that such words were very hurtful. She didn't want to say that at all. But if not, Su Zhao would definitely go back and forth over this. Not only is it tiring, it's also quite troublesome. It would be better to be decisive. Because Su Zhao just loves this. Even with full magic resistance, it is still not enough to withstand this fatal blow. Okay, I get it, Sini. Seeing this, Su Zhao, who was being severely controlled, didn't know what to say. Yang Zishan seemed to see that there was something fishy going on and acted as a mediator in the middle. Big brother and big sister, please stop quarreling, it's all my fault. Zishan baby, my brother and I didn't have a fight, don't think too much about it. Song Sini said softly. Su Zhao also comforted her. Zishan, this has nothing to do with you. Big brother and big sister, you are so kind. Yang Zishan sniffed and her throat choked a little. She felt that her older brother and sister were so kind to her. It was just the first time we met, but he was willing to bring me out for dinner. And when she broke down and cried just now, Su Zhao and Song Sini comforted her in soft voices. She is so lucky. In this world, there is never a shortage of people who are gentle enough. It takes a lot of luck to be able to meet each other. Because not everyone is gentle. Thinking back, when my mother was still alive, she would take her out to play with my father every evening. She sat on her father's shoulders, while her mother held his hand with a smile on her face. Dad would lift her up and put her down from time to time, making himself laugh. Zishan, fly. And there is always a serene smile on the mother's face. Zishan, you are flying so high. The family of three is so happy and harmonious. As she thought about it, she remembered her mother's smile again. Chapter 29. I also can't fly a kite. Big brother and big sister, where are you taking me? Yang Zishan rolled her big round eyes with a look of curiosity. At the strong request of Su Zhao and Song Sini. As a child, she naturally couldn't resist this irresistible temptation. There is nothing you can do about it, it's children's nature to love playing. To be honest, when Yang Zishan asked this question, Su Zhao didn't know how to answer. Because today's itinerary was arranged by Song Sini. He also had no idea where to go next. Song Sini smiled faintly and hooked her fingers at Su Zhao and Yang Zishan at the same time. Just follow me. Okay, sister. Yang Zishan shook her head excitedly. Looks very happy. Although she politely refused on the surface, she must have been full of expectations in her heart. Hearing this, Song Sini nodded with satisfaction, then suddenly turned her gaze to Su Zhao and asked worriedly, "What's wrong with you, Su Zhao? Are you feeling unwell?" Eyes as bright as stars blinked, as clear as autumn water. Su Zhao's reaction speed was not bad. He shook his head and said, "No, Sini, I don't feel uncomfortable." If possible, Su Zhao hopes to stay with Song Sini forever. After all, who doesn't want to be with the school beauty? But all this is based on the premise that Song Sini is sincere to him. However, he understood that this should be unlikely at the moment. Because once 3 months is up, everything will be back to zero. Can you please stay away from love? Just have a sudden breakup and be honest. Then when I was emo, I spread comments in the Douyin comment area. Brother, after she dumped me, no one chatted with me anymore. I felt so empty and lonely. I felt like I was going to die. She was the one who pursued me at the beginning, but in the end, she was the one who broke up with me. You really need to delete this. A brother of mine felt uncomfortable after reading it. That's more like it. Song Sini finally raised her swan-like white neck contentedly. Then, she stretched out her fair and slender little hand and waved it in front of Su Zhao's eyes. Is there no need for me to say more? Yes, Sini, I understand. Su Zhao carefully stretched out his hand and slowly took Song Sini's hand. The familiar soft touch came again, warming the heart enough. The heartbeat gradually quickened. The fresh fragrance is still refreshing and pleasing to the eyes. At present, Su Zhao is not yet able to reach a very natural level. But it's much better than last time. This is also a gradual process. Take your time. No one can adapt quickly. Maybe one day, he will be able to let go of his psychological shackles and hold those little hands without any obstacles. Then, Song Sinny stretched out her other hand and held Yang Zishuan's little hand. The shadows of the three people were getting closer and closer. Su Zhao walked on the far left, while Song Sinny and Yang Zishuan walked in the middle. On the way, Su Zhao asked, "Sinny, is the place we are going to far? What about your motorcycle?" "It's not far, we can just walk there." Song Sinny said, "It won't be a problem if the motorcycle is parked here, it's close anyway." "Okay, then I'm relieved." Su Zhao nodded slightly. After walking for more than 10 minutes, they arrived at the gate of a park. At first glance, the entire park covers a very large area and it is difficult to see the end. The grass is lush, the birds are singing, the flowers are in bloom, everything is full of vitality, all things are flourishing, and the whole place is peaceful. In short, wherever you go, you will see lush greenery. From time to time, you can see various colorful kites flying in the sky. The noisy laughter of the children could be heard from a long distance away. Even the field of vision suddenly became wider and the air became much fresher. The whole body seemed to have become a lot lighter. At this moment, there is still a lot of people coming and going at the door. Most of them are groups of adults with children. There were many young couples who wore school uniforms and sneaked out of school. Of course, you can also see the gray-haired grandfather pushing his grandmother in a wheelchair with a happy smile on his face. "Here we are." Song Sinny pointed to the door. "Zishuan, do you like it here?" The first thing Su Zhao thought of was to ask Yang Zishuan for his opinion. "Like?" Yang Zishuan's eyes suddenly widened, as if she had discovered a new world. "As long as you like it." Su Zhao smiled. "How about it? I picked a good place, right?" Song Sinny raised her eyebrows slightly and said in a pleasant tone. "Of course it's good." Su Zhao continued to smile. He wanted to say something else, but stopped himself. "In that case, let's just go in," Song Sinny said with a smile. After entering through the door, the first thing they did was to buy a kite. That's right, no matter what you do in the park, buying a kite is definitely an option you cannot avoid. I have to mention that the prices inside the park are completely different from those outside. Su Zhao looked at the unopened package in his hand, his face painful. "This thing actually costs dozens of dollars, I might as well just rob a bank." No matter how much he complains, he will just keep it to himself. If Yang Zishuan heard it, the child might overthink it. It would be a shame not to fly a kite on such a large green lawn. Picnic is also a good choice. Very suitable for team building. Maybe I can bring my sons here with me in the future. At this time, Su Zhao asked, "Zishuan, can you fly a kite?" "I can't, big brother." Yang Zishuan answered honestly. "It's okay, I can teach you." Su Zhao smiled mysteriously. In fact, Su Zhao had never flown a kite before. "I seldom go to the park." Because no one went to the park with him. Everyone has their own things to do. Although I can go alone, I always feel a little lonely. Every time I go to the park, I just find a stone pillar, put on my headphones, listen to music, and stare at the sunset in the sky. Half a day passed by in a daze. Sometimes when Su Zhao looks at those young couples walking hand in hand, his heart is always blown by the pleasant evening breeze. However, he should feel a little better now. Although I haven't flown a kite. But as a fisherman who often comes back empty-handed, his rod casting technique has already been perfected. He believes that his skills can definitely handle it. It's just a small kite, all you need is hands, right? "Brother, I don't know how to fly a kite. Would you like to teach me?" Song Sinny pouted her pink lips and said coquettishly. The soft voice almost softened Su Zhao's heart. Chapter 30 Youth, all doors open. "Okay. I'll show you how to fly a kite first. Watch carefully and don't blink." After taking a deep breath, Su Zhao ran wildly on the grass with the kite in his hand. He thinks the most important thing about flying a kite is to run first. Don't worry about whether you can succeed or not, just start running. He saw that everyone else seemed to be doing the same thing. Then my own imitation should be able to achieve a similar effect. So, you can see that in the next few minutes. Su Zhao was running so hard that he was sweating and panting. This intensity is comparable to the physical examination in college. Oh no, it should be a level higher than the physical test in college. Su Zhao was very anxious, but the kite in his hand just wouldn't fly and lay limp in his arms. What's going on? This is? Su Zhao was a little puzzled. This is totally different from what he imagined. He thought flying a kite was a very simple thing. But why did it fail? For a moment, he was a little confused. Especially when I see the adults with children around, each one is more skilled than the other. They didn't run very hard, they just took a few steps forward with the help of the wind. In a flash, in the blink of an eye, you can see the kite flying high and swaying in the sky. Witnessing this scene, Su Zhao suddenly felt that he had understood. If the brain has learned it, then the hand should be able to do it too, right? Then, Su Zhao tried again. However, although he tried very hard to imitate the way adults fly kites, he just couldn't fly the kite. That's strange. He clearly followed similar operations, but the result was not satisfactory. The more anxious you are, the less likely you are to succeed. When Su Zhao thought about Song Sinny and Yang Zishan watching him, he felt like he was making a big fool of himself. He scratched his head, but couldn't find any useful clues for a while. Yang Zishan didn't quite understand what she saw, but she felt it was very novel and kept muttering, "Wow. Big brother, you are so awesome, you run so fast." Hearing this, Su Zhao didn't know whether the little sister was praising him or belittling him. Maybe it was because I saw him running and sweating profusely that I felt a surge of passionate power. Youth. All 8 doors open. But Song Sinny, who looked suspicious, stopped him in time. "Su Zhao, can you really fly a kite?" If she didn't persuade Su Zhao to stop, she was afraid that Su Zhao would run into outer space. Su Zhao wiped his nose while panting. "Sinny, I'll study it a little more, and I should be able to make the kite fly smoothly." He still didn't quite want to give up. Song Sinny crossed her arms and said lightly, "I think you should stop researching. Let me give it a try." "You, Sinny?" Su Zhao asked worriedly, "Can you fly a kite?" "I can't, but I can try." Song Sinny licked her moist pink lips and said with a smile, Well, if you can't put it up, I'll ask the big brother next to me." Su Zhao didn't have high expectations. "No need, Xiao Zhaozi, let me teach you how to fly a kite." After Song Sinny took the kite from Su Zhao's hand, she walked forward a few steps gracefully. He looked calm and composed, walked slowly and leisurely, and looked as if he was confident of what he had done. She just gently threw the kite into the air. Then slowly stretched the string in your hand. With the gentle breeze blowing, the kite suddenly flew into the sky, swaying in the wind, followed by a deafening sound of breaking through the air. Yang Zishan, who witnessed this scene, was so shocked that her jaw dropped and she shouted excitedly, "Wow, sister is so awesome." She ran to Song Sinny's side, dancing and gesticulating, almost jumping up. Su Zhao on the side was also stunned. He didn't expect that Song Sinny also liked to play the pig and eat the tiger. This smooth technique is obviously the result of frequent kite flying. It seems that Song Sinny's main skill is to hide her talents. Finally, I would like to say, it was just luck, just good luck. But Song Sinny smiled and waved to Yang Zishan. "Zishan, come here, sister will take you to fly the kite first." "Thank you, sister," Yang Zishan said as she jumped up and down, her porcelain-like little face flushed red. "You're welcome, Zishan. You're so polite to my sister." Song Sinny gently touched Yang Zishan's forehead. At this time, Yang Zishan seemed to have remembered a key question and said sensibly, "Let brother play first, I'm not in a hurry." She gradually felt that her behavior just now was a bit excessive and she did not fully consider the feelings of her older brothers and sisters. "Because my mother said that we should be polite when we go out." On the other side, Su Zhao pretended to be indifferent. "It's okay, Zishan, brother is not in a hurry, let sister take you to play first." Su Zhao looked calm on the surface, but he was actually a little uneasy in his heart. "I'm not in a hurry." He understood that the more urgent it was, the more he couldn't show any impatience. "Otherwise, you will be caught again." "Thank you, big brother." Hearing Su Zhao's answer, Yang Zishan nodded happily, looking very excited. Time passes by every second. Su Zhao was lying on the grass, resting his head on his arms, looking up at the azure blue sky. Although it was impossible to witness Song Sinny and Yang Zishan flying kites with my own eyes, but one could still hear Song Sinny's cheerful laughter like a silver bell, and Yang Zishan's laughter. "Zishan, run quickly, the kite is about to fall to the ground." "Sister, the kite is flying. Hold the line tighter, don't let it run away." "Sister, I'm holding on tight." Not bad, worthy of praise." A pleasant breeze blew past Su Zhao's ears, making him feel comfortable and peaceful. This was an experience he had never had before. Su Zhao had fantasized before that when he had a girlfriend one day, he would definitely go to the park to fly kites with her. Even though it has been realized now, it still feels unreal. But I'm still very happy. It's comfortable. This is the life a normal man should live. What kind of life did I live before? Su Zhao pinched the dandelions that were drifting in the wind with his fingers and sighed from the bottom of his heart. Then he sighed, cherish it, this kind of life will be one less day by one day. Just as Su Zhao was busy feeling sad, he heard a sweet voice calling him. Su Zhao. Su Zhao was stunned for a moment. In Su Zhao's field of vision, a beautiful face was giggling at him. Although the whole face is upside down, the charm from the inside out is enough to infect the outside world. What's wrong, Cinny? Su Zhao was suddenly called out like this, and his thoughts did not synchronize in time for a moment. Of course I'm teaching you how to fly a kite. Song Cinny's sweet smile blossomed, her eyebrows were like a crescent moon, and her eyes were bright and charming. Chapter 31. Do you like Mr. Song's reward? So, are you planning on just sleeping on the floor? Looking at Su Zhao, who had not gotten up for a long time, Song Cinny crossed her arms and asked in confusion. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Zhao stood up quickly, not daring to stop for even a moment. This is the top awareness coming from a top laner in the canyon. Without any hesitation. Flying a kite is so wonderful, it is such a beautiful thing. Seeing this, Song Cinny clapped her hands with satisfaction and turned her gaze to young Zishan. Zishan, you try to fly a kite by yourself first, and I will teach you how to fly a kite, okay? Song Cinny stared at young Zishan with her sparkling eyes and spoke in a gentle tone. Okay, sister, I understand. You and your brother are married adults, and you should have your own world for two. Yang Zishan looked a little cute when she spoke the most serious words with her childish face. Song Cinny touched young Zishan's head in annoyance. Poochie. Little sister knows a lot. Okay, go play. Remember, don't run around. If you meet bad people, tell your brothers and sisters immediately. Don't be afraid. We are here, nothing will happen. Yang Zishan nodded obediently, picked up her kite and ran to an area with a wider view. Then, she took out another brand new unopened kite from her arms, handed it to Su Zhao beside her, and said with a smile, Are you ready? Su Zhao looked confident and calm. I have left the warehouse, I feel good, and the synchronization rate has reached 100%. Song Cinny's lips curled up into a beautiful arc. Since I'm the one teaching you, you have to let me feel your eagerness to learn. A studious attitude? Su Zhao asked, What do you mean? Please call me Teacher Song, Student Xiao Su. Song Cinny took out a pair of gold round frame glasses from the crossbody bag in her arms at some point. The surface of the glasses also reflects a bright and clear luster. The moment he saw the round frame glasses, Su Zhao was stunned. Is this some kind of teacher's temptation game? These magical props are all here. So bitter. But he likes it very much. It's so exciting. Xiao Su, do you have any questions? Song Cinny had already put on her round frame glasses and asked with a deliberately stern face. After putting it on, her pretty face looked even more charming. A unique mature temperament emanates from her. It's obviously still the same person, but the feeling he gives is obviously different. The pure goddess from before has disappeared, replaced by a young female teacher with a serious face. What is Cardcaptor Sakura? From now on, if you want to see any character, you can directly reproduce it. Su Zhao didn't expect that he was just simply flying a kite. Song Cinny directly arranged such a powerful condiment for him. It's just like eating dumplings dipped in vinegar, which makes you full every meal. Then won't I be able to see Song Cinny like this when I do my homework later? It's interesting just thinking about it. Su Zhao swallowed involuntarily. Song Cinny immediately gave him a chestnut on the forehead and said coquettishly, Xiao Su, what are you standing there for? Are you not serious? The force she used was very slight, and Su Zhao hardly felt the intense pain. It's just to give Su Zhao a most basic situational experience. After all, no matter what, Song Cinny couldn't bear to let Su Zhao suffer any harm. Xiao Su, Song Cinny raised her glasses and raised her eyebrows. Do you still want to learn how to fly a kite? This immediately aroused Su Zhao's sultry spirit. Learn, I have to learn this a lot, I want to learn it so much, teacher. Song Cinny couldn't help but laugh and said, Look, you're anxious again. Then, Song Cinny pretended to be serious and said, It's Teacher Song, not teacher. You have to use your full name when I teach you. As she spoke, Song Cinny couldn't help laughing. But she still forced herself to endure it. Otherwise it's easy to get out of character. Seeing this, Su Zhao had no choice but to suppress the most primitive moral restraint in his heart and called out shyly, "Teacher Song?" Maybe because he couldn't let go, Su Zhao had a hard time holding back his laughter when he said it, and his voice was very small and not clear enough. "Don't laugh." Seeing Su Zhao's expression gradually getting out of control, Song Sinny could hardly control herself. "Ahem, okay, I won't laugh anymore, Sinny." Su Zhao tried hard to restrain the urge to laugh. Then, he thought for a long time, took a few deep breaths, and slowly uttered a few words. "Hello, Teacher Song." This time it finally looked much more normal, not as awkward as at the beginning. Su Zhao seemed to have really immersed himself in the play, cooperating with Song Sinny and acting out this drama. Hearing this, Song Sinny showed a sweet smile of satisfaction on her face. "You were so good, Xiao Su, Teacher Song has decided to reward you." Then, she stretched out her tender little white hand, stood on tiptoe, and touched Su Zhao's forehead. Su Zhao is 1.83 meters tall, while Song Sinny has a slim figure of 1.68 meters. There is still a slight difference in height between the two. But it did not stop Song Sinny from reaching out to touch Su Zhao's forehead. Instantly, Su Zhao felt a warm, hot, and soft touch on his forehead. Not only is it very soft, it is also very comfortable and gives you a sense of security. My anxious heart seemed to calm down in an instant, and I enjoyed this rare moment. What is more important is that even at such a close distance, I can still smell the faint body fragrance coming from Song Sinny. Although it's not the first time I've smelled it. But the tranquil and refreshing fragrance really makes people intoxicated and addicted. The scent of shampoo and shower gel is just right and not greasy. "Xiao Su, do you like Teacher Song's reward?" Song Sinny stuck out her tongue, her breath was as sweet as orchid, her eyes moved, and she blew gently into Su Zhao's eyes. Su Zhao, who had originally closed his eyes tightly because of shyness, had to open his eyes again because he felt a little itchy. Looking at Song Sinny's delicate face like a doll, her skin as smooth as a baby's, her long eyelashes, her pink lips, and her delicate and dignified nose. And the white spot on the chest. Su Zhao's heartbeat suddenly started to speed up, and he couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. Seeing that Su Zhao didn't respond for a long time, Song Sinny pretended to be angry and said, "Xiao Su, what's wrong? Don't you like Teacher Song's reward?" "Teacher Song," Su Zhao smacked his lips and said, "I like it very much." "As long as you like it." Song Sinny smiled sweetly. Chapter 32, Xiao Su is really well behaved. "Xiao Su, from now on you should keep your head up and concentrate on listening, okay?" Song Sinny said with a smile. "Teacher Song will start the class soon." "Yes, Mr. Song, I understand." Su Zhao touched his nose and said seriously. Then, Song Sinny walked straight to Su Zhao with a bright smile. The two were so close that they could smell each other's breath. Su Zhao swallowed subconsciously. He was very curious about how Teacher Song was going to teach. Song Sinny quietly walked around to Su Zhao's side and said, "Let Teacher Song test you. What should you do first?" Faced with this question, Su Zhao was a little confused. What other first steps could there be to flying a kite? Isn't it just like opening your eyes and getting started? Seeing Su Zhao remain silent for a long time, Song Sinny gave him a very light slap on the face. "Xiao Su, I can see that you don't take your classes seriously. The most important first step in flying a kite is to tear open the package." Right, Su Zhao pretended to be enlightened and said, "Teacher Song is right. I remember it. I won't make the same mistake again next time." Why does he feel like he is playing house again as a child? Clumsily pretending to be an adult and saying some very childish and naive words. Something like, "When we grow up, we will get married and have children. I will be the mother and you will be the father. You will be responsible for supporting the family and I will be responsible for raising the children." I was ignorant before and didn't understand anything. I just thought it was fun. But, to be honest, it's really fun. After all, where can you find a girlfriend who is willing to play house with you? Out of 10 girls, not even one is willing to play with a boy. Because it is generally considered funny and boring. Now Song Sinny and Su Zhao are in a teacher-student relationship. What happens next? The secret between sister-in-law and brother-in-law that cannot be told? A little story after the rain, right? Just thinking about it is enough to make me feel tortured. "Xiao Su, what are you thinking about?" Song Sinny noticed that Su Zhao seemed a little absent-minded and asked. Nothing, Mr. Song, let's continue your teaching." Su Zhao cleared his throat and changed the subject as if nothing had happened. Then he deftly tore open the package and placed the brand new kite in the palm of his hand. "Very good, Xiao Su, you did a great job. Teacher Song will give you a reward. Song Sini generously gave timely feedback of her emotional values to Su Zhao. It seemed that in her eyes, Su Zhao was younger than Yang Zishan. He is a big kid who needs to be taken care of. In fact, no matter how old a boy is, his mental age will automatically be reduced by a dozen years in front of girls of the same age. So in this situation, child psychology is often the most appropriate. She can coax boys like an idiot with no IQ. If someone is abducted and sold, they may have to help count the money, and finally add a sentence, "Is it true?" Hearing this, Su Zhao's eyes widened again, and he said to himself, "Why are there rewards again? Doesn't that mean there will be rewards every day? Don't go too far. Who wouldn't be crazy about this? I'm really about to fall for it." So Su Zhao looked at Song Sini expectantly and asked eagerly, "What reward is it, Teacher Song?" He wanted to learn so badly. But Song Sini smiled mysteriously and said, "Keep it a secret for now. I'll give you a reward after today's date." Soon, a faint sense of loneliness spread across Su Zhao's face, but he tried hard to control it. He knew that the more anxious he appeared, the more likely he would not get the response he deserved. This moment directly hooked Su Zhao's soul away. The whole person is absent-minded and out of state. Seeing this, Song Sini put her pretty face close to Su Zhao's earlobe, exhaled fragrance, and said, "I won't tease you anymore, baby. Whatever reward you want, I can give it to you now." As soon as Su Zhao finished speaking, he himself did not expect that Song Sini gave him another earth-shattering reversal. But when the choice was given to him, Su Zhao didn't know what reward he wanted for a moment. For now, he feels that he has received enough rewards and is very satisfied. Therefore, Su Zhao really didn't have any urgent demands. Su Zhao was not in a hurry to push this relationship to its climax, just let it take its course. Go as far as you can. No matter what, just have a clear conscience. It would not be wrong to regard these 3 months as a wonderful experience. You are so sensible, Xiao Su. Don't regret it. Song Sini also did not expect that Su Zhao would not use such a rare opportunity. If it were her, if the roles were switched, she would probably touch those slender, white, delicate and tender legs directly. Song Sini is very confident about her figure. There was no part of her body that she was not satisfied with. What should be curled is curled, what should be smooth is smooth, what should be white is white, and what should be big is big. Each one is natural and unique. In her opinion, boys have no resistance to beautiful legs wearing stockings. Why is it different when it comes to Su Zhao? Because of this, Song Sini felt a little depressed and even began to doubt her own charm. However, what she didn't know was, it is true that Su Zhao really likes her figure. After all, Su Zhao is not a saint. This is his desire as a man and there is nothing to avoid. Many people don't even have the courage to face their own desires, let alone realize them. But what boys really like is absolute restraint and patience. It was like walking on thin ice, constantly testing back and forth with fear and trepidation. It is to ensure that the liking is just right without being impolite and inappropriate. You are prepared to pretend to be open-minded and cheerful even if you are hurt, but in fact your heart has already collapsed. This is probably what most guys look like when they fall in love for the first time. Firm, pure, sincere, enthusiastic. He was very cautious, but in the end he was defeated miserably, without a single piece of armor left. But fortunately, Su Zhao met Song Sini. The person Song Sini met was Su Zhao. They are actually very good people. Two kind and sincere people will only get better together. And insincere people will sooner or later be hurt by the insincerity of others. God has its own way of retribution, and no one can escape it. I won't regret it, Sini. Su Zhao smiled, his expression nonchalant, seeming not to care. Song Sini just turned her head and muttered softly, "What a fool." Then, she couldn't help but laugh secretly in her heart, but, this is the you I like. Chapter 33 Whose Kite is Higher? Teacher Song, look, the kite is flying. With Song Sini's patient and generous teaching, Su Zhao finally succeeded in flying the kite. Although Su Zhao received many mild hits during this process, he also gradually realized that flying a kite also requires skills. The final result did not disappoint. Under the gentle breeze, a kite with cartoon patterns painted on it floats in the air, swaying in the wind. Su Zhao slowly stretched the string in his hand, allowing the kite to fly higher and higher. At this moment, he was as happy as a 3-year-old child. Woohoo is flying, huh? There was also a rare pure smile on his face. Seeing Su Zhao's excited face, Song Sini also smiled sweetly and murmured, "Xiao Su, you did a great job." At this time, Su Zhao's kite was suddenly mixed up with Yang Zishuan's kite. Originally, Yang Zishuan was some distance away from Su Zhao. Logically speaking, their kites should be difficult to hit. But Su Zhao flew the kite too high and too far. So their kites met each other unexpectedly. In a split second, Su Zhao suddenly had different thoughts. He shouted loudly, "Zishuan, let's see whose kite is better." After hearing this, young Zishuan, who was not far from Su Zhao, said unwillingly, "Okay, big brother, I will definitely not lose to you this time." Su Zhao said with a smile, "That's not necessarily true, Zishuan, don't say such harsh words, I won't show mercy." So, the two of them had a fierce fight again. However, this time, the competition was not about taking pictures of cards, but about flying kites. At the same time, Song Sini, who saw this scene, couldn't help but laugh and said, "You two are really natural playmates." Then, she deliberately glanced at young Zishuan and said with a smile, "Zishuan, come on, try to dampen your brother's spirit. I'm rooting for you." Hearing this, Su Zhao felt a sense of competitiveness for some reason. "Zishuan, I'm sorry, I didn't want this to happen. I originally wanted to let you win once, but I changed my mind." Su Zhao was seen running while pulling the string in his hand back and forth, and then pulling it hard, with an expression of great concentration and seriousness on his face. His kite seemed to come alive, and at that moment, it transformed into a dragon soaring in the sky, exuding its domineering aura and shocking the world. How could young Zishuan allow herself to be slaughtered? She quickly pulled the string in her hand and took a defensive stance. At this moment, her kite seemed to transform into a flying vermilion bird, burning with blazing flames, and it resolutely charged towards the azure dragon. But Sunlong did not dodge. Instead, it let out an earth-shaking dragon roar and attacked head-on without any hesitation. The two were entangled with each other, and neither was willing to give in. In an instant, both sides were in a stalemate. Seeing this, Su Zhao had an idea and retreated a few steps, pretending to be defeated. The simple-minded young Zishuan naturally didn't think much about it. She was secretly delighted and felt that she had a sure win. How could she have imagined that this old comrade Su Zhao had no martial ethics? The next moment, the vermilion bird, burning with flames, let out a cry and resolutely chased after the fleeing Sanglong. Just when Yang Zishuan thought she was about to win, something unexpected happened. At the same time, Su Zhao showed a mysterious smile on his face, looking confident. But he slowly pulled the thread back a little bit, and then pulled it hard in the opposite direction. Soon, the blue dragon that pretended to flee once again exhaled passionate dragon breath, and its whole body was shining with endless brilliance. The blazing vermilion bird couldn't resist at all and was easily suppressed, turning into a blood mist without leaving any slag. Yang Zishuan felt something was wrong, and the familiar feeling once again surged into his heart. Soon, Yang Zishuan's kite was knocked down and fell straight down like a soft piece of fluff. Su Zhao walked up to him and said with a smile, "Zishuan, if you practice a few more times, you will definitely be able to beat me next time." Yang Zishuan lowered her head and said nothing. Su Zhao immediately realized something. Oh no, damn it, he was having so much fun that he forgot to consider the little girl's feelings. He squatted down and scratched his head helplessly. "Zishuan, brother is a little too serious, huh? Otherwise, let's do it again." Unexpectedly, Yang Zishuan was not angry at all. She smiled and said, "It's okay, big brother. Winning or losing doesn't matter. I had a lot of fun." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Zhao felt even more guilty. He said gently, "Don't force yourself to take care of our emotions. Being happy is being happy, and being sad is being sad. Zishuan, you don't need to be so sensible at your age." "No, big brother, I'm really happy today. I'm really lucky to meet you and my sister." Yang Zishuan suddenly turned around and covered her face with the back of her hands. The breeze blew across her face, silently leaving a few tear marks. Su Zhao did not expose her, but patted her shoulder gently. "Take a rest first, Zishuan." Okay." Yang Zishuan nodded slowly. Then, Su Zhao walked to Song Sini's side and found that she had taken off her gold-rimmed glasses at some point. "Excuse me, should I call you Teacher Song or Sini now?" Su Zhao asked a soul-searching question. Song Sini smiled and said, "When I put on the glasses, I am Teacher Song. You can call me as usual." "Okay, I understand, Sini." Su Zhao nodded slightly. Seeing Su Zhao's dazed look, Song Sini asked, "Su Zhao, you were not upset because I just cheered for Zishuan, are you?" Before Su Zhao could answer, Song Sini stretched out her delicate jade hand, like porcelain, held Su Zhao's hand, licked her moist pink lips, and pouted, "I was wrong, baby. Su Zhao didn't expect Song Sini to lower her head so quickly. Will you forgive me then? Song Sini put her hand on her rosy lips and said coquettishly. A woman who acts like a spoiled child is the most deadly. Su Zhao smiled helplessly. You didn't do anything wrong, why talk about forgiveness? Cheer for Zishan, it only shows that you are very gentle, Sini. That's good. Song Sini smiled sweetly. Compared to this, Su Zhao stroked his chin and said, I'm more worried about Zishan. Zishan? Song Sini was a little confused. Su Zhao said, yes, she hides her emotions too deeply. Hearing this, Song Sini's heart was slightly touched. You are still talking about others, but your emotions are the most hidden. Chapter 34. You will understand when you are my age. In the following time, Su Zhao and Song Sini continued to fly kites with young Zishan, and lay on the green grass and stared at the colorful clouds in the sky. There was talking and laughing, and it was very enjoyable. Su Zhao also always makes young Zishan laugh in his own way. He deliberately asked, Zishan, brother wants to ask you, do you have a boy you like? After hearing this, Song Sini smiled faintly and said, how can she understand these things at her age? She should be at least in junior high school. But young Zishan said seriously, well, but he doesn't like me. Su Zhao didn't expect that young Zishan really did it. That's a bit presumptuous. It hurts so much. Military advisor, how do you solve this problem? The military advisor is busy looking for strategies and can't be relied on at all. Su Zhao comforted her, Zishan, it's okay, take your time. You are still very young, and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Yang Zishan shook her head and said in a deep voice, big brother, you don't understand me. You will understand when you reach my age. Hearing this, Song Sini chuckled, what on earth have you been through, kid, to be able to say such a thing? Hearing this, Su Zhao also found it difficult to remain tense. This kid is quite humorous. What is the opposite of Tiangang? This can be considered a small episode in the middle. Good times always pass by in a flash. As time passed, Yang Zishan smiled more and more, sweeping away the previous gloom. Not only that, Song Sini also took her to play with the children around. Su Zhao was forced by Song Sini to play games with the children. The most classic one is the game of eagle catches chicken. Su Zhao plays the evil villain, the eagle. Song Sini, with a group of children, stood at the front and protected them firmly. During this process, Su Zhao's steps were erratic, often disrupting the children's formation. As a result, Song Sini's whole body was easily pulled around and she almost couldn't stand steadily. If he stumbled, he would most likely fall to the ground. Fortunately, Su Zhao realized this in time and supported Song Sini's smooth, delicate, and curvy back. This way you won't fall. The black hair fell down like a waterfall, entwined around Su Zhao's fingertips, bringing a fresh fragrance. The big, blinking eyes kept staring at Su Zhao, making him feel a little embarrassed. Su Zhao felt that he was not a person who was easily shy. But when he was with Song Sini, he was always unable to hide his emotions well. If there was a wall at this moment, it would almost have been a wallbang. Sini, are you okay? Su Zhao asked with a worried look on his face. I'm fine, Su Zhao. Song Sini's pretty face turned slightly red. If Su Zhao observed more carefully, he would have discovered that there seemed to be a hint of triumphant smile at the corner of Song Sini's mouth. If she didn't do this, it seemed like this idiot Su Zhao would never take the initiative to make physical contact with her. High-end hunters like to treat themselves as prey and take the initiative to attack, creating various seemingly accidental opportunities. I'm glad you're okay. Su Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. The whole game was fun and fulfilling. After all, the girl opposite is the school beauty. Just being with her makes every minute and every second never boring. No matter how interesting a soul is, it is difficult to gain the upper hand in front of a stunning and extraordinary face. The former may take a very long time to get back what others call emotional value. The latter will gain the sympathy of many people even if he just stands there without saying a word. Because the world is a big game, and no one is exempt from it. Everyone has double standards. They say that as long as the three views are consistent with their own, it is enough as long as the person has good character. But when it really happens, I feel unhappy. Before I knew it, it was already dusk and the sun was setting in the west. The number of people around began to decrease gradually, and it became deserted. It is a world of difference from the initial hustle and bustle. Zishan, they are leaving, say goodbye. Song Sini squatted down and spoke to young Zishan in a gentle tone. Yang Zishan said goodbye to the children reluctantly. Although the time we spent together was short, I still feel reluctant to leave. Okay, we should go back too. Song Sini put her hands on her slender waist and said with a happy face. Let's go, Zishan. Su Zhao followed behind and echoed. Yes, I understand, big brother and big sister. It can be seen that young Zishan seems a little unsatisfied. Zishan, what's wrong with you? Su Zhao was the first to notice that something was wrong. Yang Zishan quickly shook her head. Nothing, big brother. Su Zhao saw through her thoughts at a glance and said, Do you still want to play here, Zishan? If you still want to play, I'll bring you here next time. No, big brother, I am already very satisfied today. A smile appeared on young Zishuan's chubby little face. But that smile seemed forced. After the short-lived joy, there is extreme emptiness. It's like, the last moment, close friends and relatives were all gathered together, with pure smiles on each other as faces. It's vivid and not boring at all. From time to time, they would make jokes and talk behind the boss's back about how awesome his boss and colleagues were, who got married, who had a baby, who was cheated on, who went bankrupt, which was very satisfying. However, soon, when everyone dispersed, it was really hard to drive home alone. Sister Zishuan, what do you want to eat tonight? Noticing that young Zishuan was a little disappointed, Song Sini asked with a smile. Yang Zishuan raised her head with a surprised look on her face. Sister, no need, you and brother can just send me to the place where we first met, I'd better go home and eat by myself. After having a free meal at noon, Yang Zishuan felt very ashamed. She couldn't bring herself to bother her brothers and sisters again at night. If my mother saw this, she would probably be angry. At this time, Su Zhao said unhappily, Why not, Zishuan, you bring us so much happiness, these are things that money can't buy. Yang Zishuan was about to say something when Song Sini interrupted her mercilessly. Sister Zishuan, if you don't go with us, I will be angry. All right. Yang Zishuan didn't want to spoil their fun, so she pretended to agree. She thought that she would sneak back home when her brothers and sisters were not paying attention, and then secretly wipe away her tears with her pillow. This way, no one will be sad. Zishuan, hold your sister's hand. Song Sini stretched out her little hand and gave instructions in an unquestionable tone. Yang Zishuan nodded, Okay, sister. Then, Song Sini looked at Su Zhao again and ordered, And you, must hold my hand too. Good. Su Zhao was slightly stunned, but did not resist. Chapter 35 I am a chef and I have won awards. The three of them returned along the original route and came to the street full of ancient atmosphere. On the way back, Yang Zishuan didn't know if she was tired from playing or for some other reason, but she started yawning frequently while walking. Children have strange energies. Sometimes after a day of crazy fun outside, I can continue to have fun when I get home, making my parents crazy. Sometimes, naps occur regardless of the occasion. Whenever you yawn, you will definitely feel drowsy and confused. After Su Zhao noticed this, he said without any hesitation, Zishuan, let your brother carry you on his back. Just as Yang Zishuan was about to refuse, Su Zhao carried her on his shoulders. Su Zhao thought that young Zishuan's weight should be no problem for him. Of course, Su Zhao didn't touch anything else. Big brother. Young Zishuan hesitated to speak. Su Zhao smiled and said, It's okay. Just lie down and have a good rest. I'll call you when your brother comes. I'm a little thinner, but I can carry you. Good. Yang Zishuan also felt sleepy and soon fell asleep on Su Zhao's back. Seeing this, Song Sini on the side blinked her beautiful eyes, with an expression of admiration. She just thought that this man was really handsome. Being handsome is a feeling, and it is fleeting. For details, please refer to the innocent boy who was wearing a black mountaineering jacket, a helmet and a mask, and covers his face tightly. Hold a can of Brave in your hand and a hiking pole. Accompanied by the rising sun at 6 in the morning. Anyone who sees it will say, so damn handsome. Song Sini thought that perhaps one day in the future, such a scene might happen again. At this moment, the street looks completely different compared to during the day. There are crowds of people and heavy traffic. Under the illumination of neon lights at night, there is a unique scent of fireworks. People who came out to set up stalls to sell snacks formed a long queue along the street. Junior and senior high school students in school uniforms had just walked out of the school to buy food. Sini, do you remember where you parked your motorcycle? Su Zhao suddenly asked. The street scene changes so much at night. So Su Zhao was a little dazzled for a moment, and his memory was a little misplaced. Right from the beginning, he memorized where the motorcycle was parked. I'm just afraid that Song Sini will forget it herself. Hearing this, Song Sini also patted her forehead in confusion. Oh, I seem to have forgotten. Su Zhao scratched his head and said, It's okay, Sini. I remember it was right here. Let's look for it slowly. It will definitely not be able to escape. However, Song Sini had a playful smile on her pretty face, and she calmly pointed in a direction and said, How could I forget? It's right there. Only then did Su Zhao realize that he had been tricked by Song Sini again. Su Zhao smiled helplessly. It's good to be there. Then he said, Sini, can you help me check if Zishan is sleeping soundly? Song Sini took a glance, covered her lips and smiled. This little sister is sleeping soundly. Yang Zishan was indeed sleeping soundly while lying on Su Zhao's back. The whole young face seemed to be sunken. His drool almost flowed onto Su Zhao's clothes. Hearing this, Su Zhao suddenly couldn't bear to disturb Yang Zishuan's sleep. Just at this moment, a deafening shout came from not far ahead. Su Zhao looked closely and saw a middle-aged man with an uneasy look. The middle-aged man seemed very anxious and kept shouting, Yang Zishuan. Yang Zishuan, where have you been? Yang Zishuan. As he was shouting, the middle-aged man grabbed a passerby at random and asked excitedly, Excuse me, have you seen a little girl this tall? While speaking, he kept gesturing with his fingers. Passers-by saw the bloodshot eyes of the middle-aged man and thought he was mentally ill. They shook their heads and said, I didn't pay much attention. Okay, thank you. The middle-aged man let go of the passerby's shoulder with a look of disappointment. You can see that there is a light white stain on his lips, as if he hasn't had water for a long time. The next moment, he sat dejectedly on the side of the road and burst into tears without paying attention to the gazes of the people around him. Emotions that have been pent up for a long time will collapse in an instant. Wow. Yakin, I'm so useless. I lost my daughter. How can I explain this to you? Crying, the man slapped himself hard a few times. Woo-woo. Yakin, it would be great if you were here. My daughter must be angry with me because I lied to her and told her that you would not be back for a while. But if I don't lie to her, I really don't know what to say. Before you left, you asked me to take good care of our daughter, but I broke my promise, woo-woo. The man's snot and tears mixed together and his vision became blurry. In a trance, he heard a young voice, Uncle, Zishuan was not lost by you, he is here with us. What, Zishuan? The man stood up quickly, and when he saw young Zishuan in Su Zhao's arms, he somersaulted several times on the ground excitedly and wiped his hair with his hand. Yakin, I didn't lose my daughter. Ah, that's great. The man was crying and his emotions were really volatile. Then, he looked at Su Zhao with malicious eyes and said coldly, Who are you and why is Zishuan with you? It is normal to have such negative emotions. After all, it would be difficult for anyone to remain absolutely rational when their child disappears inexplicably. To be honest, if Su Zhao hadn't had a gentle face, the middle-aged man would have probably launched a deliberate punch. Song Sini explained in time, Uncle, don't get me wrong, we are not bad people. Zishuan went out with us this afternoon and didn't have time to tell you. Real? After hearing this explanation, the middle-aged man's hostility disappeared a little. The main reason is that Song Sini's gentle and moving image is indeed very convincing. Su Zhao said, Uncle, if you don't believe it, you can ask Zishuan when she wakes up. After saying that, Su Zhao handed young Zishuan in his arms to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man took it carefully, as if afraid of disturbing Yang Zishuan who was sleeping soundly. Looking at his daughter's innocent sleeping face, the middle-aged man let out a long sigh, Your eyes really look like your mother's. Su Zhao mentioned, Uncle, Zishuan is very sensible and more mature than other children of the same age. After these words came out, the middle-aged man's eyes became a little complicated. Just when Su Zhao and Song Sini decided to leave, the middle-aged man immediately stopped them and said, Wait a minute, young man, young lady, you probably haven't eaten yet. If you don't mind, how about coming to my house for a meal? I used to be a chef and I've won awards in chef competitions. There is no dish in this world that I can't cook. Chapter 36 What I can't help looking at is this. Uncle, no need to trouble you. Su Zhao winked at Song Sini. Song Sini nodded slightly, and it seemed that she had the same idea as him. No, young man, you guys take Zishuan out to play, she doesn't have much money. Zishuan may not understand, but as a father, I can't just let it go. The middle-aged man had a firm expression and held Su Zhao's hand tightly, not letting him leave. Seeing this, Su Zhao raised his eyes to look at Song Sini to confirm her opinion. Song Sini blinked her eyes, Why are you looking at me? As long as we are outside, I will listen to you. Hearing this, Su Zhao almost couldn't suppress the smile. Is this what it means to be a henpecked husband at home but a good and helpful wife outside? Then, looking at the middle-aged man with a determined look on his face, Su Zhao's heart wavered. He felt that this uncle seemed to have not communicated with anyone for a long time. He was unkempt, had an untidy beard, and his eyes were bloodshot. When I thought of the uncle's sudden collapse just now, and then recalled young Zishan who was always depressed, Su Zhao felt more and more that there must be some unspeakable story behind this. Okay, uncle, thank you for your help. Su Zhao agreed. Hearing this, the middle-aged man was very excited and patted Su Zhao on the shoulder. Young man, it's not a big deal. I haven't shown off my skills for a long time, and I might fail in a while. Su Zhao smiled and said, It's okay, uncle, I'm not that picky. I won't be picky about what you do. The middle-aged man said with a smile, Why call me uncle? I'm not much older than you. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Yang. Okay, Brother Yang, you can just call me Xiao Su. Su Zhao was not polite either. Then, Brother Yang suddenly looked at Song Sini and asked tentatively, Xiao Su, is this yours? Don't get me wrong, I'm just asking. There was no other special emotion in Brother Yang's eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Zhao was still thinking about how to introduce Song Sini. The reason why he kept thinking about it was because he had not yet fully adapted to the fact that Song Sini was his girlfriend. There is no relevant memory imprint in the subconscious mind, so it gets stuck. Song Sini smiled openly and said, Brother Yang, I'm his girlfriend. Without any hesitation, he just said it naturally. As soon as these words came out, Yang Ji's eyes revealed a trace of envy. That's great, Xiao Su, the girl is really pretty, you should cherish her. What he envied was not how beautiful Song Sini's face was, but the fact that the two of them could still accompany each other well. The definition of happiness is sometimes very simple. It is enough for two people to stay by each other's side in peace. Su Zhao nodded, Brother Yang, I will. When he said this, he actually didn't have much confidence. But Su Zhao will try to save it all, even though it may fail, he will still try. Xiao Su, come with me. After Brother Yang hugged Yang Zishan tightly in his arms, he waved to the two of them. Soon, Su Zhao and Song Sini followed Brother Yang through several alleys and arrived in front of an old residential building. The exterior walls of the entire community are covered with green vines, and they look like they are at least a dozen years old. Brother Yang's home is on the first floor, a very classic one living room and 3-bedroom structure. Brother Yang inserted the key, unlocked the door, and entered first. Su Zhao and Song Sini followed closely behind. As soon as you push the door open, the entire living room is bright, clean, and well organized. Brother Yang scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, Xiao Su, the house might be a little messy. Brother Yang, who said this living room is messy? This living room is so clean. Su Zhao exclaimed with deep admiration from the bottom of his heart. Brother Yang is too modest. Brother Yang laughed, just sit where you are and treat this place as your home. Okay, Brother Yang. Brother Yang found 2 plastic stools and handed them to Su Zhao and Song Sini. Xiao Su, please sit down for a while. I'm going to cook. Okay, Brother Yang, thank you for your hard work. What do you like to eat? I can cook all kinds of cuisines. Su Zhao glanced at Song Sini. Sini, what do you want to eat? He seemed to have thought of something, and added in time, Sini, don't say it's all up to me. Everyone has different tastes. I also want to know what you like to eat. Su Zhao didn't want Song Sini to force herself to do what he wanted in everything. In that case, Song Sini would lose her original personality. This is not the situation he wants to see. Song Sini, who had been predicted, stuck out her tongue and said, I want to eat noodles tonight. What do you think? At the same time, she was also slightly surprised. Why does Su Zhao know what I want to say? Brother Yang, can you go down there? Su Zhao asked. Brother Yang said confidently, Of course I can do that, Xiao Su. You are my brother Yang. I am a top-notch leader. Even MacArthur would give me 5 stars if he came. Hearing this, Song Sini couldn't help but laugh and said, Brother Yang, you are so interesting. Ha, isn't that how you young people talk? Give me a moment and I'll make you a bowl of delicious green pepper and shredded pork noodles. Okay, Brother Yang, thank you for your help. Don't be so polite, Xiao Su. After saying that, Brother Yang went to the kitchen to busy himself. So, in the following period of time, Su Zhao and Song Sini started their waiting time. Of course, they were not idle either. At Song Sini's suggestion, they took advantage of this rare time to play an online Go game. It seems simple, but it is not simple at all. But it's really fun, as a puzzle game. However, it was difficult to tell the winner between the two. Every step is difficult. The main reason is that Song Sini doesn't want Su Zhao to lose. And Su Zhao didn't want Song Sini to lose. How can someone who doesn't want the other person to lose win? As a result, the two of them were in a stalemate for a long time and it was difficult to determine the winner. Until Song Sini couldn't stand this situation anymore. In order to divert Su Zhao's attention, she deliberately put her hands on her beautiful legs wrapped in red-edged stockings and rubbed them back and forth. Suddenly, a rustling sound came into Su Zhao's ears. Su Zhao also subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. Let me ask you, who can resist watching this? This is what I can resist not watching. Without paying attention, Su Zhao's go move went wrong. This just gave Song Sini an opportunity to make a mistake. And Song Sini would naturally not miss it. Soon, the deadlock in this game was finally broken. Oops, I lost. Song Sini looked at Su Zhao with a smile on her face, and seemed to be even happier than he was. Su Zhao smiled helplessly, not knowing what to say. He only knew that he was very happy at the moment. Chapter 37 I Didn't Cry. Green pepper and shredded pork noodles are here. 2 bowls of steaming green pepper and shredded pork noodles were brought to the table by Brother Yang. Xiao Su, you two should eat it while it's hot and see how it tastes. Brother Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead, with a look of longing to be recognized. Su Zhao nodded, okay, Brother Yang, just by looking at the appearance, I know it must be good. Then he took a sip and tasted it carefully. After swallowing it, Su Zhao couldn't help but give a thumbs up and praised it. Well, Brother Yang, it's delicious. We are not kidding, this is many times better than those high-tech pre-prepared meals that have explosive sales on food delivery platforms. At the same time, Song Sini also picked up the noodles with chopsticks and chewed them in small bites. Soon, she also exclaimed from the bottom of her heart, it is indeed delicious. Hearing this, Brother Yang had a satisfied smile on his face, as long as it suits your taste. As he spoke, Brother Yang mentioned it again and continued with a smile, I haven't cooked so carefully for a long time. I usually just do it casually at home. At this time, Su Zhao raised his own question, Brother Yang, if your cooking skills were to be displayed outside, others would definitely be vying for them. To be honest, Su Zhao really had the urge to become his disciple. I don't accept any disciples, thank you. I used to be a cook in a 5-star hotel, Yang recalled, but later I didn't want to do it anymore, so I quit the job and went home. I see. Su Zhao nodded slightly. Suddenly, Song Sini glanced at the living room and asked in confusion, Brother Yang, besides Zishan, you shouldn't be the only one at home, right? Hearing this, Brother Yang's body trembled slightly. He glanced at young Zishan who was sleeping on the sofa with complicated eyes and sighed, Xiao Su, I remember you just said that Zishan is a very sensible child, right? Su Zhao did not deny it. Brother Yang looked a little lonely, there is a reason for this. A few months ago, your sister-in-law passed away due to an accident, but I lied to Zishan and didn't tell her the real reason. Su Zhao's first reaction was, I'm sorry, Brother Yang, for bringing up your sad story. What are you apologizing for? Song Sini interrupted and smiled sweetly, I asked, Brother Yang, you can blame me if you want. Brother Yang shook his hands disapprovingly, it's okay, Xiao Su, I got over it a long time ago. After all, I'm a man and I can bear it. But Zishan is still young, I'm afraid she can't bear the pressure, so I kept it a secret. It's also because of this that I feel guilty. As he said this, Brother Yang's envy of Su Zhao increased a little. This guy is lucky to have a girlfriend who is willing to take the initiative to share responsibilities. Su Zhao seemed to have figured something out and said, yes, Zishan went out with us today and I felt that he always looked unhappy. So this is the reason. No wonder Zishan cried today. It turns out she missed her mother. Song Sini held her chin and said thoughtfully, come to think of it, Xiao Su, Zishan has really caused you some trouble. Listening to the two people's speeches, Brother Yang looked ashamed. He felt that he had failed in his duty as a father. Su Zhao said, no, Brother Yang, please don't think so. Zishan has brought us a lot of unexpected happiness. That's right. Who wouldn't like such a sensible little sister? Song Sini followed behind and echoed. Brother Yang managed a rare smile on his face, I'm really relieved that you think this way. To be honest, I've been in a daze for a while, and I haven't taken good care of Zishan. After your sister-in-law left, there's not a day that I don't miss her. As he spoke, Brother Yang's eyes began to turn red and he recounted his memories of the past. Yakin and I were each other's first love. We have been married for several years and have always had a good relationship. We rarely quarreled. Later, we had zishan. Although life was stressful, we managed to get by. Thinking about it now, it was a very happy and fulfilling time. But a few months ago, Yakin suddenly said that she was not feeling well. I didn't pay much attention at the time, and she said it was no problem. But suddenly one day, she fainted on the ground. I panicked and called an ambulance. I prayed that it wasn't an incurable disease. But on the day she was sent to the hospital, the doctor shook his head and said that Yakin might not live long. Brother Yang's voice became a little choked up. The expressions of Su Zhao and Song Sini also became solemn. When I heard the news, I almost collapsed. I didn't want to believe that such a ridiculous thing could be true, but Yakin seemed to have prepared herself mentally and just told me to take good care of my daughter. I'm so angry. At this time, she is still thinking about her daughter and has not seriously thought about her own future. I told Yakin that I would try every possible way to save her, but she said it was unnecessary and she was afraid of wasting the family's money, so she asked me to give up on her. To be honest, I really hesitated whether to give up treatment because the cost is really expensive, but compared to this, I simply couldn't bear to let her leave me. I was unwilling to accept Yakin's request, and angrily told the doctor that I would kowtow to him as long as Yakin could be saved. Brother Yang's tears were rolling in his eyes. The doctor can only say that he will do his best, but I still don't give up. In order to raise money for treatment, I work hard during the day and go out to deliver food at night. Although it is very tiring, as long as I can see Yakin, I feel that no difficulties can stop me. If I back down, I will feel that I am not a real man. But the reality is cruel. Yakin's condition is getting worse day by day. In just a few weeks, she has become as thin as a bamboo pole. I feel really bad for her. In her last moments, Yakin seemed very calm. I knew in my heart that she was afraid that I would feel sad, so she pretended to be calm. In fact, she was reluctant to leave me and my daughter. Later, she told me that she wanted to go out and see the world. I agreed, quit my job, took her out of the hospital, and went to many places with Zishan with all my heart. We visited all the places we had never been to before. When I looked at her smile, it was as if I was back to when we first met. She was still as pretty and gentle, and still as lovely. That period should be her last glimmer of life. One day later, she quietly left, leaving me and Zishan. Before she left, there were traces of tears on her face. I think she must have been very reluctant to leave, and she held on until the last moment before leaving her vulnerability to me. As he spoke, Brother Yang's eyes dimmed. I scattered Yakin's ashes into the sea because she said she didn't want to be buried alone in the soil, but wanted to swim with the sea. After she left, life had to go on, but I was depressed for a long time before I recovered a little. I lied to Zishan and said Yakin would be back in a while. My family wants me to rekindle my relationship, but I don't have that intention at all. No one can shake Yakin's position in my heart. If I really want to find someone, I won't be able to explain to Zishan. So I just plan to take care of her by myself. Now that I think about it, I didn't take Zishan's feelings into consideration at all. Sigh. I won't say any more. Xiao Su, you shouldn't have listened to me. After he finished speaking, Brother Yang's voice became a little hoarse. Don't say that, Brother Yang. It's nothing. It's better to say it out loud than to keep it in. Su Zhao took a look at this upright man with calloused hands and said with great admiration. Although it was painful to hear, his emotions were always restrained. At the same time, Song Sini kept blinking her beautiful eyes, and hazy tears bloomed out. For someone like Song Sini who suffers from tear incontinence, the sad stories are the ones she cannot bear to hear. In fact, her psychological endurance is not bad, and she has experienced a lot of hardships in her previous life. It's just that she instinctively feels a little pity for these things. Su Zhao subconsciously wanted to take out a tissue and hand it to her, but was rejected by the stubborn Song Sini. I'm not crying. Looking at Song Sini's true feelings, Su Zhao felt mixed emotions. What on earth did such a nice girl like about him? Chapter 38 Grow Up Well. After Song Sini calmed down for a while, she soon acted as if nothing had happened. Emotions come and go quickly. Phew, it's okay, my eyes just felt a little itchy. Song Sini fanned her small and delicate nose with her hand and held back her tears. Seeing this, Su Zhao finally put his worries at ease. Su Zhao originally wanted to comfort her, but seeing Song Sini's strong attitude, it seemed that he would not be allowed to do so. Brother Yang also smiled awkwardly. I'm so sorry, little girl, Xiaosu, I was just having a good meal, but I made you feel so depressed. But Song Sini smiled and said, It's okay, Brother Yang. Our meeting with Zishan is also a kind of fate. Things are unpredictable. No one wants this to happen to them. Let's move on as soon as possible. Sister Yakin must want to see you happy now. Little girl, I understand what you said. Thank you so much. If Yakin saw you taking Zishan out to play in heaven, she would probably be very happy too. Brother Yang nodded heavily, his eyes red. At this time, only the sauce was left in Su Zhao's bowl of noodles. There was still a small half in Song Sini's bowl. Song Sini unceremoniously scooped up the noodles from her bowl and put them into Su Zhao's bowl, saying, I can't eat anymore, Su Zhao, help me with this. Su Zhao did not refuse, but responded obediently, okay, no problem. He wondered if this counted as an indirect kiss. When he thought of Song Sini's rosy and plump pink lips again, Su Zhao's heart could no longer calm down. What are you daydreaming about? What, do you dislike the food I eat? Looking at Su Zhao, who was in a daze, Song Sini said in an unpleasant tone. No. How could he dislike it? How could he despise such a good thing that so many students at Jiangnan University of Science and Technology dream of? In order to dispel this doubt, Su Zhao picked up the chopsticks and started eating. In the end, not even the entire sauce was left, as it all went into Su Zhao's stomach. For some unknown reason, Su Zhao actually felt that this bowl of noodles was the most delicious one he had ever had in more than 20 years. Seeing that Su Zhao had solved the problem completely, Song Sini nodded with satisfaction. Neither of them noticed that Brother Yang, who was standing beside them, had a constant smile on his face, and his long-suppressed mood also received a little warm comfort. There is nothing I can do, it's just too good to be true, my family. Isn't it also a kind of happiness to see others happy? The interaction between this young couple directly reminded him of the beautiful memories that had been buried for many years. It seemed to be the same between them when Yakin was still around. It's so good to be young, the flavor of youth is overflowing. At this moment, he has become a loyal fan of Su Zhao and Song Sini. Whoever dares to separate them must step over his body first. Blue and silver entanglement. Ahem, I went to the wrong set. Suddenly, Song Sini winked at Su Zhao. Su Zhao roughly understood what he meant. He glanced at Brother Yang and said, It's getting late, Brother Yang. Sini and I won't bother you anymore. We'll come visit you next time we have the chance. Hearing this, Brother Yang patted his head and said in sudden realization, Right, you still have to go to school, so you really can't stay here for too long. Let me take you there. Song Sini declined, No need to see me off, Brother Yang. Let's just take one last look at Zishan and then we'll leave. Brother Yang had no choice but to agree, okay. So, Su Zhao and Song Sini both stood up and walked to the sofa. Yang Zishan, who was lying on the sofa, was covered with a blanket, with her body spread out in a random position. Little sister is sleeping soundly. Song Sini half squatted down and gently pinched Yang Zishuan's chubby face. Yang Zishuan, who was in a deep sleep, seemed to feel a sore and itchy sensation and scratched her face subconsciously. Then, a faint smile suddenly appeared on her face. In this case, it is possible that you are having a sweet dream. Of course, it is also possible that he is pretending to be asleep. Good night, Zishuan. Sister is very happy to meet you. You must study hard and grow up well. Got it, little sister? After looking at it for a moment, Song Sini considerately covered the blanket more tightly. Su Zhao, you can say something too. Good. Su Zhao leaned down and said seriously, Zishuan, have a good rest. Next time if there is a chance, I will play cards with you again. At that time, you will definitely be able to beat me. As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Zishuan's nostrils twitched slightly, but it was not very obvious. The next moment, Su Zhao and Song Sini turned around. The moment they turned around, a few silent tears slid down Yang Zishuan's face. Brother Yang, who witnessed this scene, was deeply moved. He didn't expect that his daughter would meet two such gentle people at the same time. How lucky, how rare, how precious. Brother Yang, thank you for your hospitality. Then Su Zhao followed Song Sini to the door and stepped out. Brother Yang also came to the door and said reluctantly, I understand. You must pay attention to safety on the way. No matter how you go back, you must go slowly. Well, Brother Yang, you don't have to send us off. Just go ahead. Song Sini waved her little hand and greeted. Brother Yang nodded. Okay, by the way, Brother Su, please stay for a moment. Little girl, please stand outside for a moment. I will be there soon. I will say a few words to him, just like men. Hearing this, Su Zhao looked at Song Sini out of habit. Song Sini gave a warm smile. Don't worry about me, I'll just wait. This is a topic between you men. As she spoke, she walked out of the corridor and came outside in a very reasonable manner. At this moment, the sky has become completely dark, and a crescent moon hangs high in the sky, illuminating the dark night. The other side. Brother Yang, who was standing at the entrance, saw Song Sini's figure completely disappear from his sight, and decisively took out a red envelope from his arms and said, Little brother, the money in it may not be much, but you must keep it. As he said that, he stuffed the red envelope into Su Zhao's hand. Su Zhao was not willing to accept it. Brother Yang, what do you mean by this? I ate your noodles and gave you a red envelope. What do you think of me, Xiao Su? The two of them pulled each other back and forth. The neighbors saw it and thought they were fighting because they didn't know. Stop it, don't fight anymore. Xiao Su, if you still consider me a brother, you must give it to me. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. After a difficult tug, Su Zhao saw that he couldn't get rid of Brother Yang, so he had to take it. Okay, Brother Yang, you make me feel so embarrassed. At the same time as taking it, Su Zhao secretly put the red envelope into Brother Yang's hand at lightning speed. Because the movement happened so fast and Brother Yang's attention was diverted, he had no chance to react. Brother Yang said carelessly, What's the big deal, Xiao Su, be nice to the girl. She's pretty and has a good personality. I'm optimistic about you. Come on. Su Zhao scratched his head. Brother Yang didn't think too much and waved at Su Zhao. Okay, go ahead. Okay, Brother Yang, you should also go to bed early. Su Zhao also waved, then turned around, walked out of the aisle and left. Watching Su Zhao's figure gradually walking away, Brother Yang felt a strong sense of loss in his heart. Then, he closed the door gently and came to the living room. As soon as he turned around, he saw young Zishan, who was sitting on the sofa, sat up straight. Zishan, are you awake? Are you hungry? I'll go cook you some noodles. Brother Yang suppressed his emotions, forced a smile, and said. But young Zishan pouted and said, Dad, I know everything. Don't hide it from me anymore. Yang Ji's heart skipped a beat, but he still pretended not to know. What do you know? Yang Zishan said solemnly, Dad, don't carry it alone anymore. I'm an adult too. Let's face it together. Hearing his daughter speak such inappropriate words in a childish voice, Brother Yang laughed. You are nothing, and you are still an adult. Do you know what an adult means? After saying that, Brother Yang couldn't hold it in any longer. He walked to the sofa, hugged young Zishuan's body and cried bitterly, Zishuan, Dad is so bad. It's okay, Dad. I'm a big boy now. I won't be sad about these things. Yang Zishuan sniffed and said with a sob. Brother Yang didn't care about his own face at all, and released all his inner fragility. Yakin. Chapter 39 I am willing to indulge in women. After Su Zhao came out, the two of them seemed to have a tacit understanding and neither of them brought up the heavy topic. And Song Sini didn't ask anything related to it. Then, Su Zhao followed Song Sini all the way to where the motorcycle was parked. Helmet, put it on. Song Sini threw the pink helmet to Su Zhao and took off her white helmet from the hood of the car. At this moment, she seemed to have turned into the cool, taciturn, heroic elder sister again. Su Zhao put on his helmet obediently. Song Sini took her seat first, and he followed closely behind. Song Sini pouted her lips and solemnly instructed, Remember to hold my waist tightly, don't grab the air again, this is not only for safety first, but also to avoid other accidents. Yes, Sini. Su Zhao nodded. Before getting in the car, Su Zhao made a muffled voice through his helmet, Sini, will we come here again in the future? Song Sini smiled faintly, as long as you want to come, we can come anytime. Hearing this, Su Zhao couldn't help feeling touched. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and put your arms around my waist. Song Sini gets angry whenever she sees Su Zhao distracted. Oh, okay. Su Zhao sat on the seat slowly, then carefully stretched out his hand and hugged Song Sini's waist. Instantly, a soft and elastic touch came over him and lingered in Su Zhao's heart. Song Sini's plump belly felt so comfortable to touch, without a trace of excess fat, and was completely warm. I also feel safe inside. Hold on tight. Song Sini smiled sweetly. However, just like at the beginning, Su Zhao didn't wait for him to sit down completely. Boom! The defensive football under his feet flew out with a whoosh. Under the illumination of neon lights at night, it is like a ball of white lightning, shuttling through the sky. The commotion that broke out at that moment also attracted the attention of many people on the street. Oh my god, look, I am not seeing things, there is actually a girl driving a boy in that anti-racing car, I have never seen such a thing in my life. Yes, you read it right, that sexy red silk, there is no mistake. I'm a little envious of this guy, he's so lucky. Wow, this body can definitely squeeze me into a mummy. What are you envious of? You can tell at a glance that couples like this will break up in less than 3 months. They are just playing around with each other. There are many of them these days. I'm not jealous. What if it's true? If it's true, I'll eat it right away. After a half-hour journey, Su Zhao was sent by Song Sini to the door of the men's dormitory building of Jiangnan University of Science and Technology. Along the way, Su Zhao's hair was almost blown into a mess. Not only that, the wind at night was still a bit chilly, and the high speed made him shiver all over and clench his teeth. The soul of a person is still floating, but the body remains in the same place. The only way to get warmth was to hug Song Sini's waist tightly. Song Sini also wished that he would hold her tighter and increase the speed of the motorcycle from time to time. The purpose was to make Su Zhao shiver all over from the cold, and to prevent his hands from leaving his waist. Of course, everything is based on safety first. She would never joke about Su Zhao or her own life. Here we are, little brother. After parking the motorcycle, Song Sini turned around, glanced at Su Zhao with a smile, and joked. Su Zhao's whole state had not yet calmed down, and he just nodded numbly. Are you okay, Su Zhao? Seeing Su Zhao like this, Song Sini felt a little bit reluctant. But who can blame him for not being proactive now? This can be considered as a small punishment I give him. No. It's okay, Sini. Su Zhao shook his head, trying to align his thoughts with reality. So I'll take you here? Song Sini crossed her arms and smiled. Su Zhao said, well, Sini, thank you for sending me back. In the past, it was usually the boys who took the girls back to the dormitory. But when it came to Su Zhao, the situation was reversed. I have to say, this experience is really novel. Song Sini raised her snow-white neck proudly. I've told you so many times, no need to say thank you, this is what I should do, don't forget, I'm your girlfriend. Su Zhao smiled awkwardly, I haven't forgotten, Sini. Song Sini snorted softly, it's good that you didn't forget. Today's date ends here. Go back and rest early and have a good sleep. In the days to come, you have to gradually get used to having me by your side, understand? Okay, Sini. Su Zhao suppressed his inner excitement and said. Such words were too hurtful to him. Who can resist such a school beauty girlfriend? Just as Su Zhao turned and left, Song Sini got off the motorcycle, walked directly behind Su Zhao, stretched out her arms as white as lotus roots, and tightly wrapped them around his back. After feeling the graceful and soft body pressing against him, an intense warmth spread throughout Su Zhao's body, and he was unable to extricate himself for a long time. Especially that pair of round and full breasts, which can be said to be soul-stirring. At that moment, Su Zhao was stunned, Sini? As soon as she finished speaking, Song Sini hugged him tighter and said softly, Su Zhao, I know you haven't gotten used to it yet, but it doesn't matter. Don't be afraid that I will leave suddenly. I will always be by your side, understand? By the way, I saw you use my facial cleanser, it's really great, you look very handsome today, and your waist is straighter than before, please keep up the good looks, baby. When Su Zhao heard this, his heart felt like it was hit hard by a lead weight, and he lost all contact with the outside world. For a moment, his thoughts suddenly stopped. It turns out that he still can't resist the bombardment of these sweet words? It turns out that it is still difficult for him to remain absolutely calm and restrained. After all, he is not a cold robot and cannot remain calm. Two villains suddenly emerged from the depths of Su Zhao's heart. A villain said, Su Zhao, what are you avoiding? Such a good girl, are you still unwilling to put down your disguise? Another villain struggled and said, Su Zhao, your heart is already in chaos. If you continue like this, you will only sink deeper and deeper, and become a mentally retarded person with no IQ. People can easily play with you without any effort. The two villains were entangled with each other, fighting each other left and right, and fell into a fierce stalemate, and neither of them could do anything to the other. The nagging gossip kept echoing in Su Zhao's mind, like a needle, deeply hurting his forehead. Until one moment, Su Zhao couldn't stand it anymore and shouted in his heart, stop arguing, both of you. Shut up. What I do is my own business. You have no right to interfere. I am happy with it. I am willing to indulge in women. Great and powerful heavenly dragon, Prajna Buddhas, Tafagatak Siddhagarba, Prajna Bamahon. At that moment, the two little men said no more, but retreated obediently to a dark corner. Su Zhao, why are you silent? Seeing Su Zhao didn't respond for a long time, Song Sini asked in confusion. At the same time, she did not let go of Su Zhao's body. It's okay, Sini, why don't I just take you there? Su Zhao still felt a little guilty. He couldn't accept this overly enthusiastic favoritism with peace of mind. Hearing this, Song Sini was unhappy. Who asked you to send me off? Go back to the dormitory obediently. Sunny. You're not obedient, aren't you, Xiao Zhaozi? Then don't come to serve me anymore. Seeing this, Su Zhao, who had been manipulated countless times, was defeated again. Just at this moment, Song Sini let go of Su Zhao's body in time. Just stop there. She just wanted to let Su Zhao open his heart step by step. During this process, Song Sini will not rush for success, but try to let things happen naturally as much as possible. This includes further kissing and intimate physical contact. In other words, it can also be called the development system. So, under concubine Xan's order, Su Zhao had no choice but to submit and walk towards his dormitory quietly. And Su Zhao was also thinking in his heart, why did he always feel that his role in this relationship was a bit reversed? Does it feel like a domineering female president falling in love with him? I didn't think so at first, but the more I think about it, the more I feel that way. Song Sini silently watched Su Zhao's back gradually walking away, and nodded contentedly. Then she put on her helmet, restarted the motorcycle, and with a loud bang, she turned into a flash of lightning and sped away. At the moment of lighting the fire, she turned around to look at Su Zhao, and the faint smile on her face became even more charming. What she didn't notice was that Su Zhao also looked back at her reluctantly. However, the two of them turned their heads in the wrong place. Chapter 40. I have already recorded the audio. As soon as Su Zhao returned to the dormitory, he was warmly greeted by his roommates. Damn it, Lao Su, where have you been? You didn't even stay in the dormitory with us. I remember you didn't have a part-time job today. I've never seen such a thing before. Do you know that you've become famous in the whole school today? Wang Nian was shirtless, with his legs crossed and his eyes wide open. That's right, Lao Su. What Lao Wang said is right. You are acting out of character today. Seeing Su Zhao coming back, Lu Yang, who was immersed in the world of novels, rarely focused his attention on reality. Apart from the three of them, Su Ziqiu was still busy being intimate with his girlfriend outside, and he would not come back until late at night. Su Zhao put on his slippers, sat on his chair, turned his head, and said with a puzzled look, Lao Wang, Lao Lu, what do you mean by this? Su Zhao, do you really not know or are you pretending to be stupid? Wang Nian picked his nose in surprise. Su Zhao didn't want to hear this guy keep keeping it a secret, so he said indifferently, it's fine if you don't tell me, why bother hiding it? Wang Nian said with a grin, okay, Lao Su, it seems you really forgot about the afternoon class. Afternoon classes? Only then did Su Zhao understand. I have classes this afternoon. What was he doing at that time? Oh, he was busy dating his school beauty girlfriend. Looking at your expression, could it be that Brother Lei is here to check on the class? The Brother Lei that Su Zhao mentioned is actually their counselor, Yang Lei. Su Zhao had skipped classes before, so he didn't think it was a big deal. What's more, their counselors are not the kind of people who put on airs. As long as they don't do anything particularly excessive, they will generally not be made difficult. After all, they all went through the student stage together, so who doesn't know each other's thoughts? The main thing is that some classes are really boring. The whole class is just watching boring PPTs and emotionless explanations. Su Zhao would rather use this time to make money than sit there doing nothing. Not only a waste of time, but also a waste of life. Perhaps the only value is to provide jobs for some teachers. Wang Yan nodded, yes, Brother Lei came to check the class. Then why are you making such a fuss, Lao Wang? Su Zhao was puzzled. As long as you are not too reckless, skipping once or twice won't be a serious crime, right? Ha, it would be great if it was really Brother Lei who came to check the class. Wang Nian smiled and said, not only is Brother Lei checking the classes, but there is also the secretary of the academy. He came here today to personally take charge of the back office and called the roll one by one. Unfortunately, you are the lucky one picked out of a million. What? After hearing this, Su Zhao finally lost his composure. He was not afraid of the so-called secretary. However, this may bring invisible troubles to oneself. The counselor can turn a blind eye when he sees it. Once it involves the leaders of the college or department, they like to carry out purges. A trivial matter may rise to a higher level. Su Zhao asked, "Did the secretary say anything?" The secretary didn't say anything, but Brother Lei looked a little unhappy. He asked you to take some time to go to him tomorrow at noon to have a chat with him. Wang Nian shrugged. No. Su Zhao nodded. If the counselor came to see him, he would at most have to write a self-criticism. Even if they don't write a self-criticism, they will probably do some ideological work and ask about their well-being. However, he knew Yang Lei's temper, and he thought he was just dragging him over as a formality and wouldn't do anything serious. Honestly, Lao Su, where on earth did you go today? Why didn't you come back until now? At this moment, Wang Nian was very curious about Su Zhao's schedule for today. In his heart, he had already vaguely guessed that this boy would not secretly get rid of his single status without their knowledge. The scariest episode. But Su Zhao smiled faintly. Well, I went out on a date with the school beauty Song Sini today. Do you believe it? Su Zhao knew that once this sentence was released, it would immediately shut Wang Nian up. Because Wang Nian would just think he was just farting. Date the school beauty? Ha, Wang Nian wouldn't even dare to think so in his dreams. However, Wang Nian nodded with relief. Lao Su, I feel relieved when you say that. You are worthy of being my good brother. I understand that you went out for some fresh air today. In the future, you have to keep the same granularity as us, otherwise I will feel insecure. The sound of my roommate's gaming speakers is the most beautiful sound in the world. You can even sleep soundly in this environment. But if the sound of turning pages is heard, that would be embarrassing. No one should sleep tonight. Wang Nian wanted to express the same thing. Zhao, when I can't see you in the dormitory, I feel heavy-hearted as if I have lost something. Looking at Wang Nian's standard 2D appearance, Su Zhao couldn't help but laugh and said, Old Wang, I plan to change my way of life this semester. I don't want to live a repetitive life every day. Wang Nian burst out laughing. Lao Su, I understand you. Sage mode requires abstaining from sex, right? I'll supervise you so that you don't talk nonsense all day long about school beauties in life. If you persist for a few days, you won't have such fantasies. What do you know? Su Zhao said unhappily, forget it, I'd better go take a shower first. Wang Nian said jokingly with a smile, I don't understand, Lao Su, when you can let me see your marriage certificate with the school beauty, I will immediately start to lose weight and guarantee that I will become as thin as a lightning bolt. If that happens, do you really have the motivation to lose weight? Su Zhao said on a whim. So it can't be realized, because I cut off my own escape route from the very beginning. Wang Nian smiled frivolously. You're a talent, bro. Su Zhao was so angry that he laughed. At this time, the second male lead Lu Yam also said, add me. If it really comes true, then I will go to build muscle and work out to become a real macho man, not a thin dog otaku. Su Zhao was speechless, so you guys are sacrificing me to be your stepping stone. How can this be called a sacrifice? We are just trying to encourage you to realize your wish. Brother, if you can really marry the campus beauty, I will give you a big red envelope of 4 sixes. As a veteran of the 2D world, Wang Nian has the best family conditions among the 4 people, so naturally he has the courage to brag about this. Su Zhao's focus was on the money Wang Nian was going to pay. I've already recorded it, don't forget it when the time comes. Wang Nian snorted disdainfully, fuck, Lao Su, if you can really do it, fatty, I'll just give you 5 sixes. Hiss, I'm a little moved. Su Zhao stroked his chin, looking thoughtful. How about this, give me a written agreement now, I'm afraid you'll regret it. Well, fatty, I want to split it in half, is that okay? Lu Yang interrupted weakly. Fuck you, are you still human? Wang Nian wanted to cry but had no tears. Chapter 41 Who made my goddess like this? 403, Female Dormitory. Song Sini, exhausted from a journey, had just returned to the dormitory. She stretched her body lazily, with beads of sweat on her smooth forehead. After taking a shower, changing into a comfortable silk nightgown and applying a moisturizing facial mask, the first thing Song Sini did was to sit in a chair and write in her diary. Yes, writing a diary is also a way to review things. At least, that's the case for Song Sini. She picked up the pen and scratched on the notebook, making a rustling sound. On the second day of my junior year, I went on my first official date with him. It was a fulfilling and happy day, especially when I met a cute little girl named young Zishan. We spent an unforgettable day together. After listening to the stories of Brother Yang and Sister Yakin, I felt very sad. At the same time, I was also thinking that if one day I was diagnosed with a terminal illness and there were no conditions for treatment, I would decisively let him give up on me because I don't want him to be so tired anymore. It was hard enough for him to take care of me in his last life, so I will do my best in this life to make every day easy for him. After observing him today, I found that his psychological defense mechanism has not been lifted, and his emotions are still in a very tense and unnatural state. Although he still actively agrees with my emotions on the surface, I know that is definitely not the truest him. I don't blame him, because if it were me, I might not be able to do better than him, and I might even have all kinds of doubts. However, I firmly believe that time is the best answer. Song Shui, keep working hard. The road ahead is long and difficult. This is just the beginning. I have plenty of patience. After closing the pen cap and looking at the contents in the notebook, Song Sini let out a long breath. The pair of snow-white breasts on her chest also rose and fell, bouncing and soft. At this moment, a surprised voice came from behind her. "Hey, Song University Campus Beauty, what are you writing?" As soon as she finished speaking, Song Sini quickly closed her notebook and pretended to be busy. When people are in an awkward situation, they pretend to be busy. But in fact, I don't know what I'm busy with. The girl standing behind Song Sini was also wearing silk pajamas. Her facial features are very regular, and what deserves attention is her bright and big eyes. Although her breasts are not as big as Song Sini's, they are not bad either. At least they are not flat. The contrast between his nearly 1.7 meter height and his cute expression is quite striking. The refreshing short bangs look cute and give people a feeling of being easy to bully. One punch would make her cry. But Song Sini pretended to be calm and said, "Meng Meng, it's nothing, go to bed and watch TV. Only you have the permission to view this kind of absolutely confidential file. No one else, no matter how close you are to them, is allowed to view it. Of course, Su Zhao can watch it. But that will have to wait until later, not now." Xiao Mengmeng put her hand on her lips and smiled. "Sini, you have been acting strange lately." Song Sini crossed her arms and said lightly, "Let me make a prediction." "You want to say whether I have finally made it, right? Sini, do you know any mind-reading skills? You know all this?" Xiao Mengmeng was very surprised. "Let me predict again, you're going to ask me if I'm in a relationship next?" Song Sini continued. Hearing this, Xiao Mengmeng's mouth sank, and she looked as if she had seen a ghost. You have finished my lines, what else can I say?" Song Sini smiled and said, "I don't know you yet, Meng Meng. When you blink your eyebrows, I know what you are thinking. Then may I ask my campus beauty goddess, are you really in love?" Xiao Mengmeng said cooperatively. In her heart, there is absolutely no way Song Sini would fall in love. Who is she, Song Sini? The flower of the mountain. Her character is that of a cold and aloof goddess who is detached from the world. Her legend spread throughout Jiangnan University of Science and Technology. Even though Senior Huang on campus is in love, Song Sini will not be contaminated by the mundane world. However, what Xiao Mengmeng didn't expect was that Song Sini nodded without any hesitation. "Yes, I'm in love, and I just got a boyfriend." Hearing this, Xiao Mengmeng felt like she was going to break down. "No, who made my goddess like this? Have you said thank you? It's just something that happens easily. Is this still the Song Sini she knew?" Strange, too strange, this was not something Song Sini could say at all. Calm down, calm down. Song Sini must be deliberately trying to be perfunctory with her. How could she be fooled? Do you really think she is a 3-year-old child who can be easily coaxed? Humph, what a joke. So, Xiao Mengmeng smiled and said, "Sini, I know it's the influence of hormones. I understand. It will be fine in a few days. Just bear with it and it will pass. Be good." Song Sini frowned. "Do you think I'm joking?" "Stop it, Sini." Xiao Mengmeng still thought Song Sini was joking with her. Song Sini said seriously, "I'm not joking with you, Xiao Mengmeng. I'm telling you seriously that I have a boyfriend." Seeing that Song Sini didn't look like she was joking, Xiao Mengmeng's expression froze. "Huh? Are you really not kidding me, goddess?" "I'm not kidding you." Xiao Mengmeng seemed to have heard the funniest thing in the world, and she held back her laughter. "Sini, I'm sorry, I really can't help it." "If you don't believe it, forget it," Song Sini said unhappily. Xiao Mengmeng cleared her throat and said, "It's not that I don't believe it, it's just that it's hard for me to believe that this kind of thing will happen to you. Then she asked again, how did you get together? I'm curious about how that guy deceived you. Song Sini said nonchalantly, I confessed my love to him, and we got together like this. Today is the second day. Xiao Mengmeng couldn't hold it back any longer and burst out laughing. Ha, Sini, this joke is not funny at all. Even if you made it up, you should make it more reasonable, okay? And you confessed to someone else, my god, you're lucky enough not to reject someone else's confession. Song Sini said helplessly, Meng, I don't want to talk to you now. Believe it or not, I can't control you. I want to believe it too, unless you can show me your marriage certificate. Xiao Mengmeng touched her chin, her tone full of doubt. Humph, marriage certificate? Song Sini said disdainfully, I'll have it later. Sini, let's not talk about this anymore. I want to hold you in my arms to sleep at night, is that okay? Xiao Mengmeng suddenly changed the topic. Don't even think about it. Song Sini said coldly. I forgot to mention that this dormitory was originally intended for 3 people. Apart from the 2 of them, the other one had moved out a long time ago and only came back occasionally. It's not because of emotional discord, but because of differences in personal habits. Xiao Mengmeng said aggrievely, if you don't want to, then just don't want to. Why are you so mean to me? Song Sini wanted to argue about this. But at this moment, her cell phone vibrated with a message. Tomato with salt baby, Sini, thank you for planning the date today. You've worked hard. Good night. After seeing this message, Song Sini raised the corners of her lips slightly. Finally, you are willing to take the initiative a little bit. It seems that my efforts are still useful. At the same time, across the screen, Su Zhao on the other side scratched his head and muttered, I don't know if Sini is asleep. The next moment, Su Zhao waited for a response. Little star, since you said good night, I won't mind your saying thank you. You must be tired today. Have a good sleep for me. See you tomorrow. Su Zhao smiled as he waited for the response, and his heart seemed to be filled with warmth. Chapter 42, Kids, I'm back. I'm back, boys. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening, and Su Ziqiao finally came back early today, which was a rare occasion. The dormitory manager was so excited that she was about to cry. This naughty child finally became sensible and knew to come back before the dormitory was closed. Still has some conscience. As soon as Su Ziqiao pushed the door open, he saw Su Zhao busy painting. Wang Yan and Lu Yang were busy with their own things and ignored Su Ziqiao. The welcome ceremony in the men's dormitory is basically the usual silence. This does not mean that the relationship has broken down. On the contrary, the relationship is too good, so good that they can tell by just exchanging glances that they need to pass the lubricant. A tactical nod is the highest level of courtesy. Of course, the cute little ones in the boys' dormitory spend most of their time playing the role of heartless and silly characters. At first Su Ziqiao didn't think much about it, but when he passed by Su Zhao, his brows frowned slightly. Lao Su, why do you have a scent on you? This is obviously a scent that only girls have, and she might be a very beautiful girl. The battle-hardened Su Ziqiao immediately sensed something was wrong. As the only one in 307 who has a girlfriend, his sense of smell is much stronger than the other 2 single guys. It's not like he had never been to a bar before and had come into contact with a lot of girls, so he reacted immediately. But Su Ziqiao always adhered to the principle of walking through a field of flowers without getting a single leaf on you and did not sink into it. In other words, he wants to be a pure love warrior, so how can he fall because of these temptations? What's wrong, Ziqiao? Su Zhao was concentrating on painting and responded perfunctorily. Su Ziqiao narrowed his eyes and said, Lao Su, my intuition tells me that you will be the second man in our dormitory to be single. Upon hearing this, Wang Nian and Lu Yang looked at each other in surprise. When they heard Su Ziqiao say that Su Zhao had a fragrance on his body, their expressions were undoubtedly a little surprised. Su Ziqiao definitely wouldn't joke about this kind of thing. No, buddy, you really are pregnant. Wang Nian was the first to raise soul-searching questions. Lu Yang raised his glasses tactically and did not rush to express his opinion. No need to feel it. In a sense, maybe it is. Su Zhao smiled. Su Ziqiao was not surprised. Oh, who is it? Let me help you with some advice. You can't ignore the advice of the military advisor. Cherish the good girls and don't miss the bad girls. Su Zhao shook his head. Forget it, Ziqiao, if you tell me, you won't be able to hold back your laughter. TSK, don't you believe me, Ziqiao Guagua? Su Ziqiao spat, "Don't worry, we are all brothers, good brothers who have been honest with each other. Is there anything to worry about?" Su Zhao shrugged and said, "Okay, Ziqiao, Lao Wang and Lao Lu have already heard it once, so I might as well say it again, so that you won't follow suit." Su Ziqiao pricked up his ears seriously, waiting for the answer, Song Sini. As soon as the words fell, Su Ziqiao seemed not to have heard clearly and said, What? Forget it, go take a shower, Ziqiao, and pretend nothing happened." Su Zhao said. At this time, Su Ziqiao stopped being funny and said seriously, "Old Su, are you really with the school beauty?" He deliberately did not say the last few words. "Because I think it is too incredible." Su Zhao smiled disapprovingly and said, "It's up to you whether you believe it or not. I don't intend for you to believe it." To be honest, if Su Zhao had mentioned another girl, Su Ziqiao might have found a way to help his brother avoid the danger. Based on his many years of experience as a driving expert. Apart from anything else, at least you can tell at a glance whether a girl is good or bad, by her bust size, body shape, whether she is first-hand or second-hand, and how well she has been maintained. Nowadays, there are too many girls who like to pretend to be innocent, and they are too destructive. Moreover, you may have to blast your gold coins to death to get the food, which can make an ordinary boy suffer. So Su Ziqiao felt that he had an obligation to help his brother. But the problem is that Su Zhao was talking about Song Sini. She is the school belle. Are you kidding me? That's something that no ordinary pretty girl can compare to. Even if I put it in front of him, I can't guarantee that my method will work. However, at this stage, he doesn't have the courage to touch it. After thinking it over, Su Ziqiao was no longer as excited as he was at the beginning. He also wondered if there was something wrong with his sense of smell. So, Su Ziqiao said with a smile, "Old Su, I guess you have been under too much pressure recently. I understand. You didn't take us with you when you went out to wash your feet. I misjudged you." What the hell? Su Zhao was a little puzzled. Washing feet, if I really go to wash my feet, do you think I will come back tonight? As soon as these words were spoken, Su Ziqiao suddenly felt that they made a lot of sense. Which good person would not wash feet overnight? Ahem, Lao Su, I'm just kidding, but I really want to say that we should not even think about that level. It's not something you can get with just a handsome face. Do you understand? If you really want to find a date, I'll introduce you to a few beauties. Their character is guaranteed, and they are absolutely original and without any flaws. Su Ziqiao rubbed his hands, not looking like someone who would tell lies. As soon as the words fell, Wang Yan and Lu Yang were both very excited. "Ziqiao, can you introduce Xiaomei to us as well?" Su Ziqiao seemed to have heard a huge joke, and sneered disdainfully, "Xiaomei, don't you understand why I want to introduce Xiaomei to Lao Su? Do you have any self-awareness?" These words were heartbreaking but very true, and immediately silenced Wang Yan and Lu Yang. In fact, Su Ziqiao had not had this idea before. But today he suddenly felt that Su Zhao had become a little more handsome, a lot younger, and his mental outlook had also changed. A good appearance can influence the views and attitudes of people around you. Just like if a person is full of negative energy and hostility all day long, who would want to get close to him and make friends with him? Su Zhao said gratefully, "Ziqiao, thank you for your kindness. I understand what you mean. Just pretend that I never mentioned this matter. I won't mention it again in the future." Alas, Lao Su, I feel like you're too passive when it comes to relationships. It would be better if you were a little more flirtatious. What a pity. Su Ziqiao patted Su Zhao's shoulder in disappointment. Su Zhao felt a little uncomfortable after hearing this. "Ziqiao, when did you become so sentimental? I can't get used to it anymore. You guys are all my sons. If I don't take care of you, who will?" Su Ziqiao flipped his hair handsomely. "Fuck you, you can't tell the difference between the big and small kings, right?" Su Zhao, Wang Yan, and Lu Yang all stood up, wishing they could push Su Ziqiao to a dark corner and give him a good lesson. Chapter 43. You have made progress. The next day, morning. With a somersault and a roll, Su Zhao sat up from the bed and yawned, covering his mouth. "I worked hard until the early hours of last night before going to bed." In the meantime, he took a look at the latest comics background data. Well, although the traffic is still relatively low, it is still increasing steadily. It's just that the increase is not very obvious. But Su Zhao is already very satisfied. As long as the data does not drop rapidly, he can accept it. A few more people have joined the group chat recently. This has led to the atmosphere of group chat becoming increasingly abstract. There are all kinds of ingredients, it's extremely complex and confusing. This caused Su Zhao to be distracted from time to time, and he tried to stay in the group to maintain his position as the group leader. But netizens didn't seem to be very convinced, and they cursed, "Old thief, hurry up and update, stop thinking about your lousy school beauty all day long, draw the comics well, become a great cartoonist, and that school beauty will come to you to pay for it." Although the words of the netizens are harsh, they are very pertinent. However, this also indicates that the number of people reading Su Zhao's comics is increasing, which is a good sign. As long as today is better than yesterday, isn't that hope? Not only did I get perfect attendance this month, but I also had the hope of getting an increase in my attendance. By then, adding in various part-time jobs, I should be able to send some money back to my parents. Although not much, Su Zhao has always insisted on doing so. No matter how much or how little he earns, he will give a portion to his parents. But my parents seemed reluctant to accept it every time. Instead, they complained, "Just take care of yourself. Our family is not in such a difficult situation. We will not spend the money recklessly. We will save it for your betrothal gift." Although they were speaking sarcastically, Su Zhao understood that they were thinking about him. It's just that Shagwa-style parents are often a bit rough when expressing their love. Speaking of which, Su Zhao didn't expect his comics to become popular all of a sudden. Otherwise, if that day really came, he was afraid that his heart would suddenly die. Even if that day had not happened, I would have been on the verge of sudden death because of Song Sini. Whenever Su Zhao thought about what happened in the past 2 days, his heart would beat violently uncontrollably. It's a brand new day again. The reason why Su Zhao got up so early was because of the morning 8. If it wasn't 8 o'clock in the morning, he wouldn't have to get up so early. I'm going to work early. Brothers, get up, get up. Su Zhao quickly got out of bed and acted as a human alarm clock for his roommates. Hearing Su Zhao's call, the other 3 reluctantly sat up, looking confused and sleepy. It seemed as if he was on the way to death. Fuck zebra, I really can't stand this stupid school. I wish it was early in the morning every day of the week. As a native of Jiangcheng, Wang Yan couldn't help but curse at the ceiling. It's understandable that young people are grumpy when they wake up. Su Ziqiao looked as if he was out of his mind, dazed, and his handsome face looked a little swollen. Lu Yan was quicker to act. Without saying a word, he jumped out of bed. Then, Wang Yan, who was cursing, and Su Ziqiao, who was in a daze, climbed out of bed. After a quick wash, the 4 of them bought some buns and soy milk on the road and rushed towards the bishop's building. Only Su Zhao didn't buy breakfast. Because his habit is to have an early breakfast, so he won't eat in the morning and will eat at noon. Arriving at the bishop's building and walking up the stairs to the lecture hall, the boring and tedious morning class began. In the class, half of the students were sleeping, and the other half were busy playing chess. Except for Su Zhao, all the talented people in room 307 were sleeping on the table. Each one slept more soundly than the other. 8 in the morning is a lullaby that is more suitable for the physique of Xiaogui's college students. Not many people listen to the lectures seriously, because it doesn't make much difference whether you listen or not, it's better to learn by yourself. But if you want to learn on your own, you need a lot of self-discipline. University is not like high school where the teacher forces you to study and it's up to you whether to study or not. Su Zhaoxue's major is a Tianqing major business administration. He knew clearly that he would not be able to find a suitable job after graduation. However, it seems that the only way out for this major is to take the civil service exam. The end of the universe is the establishment. But for Su Zhao at the moment, his only plan is to take it one step at a time. Su Zhao's goal is very clear, he will definitely not give up drawing comics. Thinking of this, he felt powerless and confused. For an ordinary person like him with an ordinary background, there are really not many choices at his disposal. Among the 4 people in the dormitory, it seems that only Su Zhao's family conditions are the most average. Needless to say, Wang Yan is a veteran enthusiast of the second dimension. He has a cabinet full of various rare and precious figures, and his family runs a mine. Although Su Ziqiao's family conditions are not as good as Wang Yan's, they are still quite good, and his parents have already prepared a wedding house for him. Lu Yang's parents are both civil servants and they had already arranged a way out for him. As for Su Zhao, it seems that the only person he can rely on is himself. But whether it is the civil service exam or the postgraduate entrance exam, the competition is getting more intense every year. There are countless heroes in the world. And he, Su Zhao, is just a speck of dust in the vast sea of people. This is not because he is belittling himself, but because this is the reality. The only consolation is that he has a comics job that he loves. At least it can serve as his spiritual support. However, Su Zhao is very open-minded. Even if he cannot draw comics in the future, he will find a way to support himself and not hold his parents back. Living the way you like is also a rare and precious thing. You don't have to live according to the rules and worldly expectations. That can be really tiring. Thinking of this, Su Zhao unlocked WeChat, opened it, found the contact column, and locked his eyes on the pink avatar. I don't know if Cindy is awake yet. Should I say good morning to her, but will it disturb her? Su Zhao stroked his chin, looking thoughtful. Song Cindy's major is different from his, so he can't tell whether his school beauty girlfriend is awake at this time. It would be nice if I could get Song Cindy's class schedule. Suddenly I felt that the information I had was pitifully little. My understanding of Song Cindy is limited to the fact that she is a glamorous and beautiful school beauty. But putting aside the so-called halo, he knew nothing about Song Cindy's past and history, and only had a superficial understanding of her based on the brief contact they had had in the past few days. At this moment, a stranger sitting on Su Zhao's right, wearing a baseball cap and covering his face with a mask, poked his waist with his hand. Su Zhao subconsciously dodged and said, "Stop it, Lao Wang." He thought it was his roommate playing a prank. However, a cold but sweet voice like the sound of nature came from beside him. "It's only been 1 day since we last met, and you already dislike me? You've made it big, Xiao Zhaozi." Chapter 44 Baby, I was wrong. Xin, Cindy? Hearing this, Su Zhao secretly thought that this was not good. He was very familiar with this voice. Isn't this the voice of the school beauty's girlfriend? Su Zhao's first reaction was surprise. Are you surprised why Song Cindy is here? I was surprised why Song Cindy covered her face. This is the department's professional course. Could it be that Song Cindy walked into the wrong classroom? If Su Zhao didn't pay close attention, he wouldn't have known that the campus beauty of Jiangnan University of Science and Technology was sitting next to him. Oh, Su Zhao understood that Song Cindy's purpose in doing this was probably to play a prank on him. I understand. Hearing this, Song Cindy tapped Su Zhao's forehead lightly in annoyance. Why, when I put on a hat and a mask, you don't recognize me? Although wearing a hat and a mask, Song Cindy's outfit today is still sexy. The upper body is a thin beige sweater, and the lower body is a khaki leather skirt, paired with a pair of classic and versatile Converse shoes. It perfectly outlines her full and voluptuous figure. The hem of the skirt only reached her thighs, revealing her long, straight, white legs. Although she was not wearing stockings, her long white legs as smooth as milk were perfect. She has a refreshing fragrance on her body, which is very pleasant to smell. Being so close, Su Zhao almost became confused. Although I couldn't see Song Cindy's face, she was still stunning. But Su Zhao scratched his head and said, "Cindy, that's not what I meant. I'm just surprised that you are here." Shu, keep your voice down. Do you know why I'm wearing a hat and a mask? Song Cindy pouted her lips and spoke in a low voice. Su Zhao said, "I know, you want me to be scared." The naive Su Zhao only thought of the first level. You are stupid. If I show up in public, how can you still have class? Song Cindy couldn't help but laugh. Su Zhao understood immediately. If Song Cindy appeared in public, all the students in class would probably be excited. Boys in particular are likely to turn the classroom upside down. There's no way around it, Song Cindy's popularity on campus is just so terrifying. That goddess's fame is well deserved. Wherever he goes, he is met with admiration and praise. Look, it's the school beauty. Really? Let me see. Look at what you have accomplished. What's wrong with the school beauty? No, I want to see it too. Where is it? In a few minutes, more people will come here. By then, the whole situation will be difficult to resolve. Therefore, considering all factors, it is easy to bring unnecessary trouble to both of them. In fact, if Song Cindy is willing, she doesn't mind being in the spotlight at all. But she and Su Zhao are still in the probation period and have not yet been hired as full-time employees. The trial period is no joke. If you want her to do that, you can, but you have to pay extra. However, when Su Zhao becomes more enlightened, she might make an exception. Cindy, I understand what you mean, but I'm still curious about how you got here. Our majors are different? Su Zhao is like a curious baby and will not stop until he solves the confusion in his heart. Want to know? Song Cindy suddenly moved her face closer and stared at Su Zhao with her big watery eyes. Su Zhao swallowed. Song Sini's attack was so deadly that even though she was wearing a mask, it did not affect her irresistible charm at all. Su Zhao nodded cooperatively. Song Sini blinked her eyes and said coquettishly, "Guess, if you guess right I will give you a reward, it's not just holding hands." As she spoke, Song Sini deliberately placed her hands on her slender and white thighs and rubbed them back and forth. This time, Su Zhao was so dazzled that he couldn't take his eyes away. She would never tell Su Zhao that she majored in computer science. With her superb hacking skills, she successfully hacked into the school's academic system. By comparing Su Zhao's name and related information, she got Su Zhao's personal class schedule without any surprises. Hearing this, Su Zhao sighed in his heart, "How can I play this game? My underwear has been completely seen through. This is just like those pay-to-win games. If you don't pay, you won't have any gaming experience at all." This is Su Zhao's current situation, and he seems to be the only one being manipulated. Can't we have a system to strengthen it? Ahem, this is something that cannot be said easily. Of course, Su Zhao was just complaining and had no other intentions. "No, brother, you've already held the hand of the school beauty, what else do you have to complain about?" Seeing this, Su Zhao could only utter, "Sini, I understand." "Why, you look like you don't want me to sit next to you?" Song Sini pretended to be angry and said, "If that's the case, I'll leave now." After saying that, Song Sini was about to stand up and sneak out through the back door. "I didn't mean that, Sini." How could Su Zhao, who was being held in such a tight spot, bear to let Song Sini go? His brain has gradually become accustomed to Song Sini's presence. This move directly triggered Su Zhao's passive attribute of being introverted and reserved. Almost subconsciously, he decisively reached out his hand, ignoring the gazes of the people around him, and held Song Sini's little hand. Soon, he let go again. Because Su Zhao understood that if Song Sini really wanted to leave, he would not be able to keep her even if he did this. Anyway, he had already made the corresponding mental preparations. Even the dumbest AI may not play by the rules sometimes. Now, the offense and defense have changed. If the enemy can go there, I can go there too. It's Song Sini's turn to take the challenge. Song Sini immediately realized that she had gone too far and quickly sat back down. "Why are you letting go? Hold on, baby. I was wrong. I was wrong." Song Sini stopped acting like a spoiled child and admitted her mistake in a sweet voice. Su Zhao groaned and held Song Sini's hand reluctantly. Song Sini, who had come to her senses and returned to the right path, playfully tickled Su Zhao's palm with her slender fingers. A sour and itchy feeling came over Su Zhao's heart. But it's really comfortable and exciting. Classmates around me, what did I do wrong to deserve to be a part of your play? The men in 307 probably didn't expect that their crystals were stolen without anyone noticing. Chapter 45, My reward will only be more, not less. Ding-ling. The bell rang soon and the professor left the classroom briefly. Su Zhao shamelessly held Song Sini's hand and pretended to stare at the blackboard. But his attention was not on the blackboard at all. Let me ask you, with a beautiful and charming school belle sitting next to you, who can calm down and listen to the lecture seriously? As long as Song Sini didn't say she wanted to let go, Su Zhao would naturally not let go. Song Sini's little hands are tender, white, soft and smooth. It is no exaggeration to say that they are a pair of exquisite and flawless works of art. At this time, Song Sini asked, "Have you had breakfast?" Su Zhao shook his head, "I had classes this morning and didn't have time to eat." As soon as she finished speaking, she took out a bag of warm bread and a bottle of fresh milk from her arms as if by magic. Song Sini smiled and said, "Luckily I thought of it for you in advance. Here, take it. Get out of class is over now, eat it while it's hot." Hearing this, Su Zhao was stunned. This strength is too supermodel. This is all prepared. How can he resist this? Even the famous sword siming is useless. Seeing Su Zhao's expression was a little dull, Song Sini said lightly, "Do you want to eat or not, you?" Then, she looked at Su Zhao seriously again. "Don't be embarrassed, Su Zhao, you must truly treat me as your girlfriend from the bottom of your heart, because these are what a girlfriend should do, you know, don't think that you are not worthy of my feelings. In this world, there is no question of who is worthy or not. It just depends on what you think in your heart." Song Sini's gentle voice echoed in Su Zhao's ears. So, Su Zhao finally steeled himself, took the bread and milk from Song Sini, and said with a smile, "Okay, I understand, Sini." Song Sini glanced at him and said with a smile, "As long as you are obedient, my reward will only be more, not less." This time, Su Zhao did not say thank you, but changed his words. Because I know that Song Sinny doesn't like to hear the word thank you. Sinny, don't worry, I will definitely repay all your kindness to me. He thought so in his heart. Su Zhao began to think about how to give back to Song Sinny. He wanted to prove that he could also bring happiness and joy to others. What are you thinking about? Class is about to start. If you don't eat it now, it will get cold. Song Sinny urged. Afraid that Su Zhao would feel uneasy, her little hand kept tightly holding Su Zhao's hand. She will give Su Zhao enough sense of security, slowly soothe Su Zhao's inner struggle, and will persist until Su Zhao completely lets go of the shackles in his heart. Even though the process may be long, Song Sinny will persevere. Good. Su Zhao nodded. However, at this moment, someone shouted quietly, "Strange, why do I hear the voice of the school beauty Song Sinny?" The man scratched his head, pricked up his ears, and carefully distinguished the sounds around him. Although he had not had much contact with Song Sinny, he had heard Song Sinny's voice on the campus radio, so he had a general impression of her. But he wasn't quite sure in his heart, so he just muttered it quietly. At the same time, Su Zhao and Song Sinny have not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. Just when Su Zhao was about to tear open the bag, he heard a commotion in the classroom. Hey, do you know that someone said that they heard the voice of the school beauty Song Sinny? Really? Hey, buddy, is the school beauty here too? Brother, where is the school beauty? The case has been solved. The school beauty is in the classroom, brothers. What, is my goddess here? Goddess, I love you. For a moment, just because of one person's uncertain guess, it directly stirred up a violent and turbulent wave. Everyone's eyes darted around the classroom, hoping to catch some clues. The principle that three people make a tiger is still applicable today, coupled with the confusion and deliberate exaggeration of facts by various talents. Even if it's not a rumor, it's about to come true. Song Sinny didn't expect that she would be exposed so quickly. After she hesitated for a moment, she said to Su Zhao without any hesitation, "I may have to leave, Su Zhao. I will wait for you in the cafeteria to have lunch together at noon. Let's talk about the details on WeChat." Okay, Sinny, I understand. Su Zhao did not object. Because this was indeed a choice that Song Sinny had to make. If I don't leave now, it might really cause her some trouble. Su Zhao could fully understand this. Before leaving, Song Sinny had a playful smile on her face and gently hooked Su Zhao's chin with her hand. "Little silly, see you at noon, remember to think of me, Moa." After saying that, Song Sinny blew him another kiss. The rich aroma lingered in Su Zhao's nose and mouth, refreshing his heart. Being teased by Song Sinny, Su Zhao's earlobes turned red again. Before he could give a direct answer, Song Sinny stood up, held down the brim of her hat with her hand, and took careful steps, trying to leave quietly through the back door. However, as soon as she stood up, someone exclaimed, "Look, she's really the school beauty." No matter whether she is a real school beauty or not, let us make some noise first. After all, no one hates watching the fun. Soon, all the students in the classroom were excited and stood up to salute. Of course, at most they would just take out their mobile phones to take pictures and exclaim in amazement, but they would not really surround them. They are all college students, and their behavior is no different from that of a pervert on the subway. Those who were still sleeping or playing chess all looked up, confused. What's going on? Is there an earthquake? What earthquake? Is it that the school beauty Song Sinny is here? It's none of my business. She's just a woman. Are you really hungry? What's Song Sinny? Damn, is she the school beauty who looks like a fairy? I'm going to die, why is the goddess here? In front of everyone, Song Sinny walked to the door calmly. To her, this was just a common little scene. She decisively took off her hat and mask, revealing her beautiful face and seaweed-like hair. She gave everyone a sweet smile and blinked her watery eyes. At that moment, everyone fell in love, whether male or female. She's really the school beauty. She's looking at me. You farted, the goddess is looking at me. Stop arguing, you're looking at me. At this moment, the male college students present were arguing about this matter like children arguing about the sun, their faces turning red and their necks getting thick. Among them, only Su Zhao's eyes and Song Sinny's eyes met with each other and formed a straight line. Chapter 46. I'll give you an egg. So, what did we miss? Wang Nian looked at Su Zhao in confusion. Not only him, but also Su Ziqiao and Lu Yang. They were sleeping soundly in class, but were suddenly woken up for no apparent reason. It's hard not to be irritated. I was sleeping soundly, but was suddenly woken up. When I woke up, the people around me were like crazy, shouting, "School bell, song singing, goddess." From time to time, people would start arguing and almost get into fights. The school beauty is looking at me. Don't you see that direction is mine? I've given you all this, bro. Can't you just calm down? Don't you know that Song Sini is usually very cold? Has any one of you ever seen her smile before? No, then there is only one possibility. She has a boyfriend. Otherwise, why would she come here for no reason? Don't talk nonsense. There's no such thing as aloofness. It's all a character you forced upon her. Don't flatter others all the time. I believe that what she did just now was her true self. That's right, Song Sini can't possibly have a boyfriend. There hasn't been any scandal in all these years. In short, it seemed that everyone's minds were not in the classroom, they were all talking about Song Sini. At the same time, the number of posts on the campus forum surged, all of which were related to Song Sini and full of gossip. Speak up, Lao Su. Wang Yan asked. But Su Zhao shrugged. I don't know, you can ask them, I was here too early. As he spoke, he was still chewing the bread in his mouth with relish. At this moment, he felt that his bread was the most delicious in the world. Damn, Lao Su, when did you buy breakfast? I didn't see you buy it this morning. Wang Yan's focus suddenly changed. Su Zhao made up an excuse, you guys were all asleep, so I went out and bought it myself, is that not okay? Well, I won't ask you anymore. I'll go ask someone else. Wang Yan waved his hands, ready to exchange information with others. At this time, the class bell rang. The gray-haired old professor walked in, saw the restless students, and cleared his throat. Okay, students, let's continue the class. For a moment, the atmosphere in the classroom finally calmed down, and the loud noise of tables colliding was no longer heard. Although the IQ of college students has declined, their personal qualities are still relatively high. At least it's much better than some people in society. On the way to class, Wang Yan suddenly tugged at Su Zhao's arm, his expression extremely excited. Old Su, I asked someone and found out that the school beauty Song Sini was here just now. Damn, I actually missed such an important thing. Su Zhao nodded symbolically. Yes, I understand. Lu Yang at the side was very surprised. Old Su, you have been talking about the school beauty every day these days, why are you not excited at all? Su Ziqiao also spoke up. Hiss. I'm confused as to why Song Sini came here today. She's not in our profession, so there must be something strange. Could it be? Could it be? Everything Su Zhao said before was true. The most hateful episode. Instantly, the eyes of the three people were focused on Su Zhao. Why are you looking at me? Su Zhao was puzzled. Is there anything written on my face? Su Ziqiao patted Su Zhao seriously and said, Old Su, judging from your recent behavior, you might have a system. This is the case in all the novels I read. Once a roommate starts talking nonsense, he probably has a system. System? Speaking of this, Su Zhao became excited, looked around, and said in confusion, if I had a system, do you think I would still sit here and behave myself? Then, he smiled and said, otherwise, you can fix a system for me, Ziqiao. Su Ziqiao also smiled, I'll make you an egg. After these words were spoken, the four people in 307 looked at each other, and it was difficult to hold back the smiles on their faces. Stupid roommates are a lot of fun, and if you are not careful, a glance at each other may lead to all kinds of famous scenes. Especially Wang Yan, his big white teeth are really eye-catching. Therefore, he was regarded as a lucky guy and was chosen by the old professor. Hey, little fat student, you answer this question. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Zhao, along with the other two people, bent under the table and tried hard to hold back their laughter, their faces almost turning red. If I don't smile at this time, I will betray the sincere feelings between them. Wang Yan, who was chosen, also found it difficult to tense. He twisted his hips and stood up. Teacher, I'm sorry, I don't know how to do it. Wang Yan responded neither humbly nor arrogantly. Although he is a 2D character, he has a relatively extroverted personality and can be considered a social terrorist. Perhaps, it is because there is a mine at home that I feel relaxed and at ease. Please sit down, fatty. The old professor is a very nice person. Even though he is very old, he is always friendly and never puts on airs. He has an elegant and scholarly temperament. Although not many people can concentrate on what is taught in class, they still respect the old professor. They only knew that the old professor's surname was Wang, and they knew nothing else. After hearing what Professor Wang said, Wang Yan sat down as if nothing had happened. Stop laughing, sons. The moment he sat down, Wang Nian couldn't help but yelled angrily. But the other three people still didn't stop smiling. Although the class time was unbearable, it passed in a flash. It was noon soon. Su Zhao did not go to the cafeteria immediately, but went to the office of Counselor Yang Lei and knocked on the door. Come in. A steady young voice came from the office. Su Zhao pushed the door open and went in. Yang Lei, who was sitting in the office chair, looked away from the computer. When he saw Su Zhao's face, he smiled unhappily and said, "What happened yesterday, kid? If it was normal, I would definitely consider it a special case, but the secretary came to trouble me yesterday, and I couldn't protect you." Su Zhao said righteously, "It's okay, Brother Lei, I understand, whether it's a self-examination or something else, it's up to you, I will never implicate you." Yang Lei shook his head and smiled, "You guys, retreat to advance, don't worry, the matter is not as serious as you think, just do me a favor and the matter will be over." "What help?" Su Zhao asked. "It's like this, Xiao Su. The new freshman will be here soon. I need some help with the welcoming ceremony. It won't take long. I think this will be good for you as well. So, Brother Lei, you want me to be the class assistant?" Su Zhao immediately understood what Yang Lei meant. Just at this moment, Su Zhao's phone vibrated with a message, and he clicked on it to take a look. It was a WeChat message from Song Sini. "Little star, I'm already in the Nanyuan canteen, waiting for you to come over." There was also a photo of Song Sini's legs attached. It seems to be a live picture. Su Zhao's appetite was immediately aroused. Chapter 47. I can't bear to let you suffer. "Xiao Su, do you want to answer the phone?" Yang Lei noticed Su Zhao's strange behavior and asked with concern. Su Zhao shook his head, "No, Brother Lei, let's continue talking about things." "Okay, you mentioned just now, do you want to be a class assistant?" Yang Lei said. Brother Lei, I've heard it." Su Zhao continued to nod. Yang Lei nodded slightly. "What do you think?" "Actually, I think it depends on your personal opinion. I won't force you, lest you have any objections." Su Zhao paused and said, "I haven't thought about it yet." The reason for his hesitation was that Su Zhao was quite interested in this matter. It's not that he was willing to be a cheap laborer. But Su Zhao had heard about it before. Song Sini had participated in last year's welcome event. He was not sure whether this was true, so he would ask Song Sini later. Yang Lei saw what he was thinking and said, "How about this, you go back and think about it first. It's not tomorrow's orientation anyway. Tell me when you've made up your mind. No matter what you think, I respect your opinion." "Okay, Brother Lei, by then." Su Zhao stood up and prepared to leave. Yang Lei earnestly advised, "Bye, Xiao Su, don't skip classes next time. If you have anything to ask for leave or tell me in advance, I can understand." After saying this, there was a bitter smile on the corner of his mouth. It is easy for counselors to be caught in the middle. "Okay, Brother Lei, I understand." Su Zhao smiled and nodded, then pushed the door and left. Then, he ran all the way to the Nanyuan canteen as fast as he could. Apart from anything else, there are really a lot of girls in Nanyuan canteen. At first glance, all you see are white thighs, which is a feast for the eyes. But how could Su Zhao, who had eaten fine food before, stop because of these? Well, at first glance it seems okay, but upon closer inspection, it is nothing compared to Sini. In front of Song Sini, they are as insignificant as the light of fireflies. Song Sini's legs are truly ornamental, as incomparable as the snow lotus on an iceberg. As Su Zhao was walking, someone suddenly put his hand on his shoulder. "Lao Su, what a coincidence, you just met Brother Lei, right? Come and have dinner with us." Su Zhao turned around and saw that it was Wang Nian and the others. The mysterious Su Ziqiao was also there. "Because we all have classes this morning, we have a rare opportunity to have a meal together. Otherwise, Su Ziqiao would definitely go find his girlfriend. There is no way, Su Ziqiao has the luck buff of his ancestors, and the relationship between him and his girlfriend has always been very close and they are reluctant to separate. Every time he came back, the dark circles under his eyes became darker and his body became thinner." Facing Wang Nian's invitation, Su Zhao declined, "Forget it, I still won't go with you." "What's the matter? Do you dislike us brothers?" Wang Nian said in confusion. "No way, today is a special situation." Su Zhao said, "I'll go with you guys next time." He had said before that he would try not to mention Song Sini's existence to his roommates. Hearing this, Wang Yan didn't think much about it and just gave up. Okay, then we'll go first. After saying that, Su Zhao went to Nanyuan canteen alone. Before going in, he solemnly straightened his collar and smoothed his hair with his hands. Call. Su Zhao adjusted his breathing. He has gradually developed the habit of washing his face with facial cleanser. And as soon as his beard grows, he will shave it off with a razor to ensure that he looks energetic. A good mental outlook is a gradual accumulation process. Su Zhao might not have noticed it himself, but some girls around him had already started to notice his presence. After lifting the rubber door curtain and entering, Su Zhao just walked in when a small hand grabbed his wrist. Cindy? Su Zhao turned back subconsciously. Unexpectedly, I saw a strange face. For a moment, a strong sense of disappointment enveloped him. He had never expected it so strongly before. He wished the other person was Song Cindy. What's wrong with me? Why is this happening? Su Zhao was very surprised that his emotions were out of control all of a sudden. You're in trouble, you've fallen in love. The girl said apologetically, I'm sorry, I got the wrong person. I thought you were my boyfriend. Fine. Su Zhao fixed his eyes on the entire first floor, trying to catch a glimpse of Song Cindy's figure. At this moment, his cell phone vibrated slightly. Su Zhao opened it and took a look. Little star, little silly, I am right behind you. You can see me as soon as you turn around. I am always here. Su Zhao turned around quickly. Song Cindy held her cheeks with her hands and stared at him with her sparkling eyes. Su Zhao swallowed and scratched his head. I'll go buy food, Cindy. But Song Cindy pointed at the steaming food on the table and said with a smile, I prepared it a long time ago. I saw that you had something to do at noon, so I bought it in advance. Oh, okay. Su Zhao sat down reluctantly. Before her but was even warm, Song Cindy said coquettishly, how could you forget again? I told you last time that only you are allowed to sit next to me. As soon as Su Zhao finished speaking, he was about to get up when Song Cindy held him down. Who told you to move? I'll just move. Then, Song Cindy stood up slowly and sat directly next to Su Zhao. The two bodies pressed against each other, feeling warm. Immediately afterwards, Su Zhao seemed to be electrocuted. The fresh fragrance immediately lingered in his heart and he couldn't get rid of it. My heart was beating very fast. Don't always wrong yourself, Song Cindy said with a smile, you know, I'm here, and I won't let you suffer even the slightest bit of grievance. Hearing this, Su Zhao felt as if struck by lightning and could not utter a word for a long time. It's just a meal, why make him so embarrassed? As if she noticed something was wrong with Su Zhao, Song Cindy immediately changed the subject. Su Zhao, let's have dinner together. Good. Chapter 48 Our reporter Yu Wenbao reports for you. On the way to eat. Cindy, what happened this morning didn't cause you any trouble, did it? Su Zhao asked. What's bothering you? Song Cindy blinked her beautiful eyes and smiled indifferently. Compared to you, everything else is not a bother to me. For Song Cindy, Su Zhao is the most important, and everything else is not worth mentioning. Hearing this, Su Zhao swallowed hard. His defenses were on the verge of collapse at any moment. Su Zhao then asked, by the way, Cindy, did you attend the welcome event last year? Yeah, what's wrong? Why are you asking this? Nothing, I just asked. Su Zhao shook his head. At this moment, he already had other plans in mind. Orientation? I have never participated in it before, but I may give it a try this time. Suddenly, at this moment. Beside Song Cindy, there was a cry of surprise. Isn't this the school beauty Song Cindy? Damn, I didn't look carefully just now, it really is her. Why is there a boy I don't know sitting next to her? Why does this boy get so close to my goddess? I don't accept it. For a moment, Song Cindy and Su Zhao immediately became the focus of the whole audience. Today, Song Cindy's popularity in the forum has reached an unprecedented peak. In the past, students at Jiangnan University of Science and Technology thought of this school beauty as very low-key, very outstanding, very cool, and very beautiful. Normally, no one would pay close attention to whether Song Cindy had come to the cafeteria. After all, it had nothing to do with them. But the incident in the morning changed everyone's general view of Song Cindy. So, under the influence of the heat, Song Cindy's name once again echoed throughout the campus and triggered a fierce craze. At the same time, looking at the surprised eyes of the people around him, Su Zhao said, Cindy, do you need me to do anything? But Song Cindy smiled calmly and said, no, you don't have to do anything. Let's just continue eating. Afraid that Su Zhao would feel uneasy, she held his hand openly. The hearts of the people who witnessed this scene were shattered. What's going on? Didn't they say Song Sini has never had a boyfriend? This kid deserves to die, damn it. Wow, my goddess, I have always considered you the girl of my dreams. What's there to be surprised about? It's their freedom to date. You're feeling sorry for them, right? TSK, they haven't even made it official yet. In a few days, they might break up. I'm not jealous at all. I'm going to break apart. There were endless voices of gossip, but Song Sini's expression was still so calm and composed, and she was not disturbed by the outside world. Seeing this, Su Zhao's heart was slightly touched. At first, he was not used to these gazes. But gradually, Su Zhao had to get used to it even if he was not used to it. Because these are things that you have to experience sooner or later. Ignore them and just ignore their words. As she spoke, Song Sini moved her soft and plump body closer to Su Zhao, tightly pressed against his body, her breath sweet as orchid, her starry eyes turning slightly. This made Su Zhao almost lose control of his gun. I'm so sorry for having wronged you, Sini. Su Zhao said guiltily. He wondered whether he should not have accepted this so-called bet in the first place. But now that things have come to this, there is no point in escaping, and we can only accept it. Song Sini smiled disapprovingly and said, Of course not, silly, you are my boyfriend, what's the big deal? Before long, the meal ended quietly amid everyone's complaints. Su Zhao wanted to sit for a while longer, but after checking the time, he stood up and said, Sini, time is up. I have to go to my part-time job. Yeah, come on, baby. Just like before, Song Sini hugged Su Zhao from behind and said softly, Keep working hard at your part-time job. I'll wait for you to have dinner together tonight. Hugs are powerful and warm enough. Before he met Song Sini, he could only hug himself. But after meeting Song Sini, all this changed. Su Zhao scratched his head a little awkwardly. Sini, you don't have to wait for me tonight. I may be back later. It's okay, I'm willing to wait for you. Song Sini smiled sweetly. Seeing this, Su Zhao had no choice but to say, If you can't wait tonight, forget it. Don't force yourself to do that. For you, how can this be called a difficult situation? If this is considered a difficult situation, then if we get married in the future, wouldn't you be willing to let me suffer even the slightest bit of grievance? Song Sini spoke in a calm tone as if she was used to it. Hearing this, Su Zhao hurriedly fled, fearing that his embarrassment would be seen. If he stayed here any longer, his health bar would be emptied. Marry? When it comes to this kind of thing, it's still too far away for him. Looking at Su Zhao's departing back, Song Sini pouted her lips and said with a smile, Humph, you still can't resist it. But, this is the effect I want. Soon, she stood up and prepared to leave. At this moment, the people around her seemed to see Song Sini in a different state. He was no longer as friendly and approachable as before, but now he was cold and kept strangers away. Song Sini's gentleness only blooms in front of Su Zhao. As for other irrelevant people, there is no need to put on a good face. At the same time, the campus forum of Jiangnan University of Science and Technology also exploded. Shocking. School beauty Song Sini is having dinner with a mysterious man. The man's identity is unknown. Our reporter Yu Wenba reports this to you. As soon as the post was published, it immediately topped the forum. Below the post, there is a photo showing Song Sini and Su Zhao having dinner together. Although the photo is blurry, the specific face cannot be seen clearly. But there is no doubt that Su Zhao has become the target of assassination by many Jian University students. Even though not many people know him. But tonight, there will definitely be many boys who will cry while hugging their pillows. Chapter 49 I wonder how beautiful it would be. After leaving school, Su Zhao rode a shared bicycle and left the school. The journey was smooth along the way. However, what Su Zhao didn't know was that from the moment he set out, a Mercedes-Benz Maybach Pullman S680 followed closely behind, drove onto the road, and followed Su Zhao quietly. The driver of the car was a middle-aged man wearing white gloves, with regular features and an air of righteousness emanating from his entire body. In the rear compartment sat a slender and graceful figure, with a doting look in her eyes. Uncle Zhou, follow him closely and don't let him out of my sight. The middle-aged man nodded. Yes, miss, you can rest assured about my driving skills. At the same time, the middle-aged man felt slightly surprised. It was the first time he saw the lady look like this. It seems like I've never seen it before. However, the lady must have her reasons for doing this. Then just follow her instructions. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man calmed himself down and focused his attention back on driving the vehicle. Not long after, Su Zhao arrived at the designated location Tianheng Riverside Garden. Judging from the name, it seems to be an upscale community. During this period, Su Zhao's part-time job was to work as a tutor in other people's homes, helping elementary school students with their homework. After checking the time, Su Zhao straightened his collar, then smoothly passed through the gate and entered the community. Soon, he arrived at the customer's door. Boom boom boom. Su Zhao knocked on the door. The door opened, and an elderly middle-aged lady came up with a smile on her face. "Xiao Su, have you eaten?" Su Zhao nodded and said with a smile, "I ate it, Aunt Su." The middle-aged lady handed Su Zhao a pair of slippers considerately. "Okay, please help my child with his homework." "No trouble, Aunt Su, this is my job." Su Zhao smiled. At this time, a boy with long bangs ran out from the living room and greeted Su Zhao with a smile. "Brother Su Zhao." The boy was very happy to see Su Zhao coming. Su Zhao smiled and greeted him. "It's been a long time since we last met." The boy nodded. "Well, brother Su Zhao, the solution you taught me last time is very useful, and the teacher praised your method as very good." Maybe you are smarter. Let's start today's tutoring without further ado. Su Zhao didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. "Okay, brother Su Zhao." Led by the boy, Su Zhao came to his room. Watching children do their homework is a very boring task, as you have to help guide and explain the questions. Especially children of this age group are very active and easily distracted. The boy in front of him was no exception, scratching his ears and cheeks from time to time. After finally getting to the break time, Su Zhao wanted to play with his phone and catch some fish. But the child suddenly asked, "Brother Su Zhao, do you have a girlfriend?" "Why do you ask that?" Su Zhao was very surprised. The boy continued, "Brother Su Zhao, have you ever kissed a girl on the mouth?" Hearing this, Su Zhao almost spit out the water in his mouth. "How old are you? You're already thinking about these things. Don't you all like Ultraman at this age? So, brother Su Zhao, you don't have a girlfriend?" The boy's tone was slightly questioning. Hearing this, Su Zhao couldn't help but grin. This little brat, why is all this on his mind? Who said I don't have a girlfriend? Su Zhao's competitive spirit was aroused. Is she pretty? The boy's eyes were filled with longing. "Brother Su Zhao, will you be happy if you have a girlfriend?" Su Zhao smiled unhappily and said, "I can't explain these things to you clearly in a short time. When you grow up, you will understand them naturally." "Oh, so," the boy said in disbelief, "then brother Su Zhao, you are a single dog. If you really have a girlfriend, you would have shown off your girlfriend to me a long time ago." Su Zhao's expression was difficult to maintain. He didn't know how to answer. Why are children nowadays more mature than each other? When he was in elementary school, all he thought about every day was playing, so he had no time to pay attention to these things. "You kid, your girlfriend is not something you can show off casually." Su Zhao forced a change of subject. "Let's talk about Ultraman. I think it's more practical to talk about this." Speaking of this, the boy was quite excited and said with a look of excitement, "I like Zero the most." "What about you, brother Su Zhao? You should like Tiga." Back then, people were fascinated by the sight of Zeroto fighting 100 monsters alone. "Sorry, you guessed wrong. Although I like Tiga too, my favorite is still Nebius." "Who doesn't like cats?" Su Zhao's answer was beyond the boy's expectations. When the boy was about to continue asking, Su Zhao interrupted him. "Continue doing your homework and study hard so that you can find a beautiful girlfriend when you grow up." After the tutoring, Su Zhao left here under the watchful eyes of the middle-aged aunt and the ant. After coming outside, Su Zhao scanned another shared bicycle and prepared to continue to his next part-time job location. The next part-time job is to be a sparring partner in a boxing gym. Although he was being beaten during the whole process, Su Zhao was still able to exercise his body and learn some practical fighting skills. He may not be able to use it, but he definitely cannot be without it. On the way to the boxing gym, Su Zhao kept thinking about a question in his mind. He wanted to give Song Sini a gift. After all, Song Sini also gave me a bottle of facial cleanser, and I must return this kindness. But what should I give? This is the first time since he grew up that he wants to give a gift to a girl. For a moment, I didn't know how to make a decision. Because he didn't want to give the gift casually. After thinking it over, Su Zhao shook his head. "Let's think about it when we get home tonight." After walking for more than 10 minutes, he arrived at a boxing gym. As soon as you walk in, the boxing gym is filled with enthusiastic cheers, and dozens of sweaty figures are jumping back and forth on the stage. When the owner of the boxing gym saw him, he called out to him affectionately, "Hey, Xiaosu, you've become more handsome, man." The boss has tattoos on his body, giving him a gangster vibe, and his well-defined face exudes the toughness of a mature man. Su Zhao showed a restrained smile on his face. "Kidnapper, you are joking." The next moment, the boss threw a boxing glove to Su Zhao. "Mo, you have a girlfriend?" Su Zhao smiled and said, "Kuaizha, do you think the girl likes Moss's gift? Are you really talking?" The boss handed over a blue lollipop. "Did you play basketball?" Clap for love. Su Zhao shook his hand and didn't take the boss's cigarette, pretending he didn't hear it. "Napper, I don't understand what you mean by Moss." "Tisk, Xiaosu," the boss said with a disdainful smile, "do you think I'm a fool?" "Kidnapper, I won't ask you anymore. It's useless to ask you." Su Zhao shrugged, jumped onto the boxing ring, stood still, and focused all his attention on one point. "Good boy, let me see if you have made any progress recently." The boss didn't waste any time and just threw an uppercut. Su Zhao dodged flexibly. After an unknown amount of time, Su Zhao walked out of the boxing gym with a bruised face and nose. He licked his bloodshot lips, his eyes blurry. "At the end of today, I have earned 250 yuan. At this time, it was dark outside. No, how come I lost a bicycle?" Su Zhao glanced at the roadside and his mood suddenly fell to the bottom. With no other options, he could only walk back. It's not that he couldn't take a taxi, but he was a little reluctant to spend the money. As he walked, he stopped in front of the window of a bridal shop at the corner of the street. Hanging in the window was a star-studded, flawless white wedding dress. The moment he saw the wedding dress, Su Zhao was stunned. "If Cindy wears it, I wonder how beautiful she will be." But when he saw the price marked on it, Su Zhao withdrew his gaze in time. "For now, I'd better save money to buy gifts." Under the dim neon lights, the boy's figure looked a little thin. Chapter 50, Paint This Thing Black. Buzz. Su Zhao, who was walking on the road, took out his mobile phone and saw that it was a WeChat message. "Little star, have you finished get off work?" After seeing the message, Su Zhao did not respond immediately. Instead, "I was thinking that I looked too young to be seen by others." He looked at himself in the mirror at the public sink and found that his face was a little swollen. Despite repeated washing with clean water, the wound on the face could not be covered up. So Su Zhao typed the text. "Tomato and salt, Cindy, you don't have to wait for me tonight. I may still be busy for a while." Click send. Then, Su Zhao took another look at the hazy night. His mood was undoubtedly a little complicated. The reason for this is that he wanted to meet Song Cindy in a better image. At the same time, a phone call disrupted his thoughts. Just by looking at the first digit, Su Zhao knew who was calling. "Hello?" Su Zhao picked up the phone and asked, "What do you want to see your father for?" A mean voice came from the other end of the line. "Lao Su, oh, no, hello, respected Mr. Su." For some reason, Wang Nian's voice was very polite. In the past, Su Zhao would never be treated like this. "Hurry up and tell me what's going on." Su Zhao didn't want to waste time talking. "Ahem, Lao Su, I was browsing the campus forum today. Guess who I found?" Across the screen, Wang Nian cleared his throat and said. Su Zhao yawned into the air. "You want to say that you brushed me, right?" Wang Nian laughed awkwardly. "Ah, you are a genius, Su Zhao." Then, he suddenly paused, the smile on his face uglier than crying. "So, that person, is it really you?" "Yes, it's me," Su Zhao did not deny. "What's wrong?" As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Nian let out a heart-wrenching cry. "What? No. It's really you. You really deserve to die, Su Zhao. I didn't expect that what you said before was true. That was Song Cindy. How dare you do that to her? I seriously suspect that you are cheating." Wang Nian's chin seems to have almost swallowed an egg, and his exaggerated expression can be used to make facial expressions. Lu Yang beside him stopped laughing and said with a sad face, "How did you become the male lead of a science fiction movie? I was hoping that this would happen to me." Why was there no sound of Su Ziqiao? Because he was busy clearing the sewer pipes. Brothers, you can live a hard life, but you must never drive a Land Rover. If it were someone else, they would more or less be furious and helpless. But seeing that my roommate was with the school beauty was more painful than stabbing them with a knife. "Good boy, you are making a fortune in silence, right?" Su Zhao curled his lips and said, "Didn't I tell you about this before?" It's just that you didn't believe it. After that, there was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. So? Wang Nian's voice was a little hoarse. You two are really together? That's right for now, Su Zhao smiled, but don't be too sad. There's a chance of a car accident later, and then you can continue laughing again. Wang Nian was puzzled. What do you mean? I can't explain it to you right away? Su Zhao scratched his head. I'll tell you later, that's all. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Hey, do. Before Wang Nian on the other end of the phone could react, the call was cut off. At this time, Su Zhao's phone vibrated again. It was sent by Song Sinny. Little star, I said, I will wait for you to come back. I will definitely wait for you to come back. Su Zhao was slightly stunned. What he didn't notice was that a black luxury Mercedes-Benz had parked on the street across the road. Song Sinny, who was sitting in the trunk of the car, was staring at Su Zhao with her beautiful eyes. Are you afraid that I will see your miserable side? But, for me, it doesn't matter if I see your worst side, because I won't be disgusted at all. Song Sinny held the phone in her hands, looking thoughtful with a bright smile on her face. In fact, she could get off the car now and then take Su Zhao back with her. But Song Sinny understood that now was not the right time. If I get off the car at this time, Su Zhao might be disgusted. But this is not the situation Song Sinny wants to see. She wanted to see how Su Zhao would respond. When necessary, Song Sinny will take action personally. When Su Zhao saw the news, the first thing that came to his mind was, I have to find a way to get rid of the swelling on my face. Since Song Sinny said that, it would be a shame if I refused. So he immediately searched for relevant words on his mobile phone. Suddenly, Su Zhao remembered that he had been an NPC in a haunted house before. A grimace was drawn on his face. Otherwise, just pretend you just came back from your part-time job in a haunted house. Just paint the entire face black. This way, it won't be easily noticed and might even make Song Sinny laugh. Although he might be laughed at by passers-by, it doesn't matter, it's nothing to him. He is such a little genius. Then, Su Zhao rushed to the rental house of the makeup artist he had met in the haunted house. The makeup artist was a handsome man with smoky makeup, earrings, and a short haircut. As soon as she saw Su Zhao, she covered her lips and giggled, Xiao Zhao Zhao, it's so late, why are you looking for me? Could it be that you are? Oh, so annoying, I'm not ready yet. This guy is even more charming than a woman. However, this guy has a pretty good personality. As long as someone is kind, Su Zhao will naturally not have any discrimination in his heart. Su Zhao tried to make his expression normal and said, Sister Zhao, I want to ask you to do me a favor. Just say it directly. It's not like Sister Zhao won't help. Sister Zhao's every move is filled with strong coquettish charm. Judge, yeah, I would like you to paint this thing black. Su Zhao said seriously. But Sister Zhao said without any hesitation, it's a small problem. Then, without Sister Zhao's consent, Su Zhao transferred a red envelope to Sister Zhao. But Sister Zhao refused to accept it. How can you be polite to Sister Zhao? You are treating Sister Zhao as an outsider. When we were in the haunted house before, thanks to you for taking care of me. Sister Zhao, it's not like I can take care of you. Su Zhao said modestly. Then, Sister Zhao got everything done in just a few minutes. Looking at his funny self in the mirror, Su Zhao couldn't help but laugh and said, I'm very satisfied, Sister Zhao, thank you. After saying goodbye to Sister Zhao, Su Zhao rushed to school. I wonder how Sinny would react if she saw this. He is looking forward to it. Chapter 51 This Damn Tenderness. On the way back to school, Su Zhao stopped for a while in front of a dessert shop. The clerk's eyes widened slightly, and his expression was very difficult to hold as he looked at the black-faced king in front of him. It must be some kind of cosplayer. I'm professionally trained and I can't laugh, the clerk thought to himself. Su Zhao cleared his throat and said with gritted teeth, give me a few small cakes, preferably the kind that girls especially like to eat. He knew that with his current appearance, he would be the focus of the crowd wherever he went. However, for some reason, Su Zhao enjoyed this feeling. It's like a whole new personality has begun. Okay. The clerk took out several pieces of mousse cake, tiramisu and fruitcake from the display cabinet. Handsome guy, girls really like this kind of dessert. The clerk glanced at Su Zhao and said. Su Zhao nodded, okay, wrap it up for me. After paying the bill, Su Zhao carried the dessert and returned to school. From the moment he returned to school, Su Zhao attracted many looks around him. But Su Zhao just wiped his hair nonchalantly and walked with a breeze. So cool. Not long after, Su Zhao arrived at the cafeteria. Standing at the door of the cafeteria, he took a deep breath and walked in. Just at this moment, Su Zhao's cell phone vibrated slightly. He picked it up and took a look. Little star, I'm already on the second floor of the Beiyuan canteen. Xiao Xiaozi, I'm waiting for you to come over. Su Zhao felt a little strange when he saw the message. This message was sent too timely. I was just about to send a message. Seeing this, Su Zhao didn't think much about it and started typing. Tomato and salt, Cindy, I just came back from my part-time job at the haunted house, and I haven't taken off my makeup yet. You don't mind, do you? Soon, Su Zhao got a response. Little star, what? Are you still afraid that I will dislike you? Come quickly. I can't wait to see you. So, Su Zhao let out a long breath, lifted the rubber curtain and walked in. As soon as I walked in, the first floor, which was originally quite lively, suddenly became quiet. The reason is simple, it's just that Su Zhao's appearance is too eye-catching. Faced with this pressure that came like a wave, Su Zhao forced himself to calm down. It's just a joke, it's nothing, just calm down. Then, Su Zhao continued to search for Song Cindy throughout the first floor as usual. However, after looking around, he did not see Song Cindy. Is there something wrong with my eyes? Su Zhao scratched his head. Then, he finally remembered, it was clearly the second floor, but I remembered it as the first floor. I am really impressed by myself. Then, Su Zhao turned into a gust of wind and flew quickly to the second floor. He can't wait to meet Song Cindy. I couldn't see Song Cindy, and every minute and every second felt like torture. When Su Zhao reached the second floor, before he could even stand firmly, he was tightly held by a slender, jade-white hand. Classmate, you recognized the wrong person, didn't you? Su Zhao thought that just like at noon, someone had mistaken him for someone else again. I will never mistake you. Even if your whole body turns black, I can still recognize you. Su Zhao turned around and looked. The bright and charming Song Cindy smiled sweetly. The brilliant smile is as dazzling as a pearl. No matter how many times I watch it, my heart will still beat fast. Seeing Su Zhao's face painted like charcoal. Although Song Cindy had been mentally prepared, she still couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha, who drew this for you? It's so ugly. Hearing this, Su Zhao smiled awkwardly. Is it ugly? Then I'll go wash my face. Having said that, he turned around and was about to leave. But how could Song Cindy let Su Zhao go? She held his hand tightly and said with a smile, I'm kidding. Even if you are like this, I still think you are handsome. Really? Su Zhao asked uncertainly. Song Cindy covered her lips and smiled, of course it's true. The next moment. Su Zhao took out a paper bag of dessert from his arms, handed it to Song Cindy, and said, Cindy, I bought this on the road, I don't know if you like it? Wow. Song Cindy took it and said with shining eyes, it looks delicious. Su Zhao then asked, do you like it? Of course I like it. As long as you bought it, I will definitely like it. Song Cindy said with a smile as beautiful as a flower. Looking at Song Cindy's sweet smile, Su Zhao's heart trembled slightly. Just by looking at her smile every day, I feel like I have endless energy. Since you are so thoughtful, let me feed you. I can't eat so much anyway. Song Cindy had a playful smile on her face. Feed me? Su Zhao swallowed and looked around. This is the first time a girl has fed me since I was a child. What else more? She asked the school bell. Why do I feel a little nervous and uncomfortable? Why, you don't want to? Song Cindy raised her eyebrows. There are so many people who want me to feed him, but they can't even get him, and you dare to hesitate. No, Su Zhao shook his head. Cindy, I'm just a little unprepared. Don't think too much. Open your mouth and close your eyes. You are not allowed to open them halfway. Song Cindy issued her own instructions. Su Zhao closed his eyes obediently. Soon, a fresh cherry was stuffed into his mouth. The juicy cherries melt in your mouth, exuding sweetness and seeming to have a refreshing and pleasant aroma. Needless to say, the fragrance naturally came from Song Cindy. In Su Zhao's imagination, Song Cindy should have fed him with her hands. At this moment, Su Zhao's heart was beating uncontrollably and he dared not open his eyes. I just felt that my heart had never felt so peaceful and happy, and it was extremely comfortable. But in fact, it was Song Cindy who took the initiative to open her pink lips, picked a cherry from the cake, and put it into Su Zhao's mouth. If Su Zhao opened his eyes, not only would his heart beat rapidly, but his entire body might take off on the spot. Is it tasty? Song Sini licked her lips and deliberately blew a breath on Su Zhao's face. Refreshing and heart-stirring. Just ask yourself, who can resist this? Delicious. Su Zhao's Adam's apple moved up and down, and his blushing face said it all. That's not all. Song Sini used her slender jade fingers, wrapped in thick cream, and reached into Su Zhao's lips. And Su Zhao did not resist, but licked the cream instinctively. He had no idea what was wrapped in the cream. All he knew was that this was the most delicious fruitcake he had ever eaten in his life, and also the most enjoyable one. The charming girl personally feeds the black-faced king. Such a scene may seem strange to others. But it's hard not to be envious, especially for boys. Finally, Song Sini gently poked Su Zhao's face with her butter-covered fingers. Su Zhao frowned subconsciously. Does your face hurt? Song Sini asked with concern. Su Zhao bared his teeth. Fortunately, I just tripped on the road just now, it's not a big problem. He thought Song Sini pressed it accidentally. But Song Sini knew that Su Zhao must be too embarrassed to show it obviously. So, she blew gently on Su Zhao's face. I know, if it hurts, just scream, don't hold it, I'm here. When Su Zhao heard this, the pain on his face suddenly disappeared. This damn care and tenderness is irresistible. Chapter 52 Walking is a must for couples. Ahem, Sini, I'm going to the bathroom. Su Zhao got up in a hurry, his face burning, and ran to the bathroom to wash his hands and rinse his face with cold water. Now, his face is completely ruined. Call. Su Zhao let out a long breath and tried his best to calm himself down. Am I inevitably moved after all? Although he was reluctant to admit it, this was the fact. The love and admiration that comes from the heart can no longer be suppressed. Even other special emotions are vaguely derived. However, this is not Su Zhao's fault for not being firm and tenacious enough. Any normal boy would not be able to resist this temptation. Not to mention one day, I'm afraid he would be played into a mentally retarded person on the same day. After all, she is the cool and aloof campus beauty of Jiangnan University. Whether in terms of family background or appearance, she is outstanding and one in a million. If anyone can be with her, it is a rare opportunity in life. Watching Su Zhao running to the bathroom, Song Sini, who was sitting in her original position, fiddled with her slender white fingers, chuckled and hummed, I just want to make you fall in love with me step by step, and never leave me again. After Su Zhao came out of the bathroom, he bumped into someone head-on. The man didn't think anything was wrong at first, but when he saw the black-faced king standing in front of him, he was immediately frightened. Damn, man, I thought I saw a ghost. Su Zhao glanced at the man expressionlessly. Although his face was expressionless, his heart was already restless. If I had known earlier, I should have cosplayed as other characters. I was too careless. I am such an idiot. The man quickly shook his hand. Dude, I'm not laughing, don't get me wrong. Even though he said this, he still had a hard time holding back his laughter. It's okay, brother, laugh if you want to. Life is all about laughing. Laugh often and good luck will come naturally. But Su Zhao patted the man's shoulder indifferently and smiled. But this smile looks a bit creepy. Don't forget, Su Zhao used to be an NPC in a haunted house, so his acting skills are naturally beyond doubt. So, the man didn't even look at Su Zhao, but ran away without looking back. Oh my god, it's a ghost, it's really a ghost, my god. As soon as Su Zhao returned to his seat, he was teased by Song Sini again, not surprisingly. Song Sini held up her round chin and said with a smile, you have become a kitten, do you know? She added, but I like it very much, so what if it's just a little cat? Su Zhao said in a sullen tone, as long as you like it. Humph, it's good that you know, Song Sini said proudly, I'm full from eating the cake, are you still hungry? Su Zhao said, I'm almost full too. In fact, it's not that he isn't hungry, it's just that he no longer has the appetite to eat. At this moment, he just wanted to be with Song Sini. Then let's take a walk together. Taking a walk is something that couples must do. Then, Song Sini stood up, stretched out her white and tender little hand, with a bright smile on her face. Let's go, Xiao Xiaozi. Su Zhao immediately understood and naturally took Song Sini's hand. Okay, madam. At this moment, he seemed to have really gotten used to Song Sini's presence, and his movements were no longer as stiff and slow as before. Song Sini said with satisfaction, not bad, you have made progress. I said that I only hold my hand with the person I like. Then, the two of them leaned close together, holding hands. At such a close distance, they could hear each other's slight heartbeats. The main source of the heartbeat came from Su Zhao, and it was getting faster and more intense. Looking at Song Sini's exquisite and flawless profile, her delicate and dignified nose, her plump cherry lips, and her seaweed-like hair, Su Zhao was confused. Before he met Song Sini, he had imagined what it would feel like to take a walk with a girl. Is it exciting? Are you shy? Are you excited? Or is it the irrepressible happiness and excitement? The two held hands, walked on the cobblestone road covered with leaves, felt the pleasant evening breeze, whispered to each other, and listened to each other's thoughts. If that beautiful scene had happened in the past, he would not even have dared to imagine it. I can only look at those couples holding hands with envy and jealousy on my face. Looking back, it seems like I will always be a lonely bird, unable to find a partner to accompany me for the rest of my life. I originally thought that I would remain single until I grow old and spend my life lonely and helpless. But I never thought that I would have such a dreamy day. Why are you daydreaming again? Why do you always like to daydream? Am I not pretty enough? Look at me more, please. Song Sini tapped Su Zhao's forehead lightly in annoyance. What Su Zhao didn't know was that this was to make his heart beat faster. Song Sini changes her outfit every day just to make Su Zhao look at her more. Even if she just looked at legs and breasts, Song Sini wouldn't feel anything and might even be very happy. Because this only proves that your charm is not bad at all. But Su Zhao scratched his head helplessly. Sini, it's my problem. It's because you are too beautiful that Since you said so, I forgive you. After all, I am really beautiful. Song Sini said with a giggle. Then, Song Sini took Su Zhao's hand and walked out of the cafeteria under everyone's surprised gazes. Let's go. Wherever the two of them went, there would be exclamations of surprise. As the popularity of the campus forum continued to grow, Song Sini and Su Zhao's fame reached an unprecedented height. No, why did the boy next to the school beauty Song Sini change? Could it be me too? Dude, look carefully, it's still that boy. My black-faced king, what on earth is this guy thinking? How dare he appear next to my goddess like this? Others can hold hands with the school belle, but my friend, how about you? Oh, please, I'm begging you to give me some medicine. I'm really going to break down. Chapter 53. Don't let my Su Zhao misunderstand. After leaving the cafeteria, the two held hands, stepped on each other's shadows, and walked together. The bright moonlight shines on Song Sini's radiant face, which looks very beautiful. The unbridled evening breeze blew through their sleeves, ruffled Song Sini's hair, and hit Su Zhao's face, bringing a burst of fragrance. It was only a few minutes ago. Su Zhao's palms began to sweat slightly uncontrollably. I don't know if it's because of nervousness. He wanted to wipe the sweat from his palms with a tissue. But Song Sini reacted quickly and didn't let Su Zhao's hand let go. What do you want to do? Is it hard to hold my hand? No, Sini. Su Zhao immediately shook his head. Song Sini's pretty eyebrows slightly frowned, then hold on tightly to me. If I don't ask you to let go, you mustn't let go, understand? After saying that, she playfully scratched Su Zhao's palm with her nails. How could the great magician Su Zhao resist such temptation? He could only endure the discomfort. However, the next moment, Song Sini took out a tissue and gently and considerately wiped the sweat from Su Zhao's palms. Su Zhao's heart was slightly touched. Just as he was about to say something, he was interrupted by Song Sini. Don't say thank you, I know what you are going to say. After doing all this, Song Sini continued to hold Su Zhao's hand tightly. The soft touch like jade invaded Su Zhao's heart. It's itchy and sour, but comfortable and moisturizing enough. The two walked along the way, listening to the rustling sound of leaves blowing in the wind, and fell into a silent silence. The night is as deep as water, everything is silent, as if immersed in another world. Even if the two of them didn't speak, they could still soothe Su Zhao's messy heart. Although it's not quite what I imagined. But it doesn't feel bad at all, it's even addictive. Suddenly, Su Zhao asked, Sini, I want to ask you a question. Song Sini smiled and said, just ask. Isn't the purpose of a walk to chat? Otherwise, how can two people get to know each other? I believe you must be very curious about everything about me. Okay, Sini, are you a local? Su Zhao asked. He planned to start with some of the most basic aspects. Not to mention knowing everything about Song Sini herself, but you should also try your best to obtain information. Song Sini did not answer directly, but smiled and said, before you ask me this question, let me ask you first, are you a local? I'm not, but I grew up in Jiangcheng, so I'm half Jiangcheng. Su Zhao glanced at the moonlight and spoke slowly. But Song Sini chuckled, then where do you think I'm from? I don't know. You don't speak with an accent. I can't tell at all. Su Zhao answered honestly. Song Sini suddenly brought her pretty face closer, staring at Su Zhao with her sparkling eyes. Little fool, you are my sweetheart. Hearing this, Su Zhao could no longer maintain a normal walking posture and was about to drift off at any time. In September in Jiangcheng, the weather was still not getting cooler. The hot breeze made Su Zhao's mind confused and he didn't know what was going on in the world. This damn cheesy love talk is so deadly. Seeing this, Song Sini deliberately teased, why don't you talk, huh? Ahem, let me change the question. Su Zhao wiped his nose in embarrassment. Before they knew it, they had walked onto the school playground. At this moment, the playground was packed with people, so crowded that there was no end in sight. Some are running, some are playing basketball, some are playing football, some are setting up stalls to sell small items, and some are showing off their talents and singing. You can also see 5 or 6 people sitting on the carpet on the green grass, talking and laughing with each other. It was a very lively scene. There are all kinds of them. Keep asking. Song Sini lifted a strand of hair with her hand, watching the movements around. For a moment, Su Zhao suddenly didn't know what to ask. Maybe my mind is disturbed and my brain is in a state of shutdown. Just at this moment, a tall, cute-looking girl wearing headphones walked towards me. She looked like she had just finished running. The girl seemed very shocked when she saw Su Zhao and Song Sini holding hands together. You actually found someone behind my back. What's wrong? Didn't I tell you a long time ago that I have a boyfriend? Look, this is my man. Song Sini openly showed Su Zhao in front of the girls. At the same time, Su Zhao, who heard this, almost couldn't control his expression. Song Sini's choice of words is too rough. But it is undeniable that Su Zhao likes it very much. Well, this kind of overbearing possessiveness is what I want. Hi, how are you? Su Zhao greeted the girl. He might feel a little embarrassed in front of Song Sini, but not in front of other girls. Because none of them are as stunning and dazzling as Song Sini. The girl looked at Su Zhao, her expression even more surprised. Sini, are you really crazy? Do you know that because of you, today's campus forum is going to collapse? So, Song Sini snorted disdainfully, it wasn't me who caused the breakdown, so what does it have to do with me? Then, Song Sini introduced the girl's identity to Su Zhao. This is my good friend Xiao Mengmeng. Then, she introduced Su Zhao's identity to Xiao Mengmeng. This is my boyfriend Su Zhao. Seeing Song Sini being so strong, Xiao Mengmeng didn't know what to say, and could only respond helplessly, hello, classmate Su, although I don't know if you two are really together, but you must be nice to my Sini. If you dare to secretly find a second one, Sini doesn't need to say anything, I will be the first to tear you apart. Don't worry, Mr. Chiu, you don't have to say it, I understand it in my heart. Su Zhao nodded. Why do I feel that this girl is too angry? I really don't know which unlucky guy will catch her. Anyway, it's definitely not me. Pure love is not something I can just talk about for fun. Okay, Meng Meng, hurry up and leave, otherwise my man won't be able to fully immerse himself in a walk with me. Song Sini intends to drive Xiao Mengmeng away. Xiao Mengmeng gritted her teeth and said angrily, yo, give it back to your man, Sini, you have changed, you have really changed, you were not like this before. I just changed, what's wrong, please don't let my Su Zhao misunderstand me. Song Sini raised her snow-white neck and spoke with great dignity. Whoa, I never want to see you two dogs again. Xiao Mengmeng covered her face and ran away in anger. As the middleman, Su Zhao was a little embarrassed. Is it okay, Sini? Just leave her alone and let's continue walking. Song Sini squeezed Su Zhao's palm hard and smiled. Chapter 54 My First Kiss. After walking for a while, the two walked to the seat on the steps and sat down. There were no lights and the surroundings were dark and gloomy, making it seem like a natural dating place. Because no matter what you do, it's hard to get noticed. But if you pay close attention, you can see some young couples hugging each other and kissing each other. What's worse, strange noises come out of his mouth. Su Zhao sat down next to Song Sini, and their hands were still tightly held, with no signs of letting go. Although we can't see each other's faces, this hazy atmosphere is the most subtle and relaxing. In order to prevent his mind from becoming more confused, Su Zhao kept his eyes fixed on the college students who were playing football happily on the field. Their clothes were soaked with sweat, but it did not affect their passion for sports at all. From time to time, you can hear passionate shouts. This is the picture of youth, and it is played out every day on university campuses. Sini? Su Zhao suddenly shouted. Yeah, I'm here. Song Sini responded obediently. Su Zhao, who was waiting for a response, let out a long breath and said meaningfully, "When I was under a lot of pressure in the past, I would walk alone on the playground, listening to music with headphones on." Having said that, Su Zhao paused. "Keep talking, I'm listening." Song Sini's voice was very gentle, and it seemed to be able to soothe the instability deep in Su Zhao's heart. At this time, Song Sini knew that she had to be a loyal listener. This also indirectly shows that Su Zhao is slowly revealing his true feelings. It also means that she is gradually gaining Su Zhao's trust. Hearing this, Su Zhao continued, "At that time, I was wearing headphones and wandering around the playground by myself. I didn't know what I was wandering around for. Every time I saw those energetic people on the playground, I felt like I was out of tune with them, as if I was from a different world. Especially when I see those young couples, to be honest, seeing them sitting together with headphones listening to music, I feel even more out of place. Later, I finally figured it out. The reason I felt out of place was because I had never experienced it before. That's why I yearned and envied her so much. I longed to have a girlfriend who would always be by my side, and even had some unrealistic and obscene fantasies." Then, Su Zhao turned his head and looked at Song Sini tentatively. "Sini?" Song Sini said patiently, "Well, I'm listening, go on." She knew that the reason why Su Zhao had to confirm again and again was because he was afraid that she might leave at any time. But Song Sini is very patient and will always respond to Su Zhao's call. Su Zhao finally felt relieved after receiving the response, and said calmly, "From childhood to adulthood, my parents' expectations of me were not high, but they were also relatively conservative. They were very strict with me, so throughout junior high and high school, my mind was always focused on studying, which led to severe suppression of my emotions. I couldn't communicate with girls, and my emotional intelligence was also average." At this point, Su Zhao asked, "Speaking of which, I'm quite curious. Have you ever had a premature love affair? You're so beautiful and outstanding, there must be a lot of people chasing after you. Go on, I'll tell you the answer you want in a moment." Song Sini gently squeezed Su Zhao's palm. Su Zhao said, "Well, actually, I know very little about you. It's true that you are the campus belle of Jiang University, but in the past, I would have thought that you and I would never have any actual intersection in this life. Let alone intersection, it would be great if you could just look at me. If nothing unexpected happens, my life trajectory will probably be that after graduation, I will earn 3,000 to 4,000 yuan a month, and I may still have to work overtime, with only a few days off a month. I may even face the risk of being fired midway. I will just muddle along like this for a few years, achieve nothing, return to my hometown, and then be forced to go on blind dates to be a scapegoat. But that's not the life I want at all. I want to be self-important, I want to achieve something earth-shattering, I want to be beautiful, rich, and white. But I know that it's harder to achieve these than to climb to the sky." Song Sini captured a very crucial message. "Well, what do you want to be known as by Fume?" Su Zhao tried his best to save the situation, but it seemed like he was powerless. "Ahem. It's okay, just keep talking." Song Sini held her cheek with her hand and spoke softly. Su Zhao seemed to be full of words. "I said so much just to tell you that I am just an ordinary person. My inner thoughts are also very vulgar. I don't talk big or pretend. I am also a very boring person." Hearing this, Song Sini smiled and said, "Do you want to hear a few words from me?" Su Zhao nodded, "Of course. First, let me answer your first question. Have I ever been in love too early?" Song Sini said, "The answer is no. You can be considered my first love. Before that, I had never dated any other boys." Song Sini seemed to have predicted something and said, "I know you don't believe me, right?" Su Zhao did not deny it. Song Sini blinked her beautiful eyes. "It's normal that you don't believe it. It seems that in the eyes of outsiders, I, Song Sini, am so glamorous, cold and difficult to approach, right?" Before Su Zhao could answer, Song Sini continued, "From childhood to adulthood, my family has spoiled me very much and given me all kinds of care and concern, so to some extent, I am emotionally abundant and not lacking. However, when I was in school, many boys did confess their love to me, but I rejected them all because I didn't have the heart to do so at the time. The truth is, I didn't lack love at all. It wasn't until I went to college that I deliberately kept a very cool appearance in order to keep myself quiet so as not to be disturbed." Then, Song Sini turned her head and looked seriously at the blurry face reflected in the darkness. "Do you understand?" Su Zhao nodded. "Yes, I understand." "Then you must be confused now. Since I don't want to be disturbed, why should I choose you, right?" Song Sini said. This is what Su Zhao is most curious about. However, at this moment, Song Sini leaned closer and blew gently into Su Zhao's ear. The answer is very simple, because the person I like is you, who else should I choose if not you? After saying that, she stretched out her pink and moist lips and secretly kissed Su Zhao on the cheek, leaving a bright red lipstick mark. At the same time, Su Zhao felt as if his brain had crashed and he lost any feedback from the outside world. Two blushes spread to Su Zhao's cheeks, and his head felt dizzy. In an instant, the philosophical aura in him was completely wiped out, and he no longer thought about the meaning of life. This is my first kiss, you must cherish it. Song Sini covered her lips and smiled faintly. Chapter 55. What matters is the thought. Although it was dark and dim, Su Zhao felt as if he was in the towering clouds, and his thoughts drifted to the horizon. Call. He let out a long breath, trying to calm his breathing. But that doesn't help at all. The heart beats very violently and chaotically, and the emotions become excited and joyful. This action, without any foreshadowing, made Su Zhao lose his ability to think in rationality. He thought to himself, was I just kissed? I was not mentally prepared at all. At the same time, Song Sini had a playful smile on her face. Although she couldn't see Su Zhao's expression, she knew in her heart that Su Zhao had been aroused by her and had become unconscious. Is my mouth soft? Song Sini asked deliberately. Forehead. Su Zhao was breathing heavily and couldn't utter a complete sentence. I guess I haven't come to terms with it yet. Then, Song Sini stood up, held Su Zhao's hand, and said, It's okay, Xiao Zhaozi, you should have reached your limit, let me take you back to the dormitory. Then, she led the confused Su Zhao away with brisk steps. Soon, Su Zhao was brought to the door of the men's dormitory building by Song Sini. Su Zhao, standing at the door, had not yet fully recovered. Go back and have a good sleep. See you tomorrow, baby. Song Sini stretched out her slender, porcelain white arms and hugged Su Zhao tightly from behind. The touch of that round and full breast is still elastic, soft, and warm. Looking at Su Zhao, who was unmoved, Song Sini said lightly, Why, I'm leaving, don't you want to say something? It was only then that Su Zhao reacted and said in an unnatural tone, Well, Sini, see you tomorrow. Well, go ahead. Hearing this, Song Sini watched Su Zhao go upstairs as if she was coaxing a child. As for Su Zhao, every step he took felt heavy. All of this was seen by the dormitory manager. The dorm auntie was eating melon seeds and said with a smile, Young man, are you drunk? Su Zhao shook his head stiffly, No, auntie. Auntie understands. I can tell at a glance that you are in love, right? The dormitory manager saw through everything Su Zhao was doing at a glance. Su Zhao smiled bitterly, Auntie, I should be considered one. The dormitory aunt smacked her lips and said, TSK, 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 this is incredible. I have lived for so many years, but this is the first time I have seen such a beautiful girl. Young man, you are so lucky. At the same time, watching Su Zhao's figure gradually walking away, Song Sini turned back reluctantly and left. At this moment, Su Zhao subconsciously turned around and saw Song Sini's back, his expression slightly stunned. At this moment, he was as obsessed as a man who longed for his wife. It was the first time that Su Zhao felt such strong reluctance and longing for someone. It seems that every minute and every second without seeing each other is tormenting and unbearable. So, he stood at the stairs for a full 10 minutes without any sign of going upstairs. Until the dormitory aunt called Su Zhao's name, Young man, are you okay? If you stand any longer, won't your legs go numb? When Su Zhao heard this, it was as if a blow was hit on the head, bringing him back to reality. Then he returned to the dormitory in a daze. As soon as he returned to the dormitory, what awaited Su Zhao was gnashing teeth and angry rebukes. You deserve to die, Su Zhao. The first one to appear was Wang Nian. The flesh on his face was trembling and he looked like he might burst into tears at any moment. Lu Yang's reaction was, Godfather, please teach me how to date the school beauty. I want to learn so badly. I will learn frame by frame. However, Su Zhao ignored them and sat in the chair absent-mindedly, not knowing what he was thinking. What's wrong with you, Su Zhao? You're still so unhappy even though you're dating the campus beauty. Wang Nian noticed that something was wrong with Su Zhao. Lu Yang's focus changed. No, Lao Su, why is your face like this? Did you go to dig coal? If Lu Yang hadn't reminded him, the depressed Wang Nian probably wouldn't have noticed Su Zhao's face. The next moment, they both laughed out loud at the same time. Ha, Lao Su, this is so funny. This seemed to be the only comfort they could find in Su Zhao. Su Zhao still did not respond to them, but just stared at the ceiling in silence. A cold and lonely atmosphere suddenly enveloped the entire dormitory. Looking at Su Zhao's solemn expression, Wang Yan and Lu Yang immediately realized that their behavior seemed to have gone too far. Wang Yan patted Su Zhao on the shoulder and said, "Old Su, you know I don't mean to laugh at you." "Lao Su, I'm sorry. You know me. I'm just a loser who reads novels. So when I saw you with the school beauty, to be honest, I would be lying if I said I wasn't jealous," Lu Yang said self-deprecatingly. At this time, Su Zhao finally had a slight reaction and said, "It has nothing to do with you two. You can laugh if you want. I don't mind." Then, Su Zhao looked at the two of them seriously and said, "Hey, what kind of gifts do girls like? Why are you asking us two single guys?" Wang Yan was puzzled. "You should ask Ziqiao." "That's right, Ziqiao is a veteran, so he naturally knows a lot," Lu Yang echoed from behind. Su Zhao finally had a smile on his face. "Yeah, you two single guys, why am I asking you this? Am I sick? You're starting to show off, aren't you?" Wang Yan glanced at Lu Yang and said, "We must beat him up. If we don't take revenge, we are not a gentleman." So Wang Yan and Lu Yang hugged Su Zhao's shoulders and shook him hard, crying bitterly, "How the hell did you get into this, woo-woo?" The two of them hugged Su Zhao and cried for several minutes before they stopped. Of course, it wasn't real crying, it was just a show effect. "It's a long story, don't be too sad." Su Zhao touched Wang Yan and Lu Yang's heads as if he was touching his own sons. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Wang Yan went forward and opened the door. Su Ziqiao's handsome face appeared in front of everyone. "My fellow prisoners, I'm back again," Su Ziqiao said in a mean way. Then, he came to Su Zhao's side and said with surprise, "Old Su, it's great, you really got the school beauty. Ziqiao, don't worry about this for now. You are more experienced. Let me ask you first, what kind of gifts do you think girls would like?" Su Zhao said. Su Ziqiao pondered and said, "What's important is not the gift, but the intention. It's not about what the other person wants, but whether you are willing to do your best to provide the other person." Hearing this, Su Zhao murmured, "What matters is the thought." "Well, Ziqiao, I think I understand something now, thank you." "Son, you're welcome. It's your dad's duty. Roll." Chapter 56. He Better Save Your Life. 403, Female Dormitory. When Song Sini returned to the dormitory, she couldn't help but smile slightly when she thought of Su Zhao's appearance just now. Humph, he just kissed her secretly, and he couldn't even walk steadily. If he licks there in the future, he will faint directly. As soon as she came back, Xiao Mengmeng kicked the door open in anger. "Song Sini." Seeing Song Sini sitting on the chair with a lazy look on her face, Xiao Mengmeng shouted angrily, "What do you want me to do? Can't you be a little gentler?" Song Sini fiddled with her slender jade fingers and said indifferently, I don't even want to say it, your taste in men is so poor, like a wild man who just crawled out of a cave. If I wasn't so angry just now, I would definitely say it to your face." Xiao Mengmeng pointed at Song Sini and said something unkind. Song Sini's expression suddenly changed, and she asked in a cold tone, "Xiao Mengmeng, do you have the guts to say it again?" Xiao Mengmeng was immediately intimidated by Song Sini's aura and dared not talk nonsense anymore. Then, she seemed to have become a different person, lowering her posture and begging for mercy. "Sini, that's not what I meant, please don't misunderstand." However, this plea for mercy did not make Song Sini's frown relax. So, Xiao Mengmeng shamelessly said, "I was wrong, Sini, I was really wrong. I really shouldn't have casually criticized your man for being bad." After hearing this, Song Sini's expression finally looked better. She said, "It's easy to forgive you. Just praise my man in person in front of me." "What?" Faced with this unreasonable request, Xiao Mengmeng was so shocked that her jaw dropped. She groaned in dissatisfaction, "He better have saved your life." What Xiao Mengmeng didn't expect was that Song Sini confirmed her words, "He did save my life." "Really?" Xiao Mengmeng said in astonishment, "Oh my god, when did this happen? You hid it from me so hard." Song Sini said calmly, "You don't need to know this. I will only forgive your rude words if you praise him in front of me." Xiao Mengmeng had never been treated so badly in her life. She racked her brains but didn't know where to start praising. "Let me think about it first. I need to organize my words. Of course it's no problem. If you praise me well, it's not impossible for us to sleep together tonight." Xiao Mengmeng pondered for a while, suppressed her embarrassment, and said, "First of all, he is really tall, and he is a good match for you." "Well, what else?" Song Sini blinked her beautiful eyes, seeming to be looking forward to how Qiu Mengmeng would praise her next. Qiu Mengmeng gritted her teeth, trying not to let her anger show. Secondly, he looks like a good person, not greasy, not impetuous, very sensible, and his eyes are not filled with desire, but purity. Well, please continue. Song Sini held her round chin with her eyes slightly closed, as if she was enjoying it. Well, as for the third point, he has been secretly looking at you all the time, which means he is a loyal person. He should not be the kind of scumbag who falls in love with every girl he meets. If he is really a scumbag, I, Qiu Mengmeng, will be the first to go up and physically castrate him. Well, go on. Seeing Song Sini like this, Qiu Mengmeng couldn't bear it anymore and said angrily, Song Sini, don't go too far. How did I go too far? Song Sini's tone was still calm. Didn't you always encourage me to fall in love before? She crossed her legs and said condescendingly, why are you not happy now that I'm really talking about it? Hearing this, Qiu Mengmeng was convinced inside, alas, I was just joking with you before, Sini, I didn't expect you to really date me. Song Sini smiled sweetly, then let me make it clear to you now. From now on, you have to be more polite in front of my man. Got it? You are not allowed to play tricks on him or slander him maliciously. You. Qiu Mengmeng was speechless, and finally snorted depressedly, okay, I must see the day when you two dogs get your marriage certificate. Let's see who can hold out longer, you or me, Qiu Mengmeng. Song Sini smiled and said, no problem. When we get the marriage certificate, how much will you give me? Humph, you haven't even received it yet, and you're already trying to take advantage of me, right? Qiu Mengmeng held her head high and said proudly, I won't tell you. After saying that, Qiu Mengmeng swallowed her anger and said, Sini, so, can I hold you to sleep tonight? It's hard to say. You haven't praised my man enough. Song Sini raised her snow-white neck and said, Humph, I don't want to talk to you again. Qiu Mengmeng had a depressed look on her face. She pushed the door open in frustration and ran outside to cry. Song Sini, who was sitting on the chair, simply said, close the door for me. The next moment. Boom! A deafening slam of a door slammed echoing throughout the corridor. Just at this moment, Song Sini's phone vibrated slightly. She looked up and saw it was a WeChat message. Tomato and salt baby, Sini, that was too sudden. I didn't react in time, so. When Song Sini saw the message, she raised her rosy and plump lips and typed some words. Little star, it's okay. I was just too anxious. I don't blame you, Xiao Zhaozi. Su Zhao, who was watching the message through the screen, was stunned for a moment. Then, the message box pops up again. Little star, so, do you like me to kiss you? If you like, I can plant strawberries on your face every day. As soon as this message was sent out, Su Zhao's heart, which had been silent for less than a moment, was provoked again, and he swallowed involuntarily. He was thinking about what message to reply when the red message dot popped up again. Little star, you don't have to answer the above question, because I know what you are thinking. In addition, I am tired and need you to say goodnight to me in person before I can fall asleep. Are you willing? When Su Zhao was about to say yes, a WeChat call came in. He glanced at the caller and it was Song Sini. Su Zhao answered the phone without thinking, trying to make his tone sound normal. Sini? I'm here. Song Sini's lazy and sweet voice came from the other end of the phone. Have you forgotten what you were going to say? Su Zhao finally reacted faster. He cleared his throat and said shamelessly, good night, Sini. After saying this, Su Zhao looked around and prayed repeatedly in his heart that his sons would not hear it. Song Sini deliberately lowered her voice and said, Humph. So good, Xiao Zhaozi, since you said good night, then I have to say one too. From now on, with me here, you will hear a sentence every night, baby, good night. Su Zhao on the other end of the phone felt his blood boiling. Chapter 57 You Can Give Up. In the next few days, Su Zhao and Song Sini's daily routine was to attend classes together, eat together, take walks and chat together. Finally, the domineering Song Sini personally watched Su Zhao return to the dormitory building. But every time, the two of them almost looked face to face. Every time the dormitory aunt saw him, she would squint her eyes and eat melon seeds, jokingly saying, young man, you are drunk again, right? Drinking every day is bad for your health and can easily lead to infertility. Su Zhao's expression was very tense. Auntie, you are really good at joking. Then, before going to sleep, the two said good night to each other as if it had become a habit. Whenever Su Zhao heard Song Sini's sweet voice saying good night, he would feel comfortable and peaceful. The older kids in the same dormitory were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred when they saw Su Zhao look like he was possessed by another spirit. Is this the sour smell of love? He really should be dragged out and shot. However, after saying good night, Suzhou would take out some time, besides his usual painting tasks, to tinker with something patiently under the desk lamp. But judging from his expression, he was very dedicated and focused. He didn't dare to slack off or be perfunctory at all. Although such days are dull, they are fulfilling. Time passed quickly and soon it was the day for welcoming the freshmen. On this morning, the entire Jiangnan University of Science and Technology was crowded with people. There was an endless stream of vehicles coming in and out, with no end in sight. The freshmen, carrying their luggage, walked into the campus with a look of anticipation on their faces. A brand new red banner fluttered in the wind, with the words "Warmly Welcome Freshmen" written on it. At the school gate, dozens of red tents were neatly arranged. Around it, volunteers wearing red vests were shuttling back and forth, looking very busy. "Junior, what's your major?" "Hey, junior sister, senior has been to the gym, please give me your luggage." "Hey, junior sister, I'm not a bad person." "Senior, you are so handsome, I want to add you on WeChat." Under one of the tents with the School of Management logo, several boys in red vests were staring at the long legs passing by them, unable to take their eyes off. "Hey, Lao Su, didn't you want to welcome the new students last year? How come you suddenly changed your mind?" Wang Nian glanced at Suzhou curiously. Suzhou said calmly, "Why, you are the only one allowed to come, but I am not allowed to come, Lao Wang, aren't you ashamed? You have been welcoming new students for several years, but you haven't even added a school girls' WeChat." "Tisk, that's just their superficiality," Wang Nian said stubbornly, "they don't know how to appreciate my fat brother's soul. I will definitely find my own schoolmate this year." At this time, Su Ziqiao, who was busy fiddling with his hair, laughed mercilessly. "Go to hell, return the soul, it's just that you are ugly and others look down on you." "Hey guys, do you think there will be a new school beauty among the freshmen this year?" Lu Yang, who was standing by with a dogtail grass in his mouth, asked. Lu Yang didn't want to come at first, but when he saw his roommates coming, he came along too. "There can't be any new ones," I said. Suzhou wiped his nose and groaned. For so many years, there can only be one campus belle at Jiangnan University of Science and Technology, and that is Song Sini. "You kid, you're still protecting the Lord, right?" Wang Yan was so angry when he heard this that he hit Suzhou's shoulder in annoyance. "Just tell me if it is true or not." "I am not lying," Suzhou said. Indeed, it is just as Suzhou said. For so many years, no one has been able to replace Song Sini's position as the school belle. Not to mention replacement, no matter who comes, they will be as insignificant as the light of a firefly and lose their due color. While the four were busy chatting, a girl with fair skin and long legs came up to them carrying luggage. The girl was dressed very openly, wearing a cool floral dress. Just standing there, she attracted several hot glances. Su Ziqiao habitually lifted his hair, walked forward, took the initiative to help the junior sister carry the luggage, and said, "Oi, junior sister, let the senior help you carry the luggage, no need to thank me, it's what the senior should do." But the girl shook her hand in disdain. "No need, I have my own hands, senior, you can go away, I hate self-righteous greasy men like you the most, it's not like I haven't dated guys who are more handsome than you." It sounds like girls have a strong sense of superiority. Su Ziqiao was a little surprised when he was rejected. He just wanted to help, but he was scolded. Su Ziqiao thought that his appearance was that of a standard yellow-haired person. There is actually someone that Su Ziqiao can't defeat. In an instant, Su Ziqiao's competitive spirit was aroused. Su Ziqiao sneered, "Hey, schoolgirl, if you want to refuse, just refuse. Why are you asking me to get lost? Is this your character? Where did this little fairy come from? You are a thing without a mother." Hearing this, the girl's expression immediately changed. "What do you mean? Do you believe me or not?" Su Ziqiao continued, "You want to call the police, right? Go ahead. You really think you look like a fairy, don't you? You still think you are in high school, with a bunch of warm boys following you around, right? Where did your bad habits come from? In front of our Jiang University campus belle, you are not even qualified to carry her shoes. You know, our campus belle is beautiful and kind-hearted, and her boyfriend is also an ordinary person like us. As for you, a cheap slut, you lick the handsome ones and keep the ugly ones as a spare tire. Are you worthy of it?" Su Ziqiao crossed his arms and spoke eloquently. The girl was so upset when she heard this that her little pearls were about to fall off at any time. You bastard." The boys who witnessed this scene felt relieved all over. "That's great, good job." Wang Yan clapped his hands and laughed. "Ziqiao, well said. Damn it, our Ji Shui should have stood up long ago. Zichao, this kind of thing is exactly what you are good at. By the way, thank you for your compliment. Su Zhao also hated this kind of self-righteous little fairy. We are all equal, why do so many rules and regulations come from? For a time, the crowd was indignant and excited. Seeing this, the girl knew she couldn't gain any advantage and could only walk away angrily. At that moment, she was also thinking in her heart, the campus belle of Zhang University, what's so rare about her? At the same time, the welcome office of the School of Computer Science. At this moment, the surroundings were crowded with people, and all the freshmen's eyes were involuntarily focused on a girl in a red vest. This girl in a red vest has a stunning appearance. Although it is ordinary casual clothes, every move can bring people endless beautiful imagination. Look, this looks like Song Sini, the most beautiful girl on campus at Jiangnan University. Oh my god, she's so beautiful. I've been dead for 7 days and I'm still not as white as her. Hey, who among you has the guts to go up and ask for WeChat? It looks quite cool, who would dare to do that? The harder it is to chase, the easier it is to chase. So, under everyone's instigation, a boy with dyed white hair who thought he was quite good looking rushed forward with a determined look on his face. Oi. Senior, hello, I want to add your WeChat, is that okay? I'm 1.85 meters tall and weigh 130 pounds. I have 3 apartments and 2 cars in Jiangcheng, a Mercedes and a BMW. The boy flipped his hair and struck a pose that he thought was mature. But the senior schoolmate in front of me covered her lips and chuckled, then took out her cell phone. That's great, senior sister, you are not as cold as they say. I will cherish you. The boy was so excited that he was about to jump up. However, what he didn't expect was that after the senior student unlocked her phone, the screen showed a photo of a brown teddy bear and another unfamiliar face. Senpai? The boys didn't understand what this meant. I only heard the senior schoolmate in front of me giggle and say, I have a boyfriend, you can give up now. What? The boy's faith was shattered on the spot. Chapter 58 You Are My Man. The passionate welcome ceremony is still in full swing. The 4 people in 307 were also busy welcoming the new students, and they have not stopped working since the beginning. Only Su Zhao's eyes were wandering around, as if he was looking for something. Lao Su, what are you looking at? Wang Yan asked in confusion. Su Zhao shook his head, nothing. Su Zichao joked, Lao Su, I know what you are looking at. You are looking at your wife, right? From your attitude, you only know that your wife is also at the orientation, but you don't know what her major is. I looked for a long time but couldn't find her. As for why you didn't tell her directly, it's because you also want to control her once, and don't want to be controlled by her again. Another character who got the script. Zichao, you can read minds, you, Su Zhao quickly shook his hand, also, Zichao, don't say those 2 words nonsense, it hasn't come to that step yet, you guys should just pretend nothing happened to me, I said, there is a risk of a car crash. Then, he looked at the 3 people and asked, I say, you really don't know what Cindy's major is? Oh my, you even called Cindy. Wang Yan said in a sour tone, Old Su, you have made it big. You can even call the school beauty by her nickname. Hearing this, Su Zhao did not get angry, but just smiled and said, in normal times, everyone is shouting that they are military advisors, but when you really need advice, you can't count on any of them. Lao Su, according to what's written in the novel, she will usually come to you by herself at this time, do you believe it? The introverted male lead Lu Yang spoke. Su Zhao shook his head again, I didn't even tell her that I was coming to the orientation party, how could she know about this? You guys go ahead and do your work, I'll go over there and take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Zhao walked towards the welcome area of another college. When he was halfway there, Su Zhao suddenly saw the figure of Counselor Yang Lei. Yang Lei came over and said with a smile, How is it, Xiao Su, are you still adapting? It's fine, Brother Lei, there's no big problem. Su Zhao replied. That's good, Xiao Su. I've added you to the freshman group. Some follow-up work requires your cooperation and participation. After all, this is the responsibility of the class assistant. However, don't put too much pressure on yourself. It's not a bad thing to deal with some new faces. Okay, no problem, Brother Lei, I'm mentally prepared. Go ahead. If you have any questions, just ask me anytime. After saying that, Su Zhao continued to move forward, trying to find that beautiful figure in the crowd. By the way, he picked up his phone and took a look at the messages in the freshman group. For a moment, Su Zhao's expression changed subtly. How come each of them has its own show effect? Group chat for freshmen of School of Management. If you don't act cool, you'll die. Hello everyone, let me show you my cool face, I guarantee you'll fall for me. Freshman Yang Zishan, It's really bad, but fart. If you don't act cool, you'll die at. Which dormitory building are you from? I think you want your roommate to be admitted to graduate school, right? Freshman Yang Zishan, 6, everyone come and watch the clown. Seeing the dynamic messages in the group, Su Zhao couldn't help shaking his head. They are all conspicuous bags. It seems that I will have a headache when the time comes. At this time, a beautiful girl wearing black stockings, charming temperament and heavy makeup came towards them. The corners of the beautiful girl's lips curled up slightly, and seeing Su Zhao was like seeing food. This kind of temperament is the kind that can be easily manipulated at first glance. If I give her a little bit of sweetness, she will definitely be so bewitched by me that she can't walk. Senior, I'm lost. Can you give me directions? The pretty girl bit her lip and spoke in a deliberately coquettish voice. Su Zhao didn't think much about it and thought the other party was really lost. He didn't even look at it, and said perfunctorily, "Classmate, which college are you from?" "Senior, I'm from the School of Management." The beautiful girl kept blinking her eyes as if she was electrocuted. "Oh, from the School of Management, you should go in that direction." After saying that, Su Zhao was about to leave. His mind was not here at all, so he didn't have any big emotions about what the beautiful girl said. After all, no matter how beautiful she is not as stunning as Song Sini. If it were the Su Zhao of the past, he might really have fallen into it. But now, how could Su Zhao, who has already experienced the ups and downs of life, stop here? Seeing Su Zhao so decisive, a hint of surprise flashed in the beautiful girl's eyes. He is unwilling to stay for her. This is not right. She is wearing such revealing clothes, and yet he still doesn't take the bait? What is even worse is that he didn't even help her carry her luggage. The more the beautiful girl thought about it, the angrier she became, and the more uncomfortable she felt. So, she stood in front of Su Zhao and changed her words. "Senior, I want to add your WeChat, is that okay?" As she said that, the pretty girl threw a wink. "Senior, I just added you on WeChat. I think you are very handsome. Maybe I will need your help in the future." In fact, Su Zhao didn't hear what the beautiful girl said at all. He was just about to refuse. Only a cold voice came from behind Su Zhao. "Sorry, he can't join because I have a girlfriend." Then, a slender porcelain white arm wrapped around Su Zhao's waist, bringing a fresh fragrance. The beautiful girl looked up and her expression changed immediately. Because the other party is so amazing. She was so amazed that she felt ashamed of herself and inferior. Is there such a beautiful woman in this world? Originally, she thought that her looks were good enough to rank among the best in the entire Jian University. But she didn't expect that the woman in front of her would crush her to death. Song Sini hugged Su Zhao's waist tightly, and then put her pretty face close to Su Zhao's ear, exhaled, and said in a cold tone, "Do you hate me?" "No, Sini, I never said I hate you," Su Zhao said seriously. Such intimate physical contact caught Su Zhao off guard and he was unable to react. "So, do you like her?" Song Sini hugged him tighter, causing Su Zhao's entire arm to feel as if it were pressed down by a heavy object. Su Zhao said without any hesitation, "Sini, don't get me wrong, I never thought of adding her WeChat." Song Sini seemed very satisfied when she heard this. She lifted Su Zhao's chin slightly with her hand and said condescendingly, "You are my man. I am here, and I will not allow you to be taken away by anyone. Do you understand?" Then, Song Sini slowly straightened Su Zhao's collar and pinched his face. "When I'm not with you, you have to protect yourself and don't let other bad women abduct you. Do you understand?" Su Zhao nodded heavily, and his brain felt a sense of pleasure as if he was flying in the clouds. Who doesn't love this kind of overbearing possessiveness? Then, Song Sini walked straight up to the pretty girl and snorted disdainfully, "Humph, sister, this is not the way to hook a rich man. You are still a little naive." The beautiful girl only felt embarrassed and ashamed, and ran away without looking back. Chapter 59. Hello sister-in-law. "Sini, how did you know I was here?" Su Zhao almost overlooked this crucial issue. "I clearly didn't mention this matter to her?" Song Sini poked Su Zhao in annoyance and said, "You are stupid. You think I don't know. When you asked me the welcome question last time, I vaguely guessed it." Hearing this, Su Zhao could only admit defeat once again. Well, he was once again taken advantage of. It seems that the thing I prepared has not come in handy yet. Seeing Su Zhao in a daze, Song Sini said coquettishly, "Why are you in a daze again? Do you know that you were almost kidnapped by someone just now? It seems that from now on, you can't take your eyes off me for even a step." At the same time, Song Sini was thinking to herself, some people have already started to notice him. What should I do? If he meets a girl prettier than me in the future, he will really be kidnapped. In fact, Song Sini was completely worrying about nothing. Because Su Zhao simply didn't have the courage. Besides, in this world, there are very few girls prettier than Song Sini, or almost none. It's my fault, Sini. Su Zhao admitted his mistake obediently. Seeing Su Zhao's upright attitude, Song Sini lost her temper and said, "You have two choices now." "Well, Sini, go ahead and tell me," Su Zhao said. "First, join me for the orientation. Second, to welcome the new students with you." Before Su Zhao could answer, Song Sini spoke first. "I've chosen for you. You have to choose both options. Do you have any objections?" Su Zhao smiled and said, "Of course I have no objection." So, Song Sini took Su Zhao's hand and went to the orientation office of the School of Management together. At this moment, the other three members of 307 were in a state of boredom and idleness. The peak of the New Year's Day has quietly passed, and the rest of the time is naturally spent sitting on a chair, watching the sun and fishing. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the crowd. "Oh my god, look, the school beauty is here. Don't be ridiculous, bro. You must be hallucinating. It's not shameful not to receive messages from your junior schoolmate. You have to get used to it. What kind of hallucination is this? The school beauty is here, and she's holding someone else's hand. No, who is that guy?" This movement naturally attracted the attention of Wang Nian and others. Wang Nian was stunned when he saw Su Zhao and Song Sini holding hands tightly together. No, damn it, dog food is thrown here, do you still have any humanity? Lu Yang had nothing to say, and his face was filled with a look of despair and silence. For a moment, a natural encirclement was formed around Su Zhao and Song Sini. It was the first time that Su Zhao saw so many people surrounding him, and he felt uncomfortable all over. If he had looked more carefully, he would have discovered that if looks could kill, he would have died instantly. Song Sini, on the other hand, didn't take it seriously. She held Su Zhao's hand openly and without any embarrassment, and seemed to enjoy the feeling. At this time, Su Ziqiao, who was very emotionally intelligent, shouted, "Welcome, sister-in-law. Our Su Zhao has a simple personality. I'm sorry to bother you." As soon as these words came out, the voices of people cheering immediately rose up. "Hello, sister-in-law." As soon as he finished speaking, for some reason, at this moment, Su Zhao felt that it would be a good idea to recognize Su Ziqiao as his godfather. This kid knows how to deal with things. Well, it's not in vain that I am his son. The vast majority of people still have a mentality of watching the fun. Of course, there is more jealousy and resentment. What makes me jealous is how Su Zhao can hold hands with Song Sini and have dinner with her. What makes me unwilling is why this person can't be me. If he could hold hands with the school belle, he would be willing to reduce his lifespan by 50 years. If they can spend a night together, he can even castrate himself. Song Sini and Su Zhao walked in front of Su Ziqiao. Song Sini seemed to admire Su Ziqiao very much and said with a smile, "You were Su Zhao's roommate, right?" In front of Song Sini, Su Ziqiao was like a rookie recruit, not daring to act rashly or show off. Su Ziqiao said with a playful smile, "Well, sister-in-law, I am Su Zhao's younger brother, just call me Ziqiao." Not bad, baby, this roommate is fine. When you get married in the future, he can come over to give gifts." Song Sini snuggled on Su Zhao's shoulder, showing her cuddly side. She said that she would give Su Zhao enough face in front of outsiders. That is certainly not a lie. Hearing this, Su Zhao felt so elated. What's wrong with being dominated by his wife at home? He is happy. At the same time, when everyone heard Song Sini calling Su Zhao baby, they all gritted their teeth and wished they could skin Su Zhao alive. Isn't it said that Song Sini is very cold? Why is he calling me baby so affectionately in front of so many people? I'm jealous of you, I'm gonna kill you. I was like a sewer rat, sneaking around and peeping at other people's happiness. This is not over yet. Song Sini walked in front of Wang Nian again. Su Ziqiao and Wang Nian were standing almost in a straight line. So, without Song Sini asking, she knew that it was Su Zhao's roommate. Wang Nian knew that it was his turn to introduce himself. Ahem, sister-in-law, my name is Wang Nian, and I am also Su Zhao's younger brother. Wang Nian had never been so nervous in his life. Damn it, you deserve to die, Su Zhao, I have never been so embarrassed. You are forced to call me little brother, Zichao, you deserve to die. You promised to be a stand-up commander. There's no way, Song Sini's aura is too strong. That kind of innate confidence and composure is not something that ordinary people can imitate. Yeah, he's fat and looks very honest, baby. He can come too when the time comes. Song Sini held Su Zhao's arm and spoke in a sweet voice. Su Zhao's soul felt like it was floating up to the sky and he was unable to utter a complete sentence. Then it was Lu Yang's turn. As a repressed man, he had never seen such a big scene before. He stammered and talked for a long time but no one could hear what was said. Well, it's okay. He looks like a kind person. Baby, he can come too. Song Sini's whole body was almost touching Su Zhao's body. The heavy, elastic mass made his breathing heavy. Su Zhao said to himself, whoever you want to come, just let him come. I will listen to you. I have no opinion. Chapter 60 Calls Sister. Nearing 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the entire Jiangda University's welcome activities came to an end. This does not mean that the orientation activities have officially ended, they will continue today and tomorrow. At this moment, it is approaching dusk and the sun is about to set. The orientation offices of various departments are no longer as crowded as they were in the morning, with people stretching as far as the eye can see. Most people leave their jobs, eat, date, and have their own things to do. School of Management Orientation Office. Wang Yan looked at Song Sini, who was leaning tightly on Su Zhao's shoulder, and was so envious that he was speechless. From this morning till now, the two of them have been huddled together. They found a stone bench, held hands, and didn't talk much. Even at lunch, they just had a quick meal. This dreamy scene made all the boys jealous. Something that he never dared to dream of actually happened to Su Zhao. Among them was Wang Yan. He thought to himself that he really wanted to shoot this couple, so they don't have to continue feeding them dog food. But Wang Yan didn't dare to go up and disturb them. Seeing Song Sini's affectionate and domineering eyes, Wang Yan couldn't do anything even if he wanted to remind her. Unlike Wang Yan, Su Zichao's mentality may be slightly better. After all, he has a girlfriend, so he is not particularly sensitive about these things. In addition, Su Zichao insisted that his girlfriend was the most beautiful person in the world. Therefore, there is naturally no such thing as trying to steal your brother's girlfriend. I don't have the courage. As for Lu Yang, his entire body was numb. Being autistic, he could only read novels on his mobile phone, trying to fall in love with his school beauty girlfriend in the novels. The other side. Watching the people around him leave one after another, Su Zhao's thoughts returned to reality. He asked, Sini, isn't your head sore? Song Sini playfully scratched Su Zhao's palm with her nails and said unhappily, why, your shoulder is sore. With your endurance, how can you serve me in the future, huh? That's not the case. I'm fine. Su Zhao said stubbornly. In fact, Su Zhao didn't feel good at all. But of course he wouldn't say it to his face because he was too proud to do so. Song Sini suddenly stood up and no longer leaned on Su Zhao's shoulder. She may say what she wants, but she will never let Su Zhao suffer any loss. Forget it, let's stop here today. I'm tired. Go talk to your roommates. I see they've been waiting for you for a long time. Song Sini reached out, gently pinched Su Zhao's chin, and said with a smile. Su Zhao asked, what about you, Sini? Why, you're so reluctant to let me leave you, do you still want me to lean on you and hold your hand? Song Sini said in a teasing tone. Su Zhao was speechless for a moment and didn't know what to say. It seems that he really can't bear to part with Song Sini. It was over. It had only been less than a week and he seemed to have fallen hopelessly into it. I have been toyed with and cannot extricate myself. It's already Song Sini's toy. Hey, if you call me sister, I will continue to accompany you. Otherwise, it will be hard to say. Song Sini saw through Su Zhao's reluctance and continued to tease him. Hearing this, Su Zhao scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Call me next time, okay? No. I want to hear you scream now. Why don't you want to scream? Song Sini crossed her arms and refused to give in. Su Zhao was being controlled and his brain had long gone astray. Elder sister? Su Zhao shouted shyly. Since his roommates were nearby, he didn't dare shout too loudly. But Song Sini was not satisfied, screamed louder, I can't hear you. Elder sister. This time, Su Zhao gritted his teeth, suppressed his inner embarrassment, and shouted out these 2 words. If his roommates heard this, they would laugh so hard that their stomachs would hurt. Ha ha, Lao Su, you finally got what you deserved. You were pinned down and shoveled, and you didn't even dare to resist. This is the retribution for being in a relationship. Well, just barely. Call me again. Song Sini narrowed her beautiful eyes and spoke in a lazy tone. Helplessly, Su Zhao took a deep breath and said with a bit of indescribable shyness, Sister? After hearing this, Song Sini finally nodded with satisfaction. Then, she forced Su Zhao's head onto her full and round body, and said with a sweet smile, not bad, naughty brother, I like it very much. Su Zhao didn't even have time to react. What caught his eyes was a vast expanse of white, with a deep ravine in the middle, which was bouncy and soft, and dazzling to the eyes. Su Zhao suddenly felt like he was going to get carsick. He had never experienced anything so exciting in his life. Oh no! Sensitivity. It's too late, the physiological safety defense mechanism doesn't work at all. For a moment, Su Zhao subconsciously half-crouched and walked like a crab. Seeing Su Zhao like this, Song Sini finally let go, and leaned close to Su Zhao's ear, whispering, How about it, naughty brother, do you like your sister's reward? Su Zhao's brain has crashed and he has lost the ability to respond to the outside world. Fortunately, the whole process just now only happened in a moment, otherwise it would have been captured by others. However, Song Sini still did not give up and continued to tease, Do you want to touch it? It's very soft. Then, she licked her moist lips and added, But the right opportunity hasn't come yet, little brother. Don't be so impatient. This will happen sooner or later as long as you listen to your sister. I can't take it anymore. Where are my teammates? Please save them. Su Zhao's breathing became faster and heavier. Finally, he hurried to the side and panted towards the flower bed next to him. If you didn't know, you would think he had done something to the flower bed. Wang Nian, who was not far away, turned around, saw the scene, and immediately ran over. Lao Su, are you okay? Wang Nian patted Su Zhao on the shoulder. Su Zhao shook his head, No. It's okay, I just feel a little dizzy. Then, Song Sini also came over, pretending to be harmless, Baby, go eat with them first, calm down, and see you tomorrow. After saying that, Song Sini took small steps and staggered away from here. She understood that once the rewards were enough, she should leave in time. Otherwise, Su Zhao would explode.